Yo, what's going on, everybody? How you doing? How is everybody doing? I was finally able to get more time to install Fallout London, and just got past the intro. Didn't get to play much, but looks promising. Using GOG versus Forces, you can install made it much easier. In case you play it in the future, I know you use Vortex. Yeah. I want to play it, JDG. It's probably just not going to happen this week. Yeah. I'd love to give Fallout London a shot. Yeah. Actually, the thing is, though, I asked chat the other day if they wanted me to play it, and there was a resounding no. So maybe we'll just keep that on after hours. Like, usually people are like, hell yeah, you know, I wanna play, but yeah, that's not often you get resounding no's. So, well, chat's just wrong. I gotta be careful, man. Gotta be careful. You know, like, dude, that's the plight of a streamer, dude. It's really hard to, dude, even now, like 10 years plus in, it's still hard to predict what's going to be good content and what isn't. I've had ideas for amazing content and I've gone to do it and no one cares. Like, I thought modeling streams would have been amazing. I thought people really would have liked it. But yeah, people are not really into it. But whenever I mention doing 3D modeling, people are like, oh, dude, you should do that. I would love to learn. And I go and do it, and no one cares. It's weird. Comrade, the people are revolting. Yes, we have them face wall. Today we're going to play some workers, though. I think tomorrow I'll play some KSP, and we'll mess around more with Dart. I'm just trying to get my feet wet back into Kerbal, you know? I wanted to play some workers today just because I got the itch. But I also have the itch for Kerbal, so I'm trying to balance two addictions at once. Oh, crap. Bro, whenever I'm tired, I read your name as Elsa, okay? You can call me that, I don't care. Just let it go, alright? Yes, I sometimes imagine myself as a frozen princess. Sure, whatever. I don't, but you know, that's what works when you're tired. Whatever. I mean, you could type that into chat. I'd probably still be like, "Yo, what up?" You know. Don't hold back. Pokemon, you're talking about workers. Yeah. Not the princess thing. You know what I mean? No. I would love to, dude. I have the itch for KSP again. Yeah. I had a feeling just jumping back in and just messing around with different projects would get the itch. You know, when we were working on an ASP yesterday, I was like, okay, all right. The fire is back. The motor is on. We have peak thrust rating here. More princess. Oh, would that ISS model translate well into a 3D printed version? I don't know. Hey, Cannon, good morning. Yeah, sorry for being a little bit on the later side today, dudes. I was answering an email about resources for, like, good space resources for teaching purposes. So, you know, because it's me, I kind of went into why I use certain resources.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Oh, all systems gifted 5 subs. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Crawdad, hey man, 68-month resub. Oh, sweet. I got to reply back. Thanks for taking me away from teacher meetings. My pleasure. Oh, good. All right, cool. Guy was it wasn't for naught. All right, sweet. Good. I'm very happy that I could help. Yes. Anyway, all systems gifted 5. Granddad had a 68. What's going on, buddy? How are you? How's your summer going? Yeah, JDG. See, there's a dude with content creation. There's two components to that, dude. You gotta, dude. If I just kind of flew by the seat of my pants and just played what I want all the time, it would just be a garbled mess. Like, it would be like you'd get like a week, 2 weeks of workers, right? And I'll be honest, I've been kind of doing this over the past month and a half since the road trip, and I'm not happy about it. We need to get back to more regimented content. I kind of just yeah, whatever. And you know, there's been a lot of other priorities that have taken precedent over the stream, and it's pissing me off. I don't like that. I don't like it. You know, if someone's gonna come here to learn stuff and they just see me playing like Fallout for like 8 hours straight, you know, that's not really my meal ticket, so to speak. It is fun. I could sit here and play Counter-Strike for 8 hours. It'd be great. But it's important to find a balance between what you like and what chat likes. I mean, I've built up a reputation. I'm not going to say that I've typecasted myself into a STEM streamer, but that's my meal ticket. That's what people know me for. You know, so we got to get back into doing that stuff. That's important. You don't want to know? All right, man. Well, I hope everything's good. Coder, 31-month resub. Marrakesh with a 52. So you have to find the balance between something that you like, but something that people also enjoy watching. Because I could sit here and do Hearts of Iron campaigns for like 10 hours straight. Yeah, I've done it before. We've done it many times. The numbers don't lie. People don't find that entertaining. I mean, some people do, but it's not going to A, get you new viewers, or B, which is my biggest fear, that I'm just not that good at streaming Hearts of Iron 4 as I am at Kerbal. You know? Like, yeah, it's probably that second one, but it's important to keep that in perspective. So you got to kind of find the balance. You got to find something that chat's going to love, but you're also going to have a good time. And I find that Kerbal is something that I can always do. But I'll be honest, the fallout from current Kerbal events, will mention the game that will not be named, have kind of switched me out of it for a little while, but we're getting back to it. I got the itch again. Games like Hearts of Iron 4 are dominated by people who only stream that generally. Yeah, it's a niche game for sure. But Uraldo, for every Hearts of Iron streamer that destroys me in numbers when like, say there's a dedicated Hearts of Iron streamer, right? And then there's me playing. For every thing that happens, like whenever I play Kerbal, I do the same thing. Like it happens, you know, like, yeah, you got to be careful I'm not careful with content, but you got to find something that people do enjoy. And the biggest thing too is, as streaming gets to be a bigger and bigger demographic, you have to find something that's going to retain people's attention. You have to have a hook. You have to have something that differentiates you from other streamers. With me, it's doing nutso stuff in every game that I play. So that's hard to do with something like Counter-Strike. A niche game. Let's be real, Rem. No one wants a niche game, or a Jung game for that matter. Maybe a niche game. Maybe a little bit of Nietzsche, but Nietzsche is I often conflate like Nietzsche and Jung together. They're real, let's say very realist in their philosophy. They're Nietzsche is definitely an interesting dude. Yeah. Definitely a little bit of an interesting dude. But I do have a lot, just on a quick side note, it's moving away from philosophy. Hey, you got to pay the bills. Yeah, you got to find the balance, dude. And there's always going to be a balance. The biggest thing that gets me sometimes is when I love a game and I'm just not able to convey what's going on in the game. This happens mostly because I don't understand the game good enough. Like with Hearts, there are better Hearts of Iron streamers than me. Like Italix is a better HOI streamer than me by a long shot. He's better at explaining what's going on in the game than I am. I can firmly say that. I was watching him play Hearts last night. His China playthrough is actually really good, really fun. Or it's not China, it's a Pui playthrough, Menkukuo, which is pretty cool. He actually puppeted Japan in his save, which is hilarious. He brought back the Chinese emperor and puppeted Japan. It's a pretty good save. I'm not gonna lie. It made me pretty happy. I thought it was funny. The career mode KSP seems to be the big one, Tom. Yeah, for sure. Like, Etal is much better at explaining what's going on than I am. I'm too busy trying to monitor every single thing that's going on. And because of this, I don't think I'm as good as at explaining it, you know? But that's just a side note. Anyway, I don't want to rant. I don't want to talk your ear off. Let's get into workers and let's try to fix, not fix, let's try to get ourselves out of that debt hole. I think, a big problem that I have with workers is that and this is my fear, that I put too much emphasis on highways and stuff initially and didn't build enough profitable ventures to sustain the bill for those highways. I hope. That's why we discuss history in that game, or engineering decisions made for various places. Hearts of Iron is great for that. Agreed, for sure. Okay, let's go to Bakalakadakistan. See, I want to do stuff like that. I want to build out depots like that in Hearts. Or not in Hearts, well, in Hearts, yes. But in workers, I really got to get to the point where I can get a proper revenue stream going. But, you know, we'll figure it out in good time. You have to be solvent. Like I said, man, this is one of the most capitalist games I've ever played. It's the most capitalistic city builder I've ever played, which is hilarious to me because it's definitely under the guise of not that. I always thought that's, like, the more I play this, the more it's like you really have to be careful with your finances. Your green screen is wonky. I know, Angry German. I know it susses out a little bit here and up there. That's because the dog is moving the green screen around constantly. So apologies for that one, but yeah, I'll move it and the dog's just gonna mess it up again. But yeah, hopefully you can live with that. If not, I'll figure it out. State capitalism, yeah. That's really what you gotta do. It made me realize that a communist country is just a country-sized company with more violence. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, it pretty much is just a workers' town, but at a federal government level, which I'm just not. I'm not. Yeah, it's great for a game, great for a video game, not great for much else. Angry German, I'm amazed you're not bankrupt. I've been refining loans over loans over loans, guys. That's the big reason. I keep refinancing, and the further we get into the timeline, the worse that refinance is going to get because of inflation. But then again, having debt is a good hedge against inflation, but that's still not good enough. I think what we were working on last, so just to give everybody kind of a heads up of what we're doing. This is the desert biome map in Workers and Resources. Workers and Resources is a communist-themed city builder. And like I said, before you think, oh, communist-themed city builder, I mean, what city builder, and most city builders, you have kind of absolute control over everything. Like if in City Skylines, if I want to make a bridge, I just make a bridge, you know, there's no people to vote it down. So you kind of do have absolute authority in most city builders. Workers and Resources Soviet Republic heavily lays into that, and that's why I think it's a great freaking city builder, because you have, I mean, once again, it uses something that's kind of abstracted in other city builders. Like in City Skylines, you have control over everything. If you want to demolish somebody's house, you can. You can just demolish their house willy-nilly. Screw them, right? So, like I said, Workers leans into it, but I will say this is one of the gnarliest city builders I've ever played. It is the hardest by a long shot. In Workers, you have to move the resources around. You have to move people around to build things. You want to build a road, it's not just putting down a road. You have to get the construction equipment. You have to have a state-owned construction company to build it. You need the vehicles and the resources to make it. Where are you getting the asphalt to pave a road, right? It's like that with every single building, you know, and you have to make money. You have to make money to keep your socialist utopia afloat. It's actually super difficult. There are markets. Different goods trade on the market, and prices fluctuate for goods. They fluctuate with inflation. They fluctuate with demand. The economy is RNG. It could... Sometimes when you play, it could have super high demand. Sometimes it could have super low demand. The thing is that the economy is also dynamic on top of that. If you export too much oil, for instance, you'll flood the market with oil and deflate the price. You got to be careful. It's a really hard game to play. The macroeconomics in this game are the best of any city builder I've ever played. Ever. By a long shot. So, yeah, that's just stuff to take into account. It is an amazingly good game. Now, with that being said, here is Bakalakadakistan. This is my desert biome republic. The desert biome was added when 1.0 of this game released. I actually would just like to add on a quick side note. This game did early access on a 5-year development cycle and hit 1.0 on time. On time for their predictions. They said, we'll be in early access for about 5 years. And they actually moved to a 1.0 release with a nice business plan and released the desert biomes. And there was another DLC that they released while it was still during early access, but that was for Ukrainian relief because of the war that's going on. The Ukrainian pack has a bunch of good stuff, has a bunch of like planes and vehicles and stuff. But the desert biome pack released with 1.0. I just like to make it a point that this game actually had a plan for getting out of early access, and it was implemented and it was done on time. And the crazy part is that 3 dudes made this game. 3 dudes. Would you be okay with the city builder that is halfway between this and cities? Sneaky, if City Skylines 2 had the resource and market system that Workers had, that would be the best game. So like in cities, if you have to build a road, you have not a state-owned construction company, but you have to zone out construction yards and stuff, or commercial yards for construction, like, and then you had to hire different. So like, say you zone commercial in City Skylines, right? You zone commercial, or you zone like low-density industrial, right? And you get construction companies moving in because and you have like 3 or 4 different construction companies in your city, and you want to build a new road or build a new piece of infrastructure, you contract it out. You select which company you want. Kind of like Hearts of Iron, where you select a company to research like gun research or artillery research, and you level up those construction companies. So you have a construction company that's good at making roads. You have a construction company that's good at making buildings. You have a construction company that's good at making pipes, right? That, the Workers and Resources, market and construction mechanics, tied in with the Hearts of Iron companies, tied in with City Skylines, would be the best game ever. Those are the game mechanics that I would want. So halfway between this and City Skylines, yes and no, put an asterisk next to it. But yeah. Kanan, you're going to be seeing 1019 and 1021 this summer. Sorry, that was a conversation when I was having a conversation with JDG. Yeah, 1019. Kanan, I saw Booster 1019 land. I was there for the Orbcom 2 mission. I was down the street from Elon on SR 401. SpaceX's Mission Control Center used to be at the south entrance to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So I've seen that thing, and hang on. Hang on. I don't know where that damn tweet is. Somebody probably has it bookmarked, but I had the pleasure of visiting SpaceX and standing next to 1019 after I saw it land. Like inside of the gate. Hey, Boxy, what's going on? Can you make your maintenance guys not maintain roads to save you money? You don't need to maintain roads in this game. There's no road maintenance, thank God. Yeah, I got to visit SpaceX. been on the mez where they do all the cast, where Kate and Jesse and John Innsbrucker stand. I've seen their mission controls and stuff, and yeah, I got to see a lot of cool stuff there. I can't say what I saw, but yeah, I've had the benefit of being in some pretty cool spots over the years, dude. I got to walk on Pad 41. I've been to Pad 39B and walked around in the flame trench at 39B, SLS's pad. I haven't been to 39A. I haven't walked on 39A, but I've been to the blast detonation area perimeter, not in the tour bus. Tori would like you to see this. Look at the replies. Hellfish. Speaking of hearts, not to derail, but how do you get infantry to entrench? Do they need engineers attached, or am I missing something? You could put them on a defense. Well, they'll automatically entrench, and how far they dig in is really depending on if you have an engineering company. The engineering company will give you modifiers to that. Anytime you have a troop hold position, they'll entrench to some extent, but you have to assign a defensive order to them to get them really entrenched. If you put them on a defensive order, they'll start fortifying. They'll start digging foxholes and making bunkers and stuff. The best way, Vanguard, would be to have them on a defensive order, have them entrench, and then put bunkers and defensive equipment on the tiles that they're in. That is the best way to defend, if you want to. You win this round. Yeah. So, the other thing is the Al-Bucky Baba oil fields are destroyed. Because my substation blew up. So my oil is off here, which is bad because that puts us in a huge deficit on the ruble. We got to stop spending on the ruble. But the dollar is actually doing okay. My dollar is doing all right. We have a refinery up, finally. It's not operating at terribly high capacity, but it is generating fuel. And that fuel is being... I am using it to deliver fuel, and we're weaning ourselves off foreign fuel, which is good. That's actually freeing up a lot of not foreign manpower, but expenses. If we look at the import of resources on our dollar here, last month, there's no fuel imports. This year, though, it was 30, but see, we weaned ourselves off of it. If we look at last year total, we spent $145,000 on importing fuel on the dollar, which, yeah, that's a big deal. Oh, we got geology up. The geological research is done. We have universities over here in Nadir. Nadir is basically our university town, and I'm using it to break into new industries here. We can get geological mapping. That would probably be the best one to do. Yeah. Also, your ground doctrine has a lot to do with it, Vanguard. Are your troops... Yeah, your doctrines. Look at the doctrines and look at which one favors defense. Now, why would you do defense over offense? Well, let's be real. Say you were playing France with historical focuses on. You'd want a defensive doctrine because you know what's coming in 1940. Right? Nader! My town. Yep. Yep. I don't know whether to call it Nadir or Nader. Whenever I say Nader, I know that's the right way to spell it, but that always sounds funny to me. I think putting an underpass here would be a good idea. There's a lot of people walking out in the street. Either that or... Oh, another building is on fire. What's on fire? Why are there no fire trucks there? Uh-oh. We have a little bit of a problem here. Yeah. That's not good. Well, got ourselves into a right fine pickle here. Uh-huh. We might want to get the dump trucks out of there. That would be a good idea. Just assign them to other construction depots around anywhere that we have space to get them away from that place. Because if the building burns down with the dump trucks in it, we are pretty screwed. Yeah, we'll see if I'll see if I can make an emergency temporary depot. Nope. What else could I add? Pause the game. What else could we add for a second? Do we have an open free construction depot? No, I do not. That fire was not very jocular, no. Only 4 trucks. Okay, here's what we'll do. We're gonna go bananas here for a second. I'll assign the trucks to a depot over here. That depot has enough spots. That should get the trucks out of there before that building burns down. I don't know why we didn't have any fire trucks assigned up here, but... Ding, 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 ding. You know, and if they drive all the way over there, so be it. I don't think we'll get all the trucks in time, but... Yeah, we're not gonna get all of them. Oh well. Not the best start here, but you know, we got firefighters now. That's good. Who in chat saw the dude who won silver in the pistol competition? That dude with all the optics and stuff. That guy was kind of cool. The dude without the optics. I haven't been watching, to be honest with you. Do we? Oh, that reminds me. Is Locomotive 2 still stuck in there? We soft locked Locomotive 2. Starter end of building is not connected with road. Wonder if replace vehicle. Yeah, we soft locked that train in there. Yeah, it does not work. Just had a t-shirt and glasses. Jan Wick, as it were. Guy just showed up. Okay. Yeah, police cars. My police cars are Fiat 125s. The Sugilis. Or Lada, whatever you want to call it. We have the courthouse in Nader. And then we have the Prison. Ooh, an aisle 76. Love how people just walk into work. Now, what we could do is get... Oh. They don't have food. We should probably, you know, make sure that the prison... Make sure that we don't starve our prisoners. We're not complete savages here. There we go. Normally they have glasses like this. Is that the dude with all the optics? Yeah, or the lady with all the... Yeah. Huh. Cool. Pretty rad. That's pretty rad. Pretty cool. I'm a little worried about the waste in this town. We're... not really loading it incredibly fast. Why is it... They're shooting like 22, right? Like... Another building's on fire. Okay. Fire station down the street. That Silver Medals is using a 10 meter air pistol. I mean, it's hitting 150. Yeah. I heard they're air pistols. Oh. I guess that's neat. I'm sure on some planet that's impressive, but your weak link is this is Earth. How are we doing on the export on the ruble? Nowhere near enough. Have to go for a grad trip. Have a great trip. Me? Oh. Alright, Kenan. See you, buddy. I mean, stream. I was gonna say, yeah, no, I will. How much is it to purchase another one of those locomotives? Price of iron on the market rises up. I saw the shotgun final yesterday. It was cool. Ain't no air guns there. Are they shooting... Are the shotguns shooting slugs? Target shot. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I got it. Oh, that's why they can't complete the incinerator. Oh, I'm stupid. I put a sign down here that says nothing should go down this road. So my dump trucks, no heavy vehicle should go down this road, so my dump trucks couldn't get to the stupid construction. There we go. Now it should plot a vehicle to this sooner rather than later. My 3-lane train track system is working out well. Just had to get past the learning curve. Yeah, Chronic, I find it in workers operating the trains like a road, like having them having directional rails, which is not necessarily how real life works, but having directional rails is the right move. No more Tatra 678, huh? Oh no, there it is. The outside tracks are one way and the center track 2-way. It's working out well. Yeah, I got you. I'm putting an extra road depot here so I can store extra vehicles in case that fire crap happens again. Yeah, we're gonna have to finish that waste incinerator fast before that fills up. It's filled up 2% since I last checked on it, and these garbage trucks don't seem to be doing anything. Gonna have to wait a second. Gotta be careful about that. The other thing I'm gonna need down here is a maintenance depot. Let's go. I know this maintenance depot, this is not the ideal spot for it, right? But the best place for it would be to be in proxy. See this dotted line around the edge of the maintenance facility? Anything that's in proxy to it, see how it highlighted that depot? It'll get AoE repaired. Which is good, but I don't have the availability, the space availability in the city to do something like that right now. So let's tell Elsanon to make a gravel road here and not do that. Traffic jams at customs are your real bottleneck. The reason why that happens is because the game, it's a gameplay thing that they want. The game wants you to become self-sufficient. That's the, I guess, the game's way of telling you that. It might be hard for them to get up there. Is there any place I can connect a footpath? How do you... You can use an overpass, not stairs. The problem is that there's a huge hill right here, Happy Socks. How do we connect the under... Oh, it's right there. Oh, you can have covered pergolas. Cool. You can use the overpass bridge for the big hills. I don't think we... It's in the left underpass submenu. Oh, pedestrian tunnel. I'm an idiot. Sorry. I got stupid for a second. I caught the dumb. It's funny because the pedestrian tunnel is basically not an overpass, but you get the idea. I just would like a way, yeah, see, for people to walk underneath the highway, get up there, and get to my maintenance depot. What was that? Too many criminals. Trying to take a bite out of crime, but Ruff the crime dog. Okay, the second train should be here, ready to go. Assign that to that, and then go to railroad lines. There we go. Now we're back to 4 trains. Or 3 trains. Because train number 2 is soft locked in there. Let's get the gate. This is going to be an incinerator for all the city's garbage. Because I'm tired of exporting it. Profitable on the dollar, though. Actually, very profitable on the dollar, which is great. Let's head over to Al-Ghalin and see what's going on. Hey, they finished one. Nice. All right, cool. I should be able to go over here and shellac some of these people from shellac. Wait, what? Look, you moved to a nice place. It has indoor plumbing. Very good. Indoor plumbing, free education. Just you need to sell your soul to the government. But hey, you know, that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. We have a Hakmene Mosque. Very nice. You don't have a soul. I disagree. You have a cheesy soul. You are a cheesy man. You are a man of cheese. We're both cheese. We're both men of cheese action. What I'm doing is I'm relocating more people over to Al-Ghalin here for now. And the reason why is so we can basically get the refinery and the power plant operating 24/7. I think it might be high time to make a to get some fuel export going. Let's make a new line. This is a NATO fuel export. For now, we'll want to wait until loaded, oil there, and then export it in or Harley over here. Unload, save. And I don't want a lot of trucks on this route because I want the fuel for Al-Ghalin, right? So we don't want to run this till it's empty. So we don't want a lot of trucks on this. So let's set a couple of R-Series max. 1, 2, 3, 4 should be good. Unload fuel, load fuel, save. Is he a Gouda man? He's a very Gouda man. Yes. All right, so now what I want to do is, so, you know, we can build up a supply here of oil and fuel and bitumen here. What I want to do is, yeah, it's a little bit off-centered, but whatever. What I want to do is make the reserve tankage for this. And remember, we're profitable on the dollar, so that's good. I'm gonna have pumps here, and what I want is in our pipes, because here's the thing, all right? Why am I expanding? I'm expanding because if it's a distillery, and how oil is made is you take crude and you put it into a distillation tower. That's what that thing is right there. And there are byproducts, so you can't just take crude oil, and make fuel. Putting it into a distillation tower gives you a bunch of byproducts. The byproducts give you all kinds of stuff. You can make fuel, you can make bunker C heavy fuel oil in real life. You can make liquid, not necessarily liquefied natural gas, you can't do that. You can make diesel, you can make gasoline. It really depends on the levels on the distillation tower. Crude oil can make all kinds of stuff. You can make lubricating oils, you can make gasoline, you can make... Wherever it comes out on the levels of the distillation tower is a byproduct nonetheless. So if my fuel reserve fills up, we're screwed. The whole plant will stop. And I won't be able to do anything with it. So we need reserves. So fuel or bitumen, no matter what happens, we need reserves. Like we got to put a reserve derrick out, or not reserve derrick, reserve fuel oil areas out here. So we don't cap it, because if we cap it, the whole plant will shut off. If we run out of space to store our byproducts, because no matter what, you can't just use crude to make one thing. It has to make a bunch of different things. It's vital to the distillation process. Same is true in real life. A distillation tower at an oil plant is going to make all kinds of things. You can't just make one thing. You're going to have byproducts, and those byproducts are tar that's used for roads, or diesel fuel. Well, not necessarily diesel fuel. Bunker C is a byproduct, but bunker C is really, really good for container ships, for instance. Like, crude oil can make a bunch of fuels and lubricants for a bunch of different types of things. It really depends on how you have your distillation tower set up. You can use it to make plastics. Yeah, that's a really good point. Plastics, yep. So out here is where our storage is going to be. So I have two pumps that'll pump it out of this, right? And this will be able to make... This will be storage for bitumen and fuel. I just got to tell them once I build them, that this is what this is used for. I'm not 100% sure if that's going to work. If you can feed tank to tank after pump. It might have to go pump tank, but who knows. This should be adequate for now. Now we just got to make the right infrastructure for it. It's auto-connecting, so it might work. You know what, dude? I want to be absolutely sure. So let me go here like this. Yeah, Nabak, I think it's pump tank. There's an awesome YouTuber named Bibaljo, who does great workers and resource content. Bibaljo actually is... Him to workers is what I am to Kerbal.
John, this is a tutorial for Workers and Resources Soviet Republic.
He doesn't
Today
have any
I'll tell
pumps.
you everything you need to understand about liquid pipes. Let's start with the basics. There are passive buildings like storages. There
Here, I'll link
are
this video up.
active buildings like pipes that look like this. You can put them anywhere you want. And then there are factory connections, or factories. Factories are different than both of those, so keep that in mind. What is a passive connection? Passive connection means they cannot push or pull anything, they just sit there. An active connection, like a pump, means they can pull from one source and push into other sources.
Yeah, this guy's crazy good at this game, like way better than me.
A factory connection is different. A factory will extend its internal storage with whatever's connected to it. So in this case, I have one fuel storage connected to it, or one oil fuel storage connected to it, and that increases the internal storage from 450 by 1,500 tons. So 1,950 tons of oil are now the internal storage here that you could have. Same thing for the output. One of these tanks adds 1,500 tons to each of the export tanks of the factory, and those are done with direct connections. And direct connections look like this. It's just one type of connection without any entity in between. So in this case, pipes, but that also works for the other type of cargo connection. So some people may say, well, nothing is moving here because there's no oil there. Yes, so let's get some oil in the system. Let's just purchase a little bit of this, and it can start doing.
That's how you do that when you don't have the difficulty settings cranked? Wow, that's... You just buy it?
Something. As you can see, the oil goes down here, the smoke is going up there, and the fuel and the bitumen is increasing.
Wow, that's... You could just conjure oil out of nowhere for cash?
You know, although you don't...
Ew. Who would want to do that?
Don't see a single drop of oil being imported. This means everything is working just fine. There's just no oil making it into the
It's like a baby's toy. You gotta use your hands?
Wonderful. Now, what is an indirect connection? Indirect connection could be this. If we empty this whole thing and put some oil in here, then we could argue that this storage is connected through this storage to this refinery. So should the refinery get oil? No, the refinery will not get any oil because nothing gets produced, all the smoke is out, no production is up, because it cannot pull through a passive building like this storage. That's not going to...
Nah, Billy, I know Babaljo. I've watched his videos before. He's doing this for demonstration purposes, just to show how the connections work. That's why he has the difficulty turned down. He's probably better at playing workers and resources on the most realistic setting than I ever will.
Happen and has never worked. So yeah, this is not a thing. Same thing on the outside. Once these two storages are full, and it's just for our argument, put some more oil in here, put that on auto purchase. That looks great. We're going to turn this one off just for completeness sake. And as you can see, the oil refinery is running, and these guys are getting some bitumen and fuel in there. Now, if we fill this storage up, what do we think will happen? So the internal oil tank is now full in the factory. The external oil fuel tank is now full, and nothing's moving. We cannot store or export fuel, which means this guy is not even getting fuel. Nothing is getting there. This one is full. There's no direct overflow. Okay, what happens if we discard a little bit of fuel?
Nice,
anything happen? Nope. This one still doesn't get anything. This one just fills up all the way, and once it's full, production will stop again. That's annoying. What can we do here? Well, a couple things. You could, for example, put an engine here. If you put an engine here that is an active unit or an active connection, that's what I'm trying to look for. Active connection, if you put that here, it will pull fuel from here and push it directly into here, which is exactly what its job is, and that is great. But here's something funny. This tank is now also getting fuel. What does that mean? That means that this engine can push 2 levels of materials, of goods.
There we go.
Of whatever it's pushing. So this is the first level, this tank, which is the direct connection to this engine, but this is the second level. Will you use this? I don't know, but it's possible. If you put an engine here, it pushes to this guy just fine. And don't forget, this engine, for example, has 3 outputs, so you could push to 6 tanks.
That's what I wanted to know.
If you wanted to, if that is something you want to consider. So that's pretty cool, actually. However, there's one caveat. If we go to this oil fuel storage and purchase all of the fuel, we will see that something really strange is happening. This one is no longer getting anything. Very strange. Once storage fills up on level 1, there will no longer be any cargo moved across there. Nothing is going to get moved, And that's just something you have to know. So once
But if there's 2 tanks in line, it's going to fill up the second tank first. See? Look, it's pumping, but it's pumping into fuel 9 and not 6.
this guy's full, nothing moves, which means you have to make sure that this guy gets consistently emptied, or neither of these ever fills up, or you know what I mean. You just have to make sure that this guy doesn't get full, because once it's full, it's not going to move it anymore. Now you can see, because of how this is set up, that this one doesn't get any more fuel. Everything gets pushed directly into this fuel storage tank. But only until the actual...
I mean, in reality, if you had a pumping station hooked up to 2 tanks like this, it would fill both of them equally. But I guess the developers didn't do that
Storage.
logic. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering if the logic, like if there's some Archimedes principle abstraction here, or but no, it's just
percentage is about the same.
logic
That's gonna
based.
take a little while. So that's what that does. Pumps can push this far. The other cargo connection
All
a little while. So that's what that does. Pumps can push this far. A couple other things,
Yeah,
and
it's
this
just
is very
numbers driven.
similar
There's
to
no physical
all of
simulation.
the other cargo connections that you have out there. Obviously, I could put an engine here, and I could push to this unit, and both of those units could actually be directly connected into the factory.
okay.
Obviously, I made this at a pretty bad connection.
Okay, cool. I got the information that I needed. I linked up the video. If you guys want the link, just ask me. So, Starbase Live. Anything good going on up there? No, nothing really. Okay, cool. So, we don't need these pumps here locally. The refinery can push, as Babalio was saying, it can push 1 level. And pumps can push 2. That's good to know. So I'm going to redo my design a little bit here. And I didn't actually need that damn pump there, but yeah, it is what it is. I still wish we could daisy chain electrical substations. Yeah, the whole switching station weather guy, I'm not like 100% like okay with that. Like, that's my one thing with this game, the electricity. Like how we do it over here, right? That line, you should just be able to split that. We split that by having local transformers. So if you live in North America and you see like a big cylindric metal thing on one of the power lines, it's a split. It's a transformer. Yeah, I never liked how you need work switches. Like, you need to put this big switch in there, right? And how you can't, like, you say you can't daisy chain substations. If you could split and localize the transformer like what we do in North America, it'd be really easy to do that. There's a mod that helps with that? Yeah. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know, man. But for medium voltage, it's just a little much. Agreed. You'll get no argument from me, dude. I'm gonna use underground pipe in this particular scenario because, yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'll get more into why in a second. I don't know why that one was okay to do that, but the other one wasn't. That's weird. That one wasn't too sharp of a turn, but the other one was. Yeah, modded transformers that allow you to branch off medium and continue the high voltage is a must. I mean, yeah, that's just how it works in real life, right? Like, well, not, and that's not like just arbitrarily. Well, that's how it works in real life, so that's how it should be. No, that's how physics works in real life, right? Like, that's how physics does that, and we should, you know, probably adhere to physics if we're playing on a mode called, you know, realistic. How many outputs do we have for this? So we could actually run another set of tanks over here. We could mirror this and run 2 more sets of tanks for the 2 other outputs over here. Yeah, all right, cool. That is what I want. Underground pipe that sucker. Underground pipe that sucker. Save that, right? And then what we'll do over here, make another road that goes out here like that. And then let's go back to pipage. Right? That one. Then mirror it. That one. Let me build that road back there first.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Demon Hat. What's up, dude? Okay, so that should expand our storage pretty much as we can. Now we would want to pump. So what I need them to do is build the tanks first. So we'll go to the Garawi construction, build those tanks first, right? Get the labor up and running, which has the Algalin bus station. Good. Build these, and before we go any further, I need to set these. I'm gonna set this side for fuel, and I want to set that side for bitumen, and that will basically make it so we can produce like champions. Is there a mod for retaining walls, guys? Like building retaining walls instead of just having to play with the slope like this? Probably. Yeah. I guess that I should have rephrased that. That's more of, does anybody know like of an exact one? But yeah. If we had, like, once again, dude, if we had the keys, the key mods from cities, you could do some pretty dastardly stuff in this game, dude. Reason why is because I need this space. What I'm either thinking about doing is running a train track out here, a spur for my trains that connect into this line over here, but that might be a little bit complicated. Might be a little bit complicated to run a spur line that way. I might just put a fuel loading terminal over here somewhere and run a big pipeline that way. That probably would be better. Hey, Rallius, what's up, dude? I don't see any in the workshop. Okay, no problem. Using the nuclear dozer in the runway to auto slope it is blazing fast at terraforming. Yeah, Iger, I know. Yeah, I use that to, well, I want to eventually get a shipping channel up this river, and let's just say there used to be a hill there. There's not a hill there anymore. Because once again, I'm trying to get ships up in here. We still should work on the port here, too. That's going to be important. I want to put a movie theater down over here. I just got to make sure that everybody's in range. Everybody that lives here is in range. Yes, they are. Now our dollar amount should start going up like crazy because I told them to start exporting fuel. Yeah, see. Yeah, cool. Excellent. Did the underroad pathway get built? Let's go check. They're still delivering resources, so I'm gonna start assigning construction labor to it. It looks like this side got all made, so you can put that there and then put that there so they have a way in. Now we need to, oh, hold on. It would help if, you know, made the road first. There's a little bit of footpath there, that's why I want that. Closet. A building is on fire. Oh boy. But you know, I love that. All right, let's get Alcina labor here. And then make sure we assign construction labor as well. What's on fire? Substation. Do we have firefighters this time? We do. Hey, all right. How's the waste doing here? Yeah, there's an electricity problem. The substation caught on fire. And decide not too technical. There's no technical... Yeah, that technical depot wasn't being used anyway. And I don't understand. Burning wires should still conduct. It's a very good point. Fair. You know, I had this go through all the fire prevention techniques. Like, we maxed out fire prevention and now everything just catches on fire. Because, you know. Hey, new vehicle. Tupolev 154. Fun fact. Tu-154s, on top of being a really nice number, have an anhedral wing design. So you guys want to see something weird? Generally with airplanes, right, you see the wings kind of stretching upwards. Tupolev 154s do not have that. Their wings stretch downwards. It's called an anhedral wing design. Isn't that weird? See it? It goes down. Like the wings go down outside relative to the plane. It's very strange aircraft. Look at it from that view. That's weird. And just another thing, dude, look where the landing gear is. Look at how wide the stance is on that plane. It's a very strange aircraft. Like, I don't understand why you'd need to make that so wide unless this plane is designed to land on, like, rough surfaces, which is possible. A lot of Russian planes are built that way on purpose. Uzbeks. Damn Uzbeks. What a strange airplane. It's like a tri-jet and a 727 had a baby. They're rated for heavy terrain? Yeah, if they're rated to land on rough surface, like unprepared surface, that explains the wide landing gear. Not that rough, jeez. Yeah, a lot of Russian planes are meant to do that. Because, a lot of Russian planes are meant to do that because they don't, there's not a lot of infrastructure out in the, like, Russian Far East. Pave the road. I told them to take food out of that warehouse, and then I'm going to tell them to load food and meat. Storage percentage 0. I'm gonna empty all the resources out of this grocery store and demolish it because we got a new one, a beautiful new one right next to it. Found something. It's not the best. A bit fiddly in individual buildings rather than a network type, but it fits the bill. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of exactly what I'm looking for, dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good, Aqualux. Thanks, man. Tu-154 is my favorite Soviet-era civilian jetliner. First flight in 1968. Transit, I think the Tu-154 looks pretty cool. Like, I think it's a cool looking plane. It's okay, but I think the Tu-104 takes the cake for one of the prettiest planes. I think, I mean, it was a piece of junk, like most of the things that they made, but that's a very pretty plane. It's the same kind of vibe as the de Havilland Comet. I love the engine in wing design. I think that's super cool. I understand why we don't do that. It's a maintenance nightmare, and it's better to have your engines underneath the wing with this type of design to generate positive pitch during throttling. So you could trim the plane out with throttle as well as the trim tabs. That's a better design, but there is something that speaks for that. That's a really cool looking plane. Why does the Tu-122 have such a chin? Tu-122. I'm confused. What do you mean? A 122, 144 or 122 Hellfish? What are you talking about? The Tu-22. So there's two types of Tu-22s. The Tu-22 has like a Block 1 and a Block 2. The Block 1, I think, is a pretty looking plane. That's one of the prettiest looking planes. That's the future we were promised looking plane. It flies like dog crap. It flew so bad that they actually stopped making it and made a Tu-22M instead. The modernized version of it. That thing. Believe it or not, that's a very similar fuselage, which is weird. Well, actually, I wouldn't even call it similar. It's more of a clean sheet design. The M has a chin. I'll bet you that weird looking nose cone is most likely for a radar, to fit a radar in it. Yeah. Yeah, they're just strange looking planes. That's most likely for a radar. Most of the time you see something with a weird bulgy nose like that's what's going on. See, because look, the older planes, the older versions, Block 0 does not have that. See what I'm talking about? It's very smooth. Yeah, see, the new one has that weird looking nose. It's for a radar. It absolutely is. Yeah, downward facing radar all day, dude. Anyway. Your building style in shipbuilding games is apparently very Russian. A lot of the so Kagakura, like honestly, if you're comparing like 1-to-1, it doesn't really make sense. The reason why is because there are some planes that do the same thing, like a MiG-29 and an F-15, same idea. And I think whoever's flying, it really comes down to pilot skill, which person is going to win there. So there are some comparable things, but a lot of the Russian stuff I don't think is very comparable. It doesn't really make sense to compare like a Tu-22 because the Tu-22 really doesn't have a Western equivalent. I guess the closest Western equivalent to that thing would maybe be a B-1, maybe, but there's no real equivalent there. So, like, well, the reason why I bring it up is because, like, building in that certain style, right, is, the Russian designs tend to be, you know, like, we try to think about it like, oh, that's a Russian version of this, or oh, that's a Russian version of that, right? Some of these planes have a different role, and whatever that role is usually really practical. The Russians are very practical with their aerospace engineering, and that, you know, that keep it simple attitude, you know, it'll never be as like technically complicated as the West, right? Like a stuff we make over here, but the planes are good to suit for whatever they need it for, right? Like that Tu-154 with off-road tires on it because it's designed to service the Russian Far East as well. You know, they're very practical in their design. So if you say, no, you build Russian, you build very practical. That's not to say that there aren't Western designs that are very practical as well, though. You know what I mean? There are Western designs that are extremely practical. Yeah, the Tu-22. Yeah, an FB-111 would probably be its closest counterpart, Nader. That's a good point. Yep, you can hear that photo. Yeah, baby. The U-2 has no equivalent. Neither does the SR-71. There's no equivalent. Like I said, there are some Russian planes that don't have a Western equivalent either. I can actually give you a good example. An unfortunate example, but a good example nonetheless. Do we have a plane like that? We don't have a plane like that over here. Why did they build that plane so big? The Antonov 225 is an extended one. It's an extended Antonov 124. The Antonov 124 is a heavy cargo plane. Its equivalent, the Antonov 124's equivalent, is the C5. Why did they build this big thing though? Well, they built it to move that around. But there's more of a caveat to that than you might think. The AN-225 was built as a shuttle carrier, right, to move Buran, the Russian word for blizzard or snowstorm, around, right? That's what they built it for. Did we have a shuttle carrier aircraft? Yeah. .747 SCA, the SCA variants to the 747. They're two American ex-American Airlines 747, a -100 and a 200, if I'm remembering right, that were designed to move the shuttles around. You know, do the Russians have an equivalent of a 747? No, they do not. Not many people do. The only thing comparable to a 74 is an A380 or a 777 or an A350 nowadays, right? But back in the day, there wasn't. Now, we just retrofitted a 747 and then sent it. It was good. But here's the caveat to that. Turns out when you carry a flying brick around that's purposely designed to create crazy amounts of drag because it's a re-entry vehicle on the back of a 747, your range is a little limited. So if the shuttle was landing in California, 747 would have to go pick it up at Edwards Air Force Base and then fly it back to the Cape. Now, 747 with 400 people on board, it could do that no problem, non-stop, easy peasy. But when you're carrying a 60-ton orbiter on your back, your range is a little bit limited, right? 400 people, last time I checked, don't equal space shuttle in mass and weight, except if your mom's flying. Anyway, so the range on the 747 was extremely limited. you could only maybe do 1,000 miles or about 1,600 kilometers. It's like 4,000 kilometers to get to the Cape. So, all right, no problem. They make a stop in Texas. They make a stop in the Gulf Coast. Then they fly to the Cape. Easy peasy, right? The Russians can't do that. Where does the Russian orbiter launch from? Or where did it launch from? Where does Buran launch from? It launches in Kazakhstan. That's not near where Russia's industrial base is. Russia's industrial base is mostly east of St. Petersburg. There's a reason why Russia's industrial base is out east. Well, actually, it's more east of Moscow than anything. There's a reason for this. It has to do with something that went down about 80 years ago. Russia moved all their industrial capacity east because somebody decided to try and invade them. Someone. Hey, it was a stupid idea. We saw why it was a stupid idea, but I digress. So, even though Russia's industrial capacity is mostly east of Moscow, right? That's still a long way from Kazakhstan. And there's not a lot of stuff in between where Russia's industrial base is and where Baikonur is on the Kazakh steppe. There's nothing there. So could the Russians have just put Buran on top of a 124 and called it a day? Well, yeah, sure. But there's not that many stops in between. There's not many international airports in between Moscow, where Tushino, the design bureau that made this is, and Baikonur. It's not many fuel stops. So what did they do? This is what I mean about practicality. They just made a bigger plane. A bigger plane that can complete the trip in one shot. If the 225 could move a space shuttle, right? Let's just pretend that it could for some reason. It could move it further than a 747. Once again, see what I mean about practical design? There's a reason why Russian planes were built the way that they are, and it's certainly because they're stupid. They built them for different reasons. That plane was a better solution than trying to do something like this for them because they wanted to be able to fly Buran directly to Baikonur from where it was made. Air-to-air refueling. The Russians really never got that down, or the Soviets really never got that down, all systems. Hey, Taito. They never really did it in air refueling. And there's only one 747 variant that I know that's capable of in-flight refueling, and actually two if we really want to be technical. There's the 747 prototype, Spirit of Everett, which has refueling and fueling capability. So it could be fueled or it could refuel. And then VC-25, Air Force One. It's not Air Force One. The name of the plane is VC-25. VIP transport, which is C for cargo, 25. That's the Air Force designation. VIP transport 25A, VC-25. Give me back my plane. Yeah, we did have other ideas, Aqualex. I think that's an important footnote. We did have other ideas about transporting shuttles around. The 747 proved to be actually the most sane. They didn't want to need to build refueling stops almost specifically for the carrier plane to make stops. No, exactly. They built a plane that can just fly it directly in one shot. You want to know how they were moving Buran? They couldn't move Buran in one shot to Baikonur before. They were using another plane called the Atlant, or the Atlas. The Misashishev VMT. That's how they were moving it, and they had to move it in sub-assemblies. E4B might have it as well, Chris. That's actually a good point. I mean, we don't know. I'm pretty sure if we knew, we'd be on a list somewhere. Yeah, that's how they were transporting shuttle components, the VMT. They had to move Buran in pieces because there was no way to get it there. There's no infrastructure to get to Baikonur from Moscow. No highway, no canals, right? So they had to move stuff by plane. So you come up with very practical designs. Do you know if the PZL-M15 is a strange plane design? Yeah. This thing. Once again, purpose-built. It's a crop duster. That plane was built to be a low-cost crop duster. It is a very strange design. Jet-powered biplane twin fuselage. Or, yeah, a very strange design. Cool plane, though. Yeah, that's proof that you can do some despicable things with aerodynamics and get anything to fly. Chris, I don't have any classified information on the Doomsday plane. Repost. The Russians tried to make a Harrier. They failed miserably. The Yak-38 was garbage. Telling you, Nader, the Harrier is one of the smartest, most ingeniously designed built planes ever. It's so ridiculously well thought out. Like, it's kind of scary. All right. How are we doing on our fuel export? Good. Air is tougher than one would think, and the Navier-Stokes equations will probably remain unsolved. Yep, that's the killer with aerospace, any aerospace design, guys. There's no quantifiable math to understand how air flows over a wing. We can approximate, but nothing eliminates real-world testing. That is the plight of aerospace engineering. It's these equations called Navier-Stokes. Navier-Stokes equations... Let me put it to you like this. If someone finds a way to quantify, to solve Navier-Stokes equations, they will make trillions of dollars. Trillions with a T. Navier-Stokes equations are what is thought of as the way to figure out how exactly, with like 99% accuracy, how air is going to flow over a surface. We can only approximate it in certain capacity with simulation, right? We can only kind of guess, and that's what CFD is. It's just kind of a guess. I'm gonna put a road there so the trucks don't, the construction trucks don't get in the way of my exporting trucks. Speaking of F4, we still need to do DCS. Oh yeah, Pilot Rio. Yeah, sometime, dude. On my list of things to do. Yeah. So very much the kind of dirty little secret is that the aerospace industry is just like Kerbal. Eventually you just build something, and you know, you can kind of check to see if it works, right? But you build it and then you hope your test results were accurate to your simulations. Our simulations are never going to be 100% accurate. Well, I shouldn't say that. You never know. But yeah, right now our simulations will never... Currently, right now in the modern era, our simulations are never going to be like super 100% accurate. Interestingly enough. How's our city doing? Very good, very good. You really won't have much time until the fall. Okay. Which is why X-Planes are still a thing. Bingo. Yep, that's right. I'm reassigning all my dump trucks because they got, yeah, see, we got them, we got the depot rebuilt. Tu-142. Cool. Tu-142 is a Tu-95, a passenger plane Tu-95. Drove there. Well, it's unreachable. Whatever. So X-Planes are the USA's KSP? You tell me. I would say, yeah. Yeah, that is exactly what you think it is. They were trying to find ways to do what a V-22 does before a V-22. Honestly, I like the tilt wing more than the tilt rotor, simpler. You know what? I'm not going to disagree with that. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Coolest planes will always be the X-29 and the Su-47. Yeah, the X-29 and the Berkut. Yeah, the reverse swept. They figured out that reversing the wing is actually better. You get... I'm not going to say you get better aerodynamics. What this does is it makes you more maneuverable in certain scenarios. It also is a little bit more aerodynamically efficient. The reason why is because a reverse swept wing has the air. So on swept wings, guys, the air likes to move sideways over the wing, which is why on certain swept wing designs, like take a look at a MiG-15. MiG-15 has these things on it, these fins on the wings. Those are called wing fences. That is to keep the air moving over the wing front to back, because when the air goes over this, it sometimes wants to go sideways. Okay. Another way to combat that is if you look at like a 737-800, and this was a NASA contribution to aerodynamics, by the way. See the winglets? The winglets prevent air from going sideways off the end of the wing and cause drag. Yeah, those little winglings on the outsides of the wing keep the air moving over the wing in one direction. That and wing fences, right? So with a reverse swept wing, you don't need to worry about that because instead of the air moving sideways over the wing, on a reverse swept wing, the air actually moves in. It follows that stripe right there. See that? Interestingly enough. Right? That's weird. That's something, once again, we couldn't figure that out, like, unless we went and did it. It was really, like, you're not going to figure it out. So, the interesting thing about this, in Winter, you say those are your favorite planes, but if you look at an F-22, that information did not go unnoticed. If you look at an F-22, look at the back, look at the edge of the wings. Look at the wing tailing edge. Wings aren't, like, triangular shaped anymore. They're not like a right triangle. They're more of an equilateral triangle. The reverse edge on an F-22 is reverse swept. See what I'm talking about? It's like two reverse swept wings meeting together. Obviously, one is at a slightly different angle. The leading edge is a little bit more angled than the tailing edge, but that idea was not for nothing. They learned from the X-29 that if you sweep the rear edge of the wing, you can increase maneuverability. Diamond shaped, yeah, that would be a good way to say it. Yeah, see? The back edge, it's curved. Well, not curved, it's sideways. See what I'm talking about? It's not like a perfect delta, it's kind of like shifted like that. Diamond wings, dude. Look at the F-23. That was the plane that was competing with the F-22, by the way. Look at its wings. Crazy, right? The new Glen Mass simulator is in port, likely for testing for the breakover fixture. Cool. F-35 has the same thing, that's right. Yep, see? That's a great plane, dude. I don't give a frick what anybody says. It's a great piece of equipment. People used to hate the F-35. I remember 10 years ago we were talking about it. I had to ban talking about the F-35 in chat because everybody just wanted to whine about how expensive it is. There's a reason why it's expensive. Because you get what you pay for with aerospace engineering, not gonna lie to you. I mean, Hokey, yeah, it is expensive, dude. But once again, just like SLS, we saw the total cost involved here. You try making one airframe that's good for 3 different things. Making one airframe for the Army, the Navy, and the Marines. That's not easy. I look at what the F-35 and over all of its variants can do, and I say, yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. The price makes sense. One size fits all isn't one size fits all wallets. You want the most advanced fighter around, or the advanced joint strike fighter around ever, right? And you want all 3 branches to use it. Can you imagine the systems engineering for that project? I'm actually, frankly, surprised it didn't cost double what it ended up costing, dude. I'm actually kind of like, really? That's all? That's all? For a plane that does all that? Okay. Like, that is a hell of an engineering project, dude. Air Force, not Army. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, you know what I mean. Sorry. Misspoke. So my mentor may or may not have worked on the radio systems on the F-35 at one point. Right on. Okay, you know, my mentor had a mentor that worked on the radio systems on the F-35 once too. That was a compliment. Yeah. That was a very underhanded compliment, but hey, whatever. You get what I'm trying to. I'm trying to say you're a mentor. You gave me the book. Give me the book. Not forgotten this, child. Give me the case, child. Give me the case. No way, you psycho. Give me the case, child. Could you imagine if the USAF was smart enough to build 700 F-22s? Dude, there's no way that setting up the F-22 production line to basically crank out 700 plus fighters and scaling your industrial base for that is, and then canceling it after making like 120 fighters will ever be as expensive as restarting the F-15 production line with a new EX model. There's no way that continuing with an existing production line was somehow more expensive than starting up another one. There's no way. I'm sorry, I don't believe that. Right? Like that's just silly. You know, they shut down the F-22 production line because they're like, we don't need this, it's too expensive. And then after that, they promptly realized, oh crap, we actually need to start replacing fighters soon. And we just shut down our new fighter line. Let's start up another one. Only let's just take the F-15 and put all the F-22 components in it and then just call it a new name. That's what happened. That's what the F-15EX is. So, yeah, we spent money for 2 production lines that pretty much do the exact same thing and paid twice the money for a fighter that's... Look, F-15EXs are good, but they're not an F-22. But I do love the F-15. Yeah, I mean, of course. F-15s are great. I'll take F-22s, thank you. The F-22 is... yeah, Emery, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. Yeah, F-22s are on another level of crazy. Like, in a good way. It's an insane piece of equipment. Nothing can top that, and nothing will top that thing for a long time. You just need 100,000 warthogs and we take out any country. Now you're speaking my language, man. Last. The EX is the Saudi Arabian variant, aka the SA. Yeah. But they restarted the F-15 production line for other purposes. I'm pretty sure they restarted it. What's the name of the modernized one then? I forget the name. That one dude on Twitter thinks the J-20 is better than the F-22. Here's the thing, Nova. I never like, oh, this fighter is better than this fighter, or this plane is better than this plane. One, first and foremost, it comes down to pilot skill. If you have an inexperienced pilot in an F-22 and an extremely experienced pilot in an F-4, the guy in the F-4 is going to win. Sorry, he's going to win. Pilot training is a vital component that people do not take into account when they compare aircraft. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, you know, you argue like, oh, who's gonna win, a BF-109 or a Spitfire? It comes down to pilot skill. Those planes are pretty damn comparable. If you look at conflicts where, you know, the fighter technology was kind of on par, like the Korean War. You look at the F-86 versus the MiG-17. Those are very comparable planes. It just came down to pilot skill. Right? Pilot skill is huge. It's something that people don't take into account a lot when they factor in their judgment. A very experienced, trained F-22 fighter, it will beat anything. He'll beat like a guy that has like 1,000 hours of seat time in an F-22. You're not going to You're not going to beat that. I'm sorry, you're just not. The F-22 can dogfight, and it can dogfight better than pretty much anything. But you got to remember that the F-22 has standoff capability. If you got into a dogfight, you're not using an F-22 correctly. But that ability is there in case you need it. The F-22 is designed to eliminate any threat before it even gets there. With longer range missiles, the system is designed to engage at longer ranges, so you don't get into a dogfight. Isn't the F-15 one of the fastest fighter jet currently in operation? I don't know. It really comes down to pilot skill. I don't think that one plane is particularly better than the other. That's like saying, oh, this hammer is better than that hammer. Well, if I have a hammer and a Finnish carpenter has the hammer, then who's better? Which is the better hammer? You know what I mean? Hey, Chief. I'm doing good, man. How are you? Tourist program. Yes. The reason why the Russians decided to go with ground-based air defense systems, can't develop an air dominance fighter. There you go. And once again, BB, that feeds back into exactly what I'm saying. Certain Russian planes aren't comparable. They weren't built for the same reason. They were built to try to get a leg up on another system, right? So if you compare, like, say you're in 1991, you compared Soviet ground defense systems to American ground defense systems, the Soviet systems are better because they're designed to combat our better air systems. See what I'm saying? It's important to learn and understand that context, especially when you're like, I always try to do this every time I'm explaining something to you guys. Understand the context of why something was built the way that it is. You got to get inside the mind of the person that designed it. That's really, really important. I'm happy the F-35 actually ended up okay. It was delayed and burning so much money. I expected it to be complete that would get immediately canceled. Complete disaster that would get... Yeah, Saul, that's what a lot of people thought for a long time. And then they started flying, and it's just like, damn, that thing's sick. I'm telling you, dudes, I saw an F-35B fly around at the Miramar Air Show in 2019. My jaw was on the floor. That plane is flying around like a damn mosquito, right? It's flying around like a freaking mosquito, and then, like, seriously, it just looks like a dragonfly moving around, like, and then it just stops and whoop, lands. I'm like, what the hell just happened? The F-35B is the Marine Corps variant. It can take off vertical, dude. It's unbelievably cool. Like, that's just straight impressive engineering. Of course the Marines get the most legally insane version of the F-35. Yeah, of course they do. Why wouldn't they? Anyway. Dollar is doing really well. We are not doing well in the ruble. We gotta fix that, like, quickly, or else we're just gonna keep hemorrhaging it. What's killing us on the import of resources here? Clothes. Clothes and steel. Clothes, steel, and electronics. Yeah. The fuel would be low-hanging fruit. That would be really easy for us to get, but we could eliminate that from our... But we'd have to build a... We'd have to build a highway over here so we could get fuel there. Water and power systems over here are pretty much good to go. Yeah, it would just be building a city out here. I think what I'm gonna do, guys, is move all my construction stuff and my repair depot, move all the equipment, build new depots over here. Yeah, I think that would be the right move. Though the flight decks of the amphibious assault ships had to be redesigned because the F-35 exhaust was too hot. Yeah. Small price to pay for the capability, though. That's relatively easy redesign comparatively to getting the F-35 working, though, Daw, wouldn't you say? Okay, I'm gonna build out new construction facilities over here. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And we got to start building out a city. Building out a city to see if we could start offsetting the cost of the damn ruble. I'm gonna make sure that my resources here, they're pulling, I do not want them pulling resources from Korvarud. Pull them from Galekli, which is a NATO border, because we're profitable. I'm gonna finance a city over here that's going to give us ruble export. I'll finance it on the dollar because the dollar is profitable right now. I don't think that thing needs any resources from Galekli, but... Actually, I think one of the biggest mistakes that I made is not building out over here after I made the bridge. We should have started building a city. Move all stuff that's going to pull resources from that border over to that construction depot. No. We can keep the hauling depots here for now. I was gonna say, no, unload. Okay, I have another labor depot over here. Okay. They're pulling from Galactic, okay. Excellent. Alright, so all this is going to be financed on the dollar. And you know what? Save some cash right now. We'll just use what we have. Okay, so what I need to do here is build out a substation. And I have the design for a good substation over here that we can use as a blueprint. That right there. That has electrical and sewage built into its design. And we can go into terrain tools here, use the clone tool, we can copy it. Bring it back over to Revue here and find a home for this thing. There we go. Now what we do is I take my underground lines right here. See that as a pass-through switch. So this is a new city that I'm going to build to start getting us to make money on the ruble here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 line outputs here. So I find, once again, making all the straight parts of the line first is the best. Keep your wiring clean, dudes. Important. Now, for the inner two right here, probably get rid of that and get rid of that, and then do something like this. There we go. Now over here, we're gonna need 4 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back that in there. Now over here, we're gonna need 2 lines. I don't like the radius on that. It doesn't match anything else. Isn't that nice? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Now let's just check the radius to our substation there. Because it's offset, it'll be able to basically get at anything on either side. If I built another substation right here, same exact design, you basically blueprint the entire area. But I'll just do this for now because I'll build the initial city up here. So what we'll do is get our electrical wires and how we're gonna have to set this up is, no, pipes are gonna be there. Huh, okay. So I think I'll put another substation over here. We'll put another one of these over here somewhere. Ooh, new boat. 22 cars. And a boat. How did you wreck a boat? Sometimes making the lines backwards is the right way to do it. So I'm going to want one line to go that way. Then the rest of these go another direction. Oh, the depot is backwards. That means I'd need to run pipes up here and run pipes that way. Ooh. Yeah. Might not be the best way to do that. It'd probably be better to put the depots on this side. Clone tool! Place those wires. Don't build them, though. Where's the clone tool? I need the clone tool! Die! Die! Hey, Jackery, what's up, man? Perfect. This one we can... There we go. Okay, now let's go back over and do electricity and let's change some things here real quick. All right, cool. So the reason why I redesigned that, dudes, is because the way I have this set up is it's designed to have the pipes drainage and water right here, the way I have it set up. And electricity, it doesn't necessarily matter. Usually what I like to do is put electricity on the opposite side of the road of the plumbing. Because, you know, having water and electricity near each other is always a good idea, right? I don't think it makes a big difference in this game, but, you know, we're playing on realistic mode, so let's do it realistically. So that being said, the power harness for the entire city should probably go this way. I mean, I want it in the middle of the road, but we need to connect it there. And then we're obviously, you know, down the road, we're going to have more substations down here. And it is also switched power, so there's a substation there, but I can keep going with the line too. That's an important thing. So this kind of maximizes the usability of this. I'd say maybe we'll get plumbing figured out before any of this. We need a water line output there, and then we also need a sewage depot. We need a sewage depot down here. I'm gonna pause the game. Does anyone know if Starship IFT-5 is today? No. The Flight 5 is a little ways out, Humble. I'd probably say sometime later in August. I mean, there's nothing stacked on SpaceX's orbital launch mount right now, so I'm pretty sure we're not going to see that anytime soon. It's going to take some time. Like, I mean, dude, just look at it for what it is, right? Like, you know, you're probably not going to see a launch anytime soon, considering the rocket that's going to launch needs to be on the launch pad to launch, right? And it's not on the launch pad. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, SpaceX isn't going to give us a precise date until they're absolutely sure, and they're only going to be absolutely sure when they finish the testing, right? God, I love this. Now, why did I do this? I'm building a pond for a Stalinator. What's a Stalinator, you might ask? You're about to find out. If you dig down deep enough in this game, you'll get to sea level. And this is where I always make a retention pond for sewage. There we go. The pond of Stalin and Lenin. Yep. this is where all the sewage goes from the city. That's why we have to put it through my sewage dump, which is called I call it the Stalinator. It's a very patented design. You know, it just spews out crap all the time. That's why I call it the Stalinator. So now we go into sewage, we go into the discharge. It gives us the terrain that we need to flatten for the right height for my Stalinator. Right? And then we... There we go. Boom! Instant Stalinator. Gotta extend the road a little bit so the footpath can get to it. Hold on one second. We're gonna need to flatten the terrain a little bit. Right here, I need to build out some roads. Now, I'll show you why I'm doing it this way in a second. Once again, the game is all paused while we're doing this. You don't want to screw this up. You want to build out 5 roads, and the reason why is because you connect this road to that road, and then hold right click, it'll make a grade for you, right? The excavators will auto grade for you, and then just get rid of it, right? And then you do that with the center road. And the reason why I'm doing it, why I'm making it 5 wide, is so we have a nice, good, big right of way. Connect center road to center road, hit right click. You know, it didn't take much for that one. Now go over here. Now you could do this with the runway tool too, but this way also works. I already had the roads set up, so it's just easier to make this happen this way. But once again, the reason why I do the side, like I do 5 roads wide, even though the road's going to be 3 lanes wide, is so you have a good threshold on either side for your road. Now, see, I made that road over there, and that one's not good enough. We're going to need to go in here and get some flattening action going on there. You guys are still talking about fighters. Damn, dude. Not even mad. Connect that one to the 5th road. Watch, see? Now it grades almost perfectly for you. Now, what I like to do after I do that, just to make sure, because see there's a little bit of waviness in the terrain, is get your smooth tool and just small AoE, area of effect, on the smooth tool. Just make the lines straight.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just get in here with a little brush and just play. Now, when you go to make the road, go center road, outer road to outer road, other outer road to other outer road. Now you have a perfectly sloped road. Now the reason why I did that, why I wanted to finish the road, is so we could have an access road. So we can delete our 2 threshold roads. We're only using that threshold. But see how now you have a lot of space on either side? And now the road is perfectly flat. It's not like bumpy. You can make a really nice road this way. Happy little lines. Just, yep, yeah, happy little lines. Gotta get in there and just gotta play. And now you're gonna have a happy little stylinator. There you go. Okay. Happy little stylinator. Perfect. And what I'll eventually do is flatten bits and pieces of this terrain. We'll cut it, and the whole city will look like a staircase. I thought that was... there's no particular reason for doing that. I just thought it'd be a cool idea. Now what we got to do is start running our plumbing. Plumbing and sewage work off gravity feeding, guys. So the other reason why I stepped the whole city down to the river is because we could just start with sewage up here, and we don't have to worry about ever not having the right slope for stewage. Stewage? Somebody's making stew? Somebody making poo stew? Now the plumbing, we just gotta... I already have my plumbing facility ready to go up here, but we'll work on that in a second. It's not sending a source because nobody's purifying the water. Okay, so now up here... what we're gonna do is... center the road there, center the road there. Actually, no, hold up. Let's go in here, construction. I like the 12 truck construction depots. The reason why I like them is because it's the most efficient use of surface area. It's the most efficient use of space. Most trucks per area footprint. So like if you look, I noticed this. Put down a 24, right? So that's 24 vehicles, right? And then you put down, look, see? You could put down 3 12s in almost the exact same amount of space. And you could have more construction vehicles in a smaller spot. Now, I'll give you the reason why I'm doing this is gonna take a second, but you'll get the idea. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 construction depots is what we have over there. That should be good. And what we could do is add another 12 for labor construction. For construction labor. So all the vehicles that are going to bus people around. Actually, no, that's too close. Let's dig the other way. I'll tell you why I want to do that in a moment. Because that's not the road. It's going to be a 3-wide road. Can't you just use a free one for labor? I usually do, Simon, but I don't think I have any free construction labor depots. Yeah, I'm already using them because I'm building out 3 cities. This is the 3rd one. I have 2 other cities that are already being made. I'll have to go through and kind of audit and figure out where stuff is, right? But yeah, that's the idea. Hey, Lig,
Go at throttle up.
14 months. Thanks, man. So, here's what we're gonna do. Eventually, we could put another one in there, but... Alright. Here's what we need. We're gonna have all of our construction depots, and I think I'll do a road depot, a big road depot over here for municipal vehicles. It'd probably be good for technical services, for garbage, and a logistics depot as well. But we got to think about the design for your kind of municipal, for your DPW, I suppose. Because we need the maintenance facility. And we need to make sure that everything is in range of that maintenance facility. See what I mean? Everything needs to be in range. So let's make our 3-lane road go all the way to here. Right? And now I'm going to see if we can get away with putting a main road or a maintenance road right here. Can the depots connect in? No, they can't. That's too close. Okay, so if we're going to do this, I can't do this exactly on a grid spot, which... Okay, that's good. That gives me all my construction depots ready to go. Now we got to figure out the repair depot situation. I want a large repair station here. I want to be able to put it where it has range on everything here. Just like that. So that has range on all of my construction depots. Okay, cool. That has range on all of my construction depots, but we also are going to need a regular road depot. Or at least that's what I want. I want a regular road depot. So put a road depot for 16 vehicles right here, right? That's also in range, so my repair depot will repair everything. Now we need technical services, just in case. Okay, we're gonna have to screw with the terrain a little bit here. You kind of want your whole thing centered around your damn repair depot. Because the more things that are in proxy to the repair depot, that means they don't have to send out a truck to go and maintain it. It'll just get maintained on an area effect. I guess the abstraction there is that, you know, the repair guys will just walk across the street and fix it. Oh, it's right there, you know, you fix it. And keeping your vehicles maintained is... I don't need to say why that's useful. Report is out on the V-22 crash in Japan. Causes gearbox failure. Which gearbox? There's like 5 of them. 3 actually. On a, yeah, 3. Which gearbox? There's the synchronizer gearbox, and then there's the reduction gearbox on a V-22. I've seen trucks go out and repairs drive in. Yeah, some trucks will. Yeah, you can tell them to search too. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Technical. And then we need to go into cargo. This row. Perfect. All right, this is going to be a pretty big city, which is why I'm planning big. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do here is, believe it or not, delete all the connections. I just needed to make sure that they work. I'll tell you why. Because if we go to upgrade this to a gravel road, right? If I have all these connections, all those connections are gonna, you're only gonna be able to make the road in increments, which is not what we want. So what I'll do now is go to Revue and tell them to pave that, or gravelize that road for now. The other things that I want them to do is actually pave this road. We gotta put a connector right there so trucks can get to it from both directions. Now, this right here is the reason why I have that dirt road in the center. See what I'm talking about? I have the dirt road in the center so trucks can, while the road is being paved, the dump trucks could deliver resources to the next road. And then, you know, you pave these roads, then they steamroll, and the pavers can move here, then they steamroll that. You can just basically move across in increments. This is why I do my roads 3 lanes wide. So, what we'll do, and now for the construction depot, you just need gravel. It doesn't necessarily need to be paved. I mean, it would probably be helpful. One fact remains clear. Gundam 22 suffered a catastrophic failure initiated by a crack in one of the high-speed pinion gears, which led to pieces of the high-speed planetary pinion grinding against the sun gear. Planet pinion grinding against the sun gear. This mechanical breakdown resulted in a cascading failure of the drive system, instantaneous asymmetric lift condition that was impossible to recover from. So that's the synchronizer. Well, hold on. Let me read that one more time. Gundam 22 suffered a catastrophic failure initiated by a crack in one of the high-speed pinions. Okay. Which led to pieces of that high-speed planet pinion. They have pinion gears in a planetary gear set. Oh. Grinding against resulting in castrated failure of the drive and simultaneous asymmetric lift. Yeah. Up here. That's a reduction gearbox gear. This is the only time where you'd use a pinion. You wouldn't have a pinion gear on the synchronizer as far as I can tell. So V22s have 3 gearboxes, guys. There's one here. There's the reduction gear because these are using turbo. It's a turboprop. So it's a jet engine that's blowing on a propeller, and that propeller, so the thrust from the jet engine goes through a reduction gearbox to gear it down. So it has more, you have more torque and less RPM. If you notice, helicopter blades don't spin very fast comparatively to a propeller. But with the V22, you get a complicated scenario because you needed to do both. You needed to simultaneously be a propeller engine and a helicopter engine. So there's a custom-made planetary gear set, planetary reduction gear set in here that's designed to be able to operate at variable RPM. Because with the propeller, you need to be going you need to spin a lot faster than you do when you're in helicopter mode, right? And you also need to be able to pitch the blades. The pitch angle on the blades needs to be insane, but that's another story. If they're talking about asymmetric thrust, you know, there's a reduction gearbox here and a reduction gearbox here. The third gearbox is in the top right here. It's over the top of this. Now, the one over the top is a synchronizer. If you notice this picture, obviously it's a picture of a V-22 flying. The blades are perfectly synchronized. See, that blade is there, that blade's there, that blade's pointed out, that blade's pointed out, that blade's kind of pointed back, and that one's kind of pointed back. They are perfectly synchronized. If you get rotor desync with this, the V-22 will just rip itself in half. It wouldn't do what was described there, it'll just rip itself to shreds. These blades have so much moment. If you have even a slightest bit of desync, the angular precession of each blade will cancel each other out, and the thing will basically turn into a slinky. Yeah. Yeah. The moment from these blades has enough torque to rip that wing completely off if it gets desynced. The only way the V-22 works is if the angular precession of each one, so one, they're spinning contra-rotating to each other, right? Like this. One has angular precession that wants to go out and the other this way, and the other one has one that wants to go that way, right? The only way that this thing works is if they stay in perfect synchronization, right? So the angular precession, the angular momentum forces from these get canceled out. Angular precession, that's what it is. So having a gearbox, having your synchronizer gearbox fail isn't necessarily going to cause an asymmetric thrust. It'll cause torquing because the blades will start to desync, right? Maybe even a little bit. You could still land it. Not the best idea, but you could still do it. Causing instant asymmetric thrust, though, is one of these gearboxes. It's one of those guys up there. Instant asymmetric thrust indicates that one of the engines, the planetary gear set, the reduction gear, quit. Yeah. Read chat. No, I decided I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'll just get back to work. Isn't this thing extremely dangerous to operate? It requires a lot of maintenance, Ando. A lot of maintenance is needed. V-22s need a lot of maintenance. It's every time one of those things takes off, that synchronizer takes a beating. The idea, so why do you have the synchronizer? Like I said, because of the angular precession, canceling each other out, but also that gives you engine out capability. So if you lose an engine, one engine can power two rotors. The V-22 is tremendously overpowered in that regard. The two turbojets that are on there, or the turboprops that are on there, are C-130 engines. They're very, very strong for a vehicle that size. The V-22 has insane power to weight for this exact reason. So one motor could drive two propellers, and the thing doesn't do that, but, you know. Okay, so I started to tell them to make those roads. We have a good construction maintenance area figured out over here, with plenty of room to expand should we need it. Now we got to figure out the plumbing. So, water is going to come from up here. One of my rules about building pipes is that it's ABS. Always be switching. So my rule of thumb is that anytime you have a corner, switch it. Reason why is because it's hard to future-proof this stuff. This is the best way to do it if you need to expand, because I don't know what the city's going to look like eventually, so add a switch. Makes sense. Now, what I want to do here is make this line run parallel to the fence right there. Reason why is because if I ever need a second water tower for capacity, I can have that as an expansion, and we could build out. We could expand this way for another water tower and have a pipe go over here. Or it could go, you know, underneath over there like that. Not like that, but you get the idea. So, yeah, always be switching. Sewage and water. Do it all the time. Do it. Johnny Red, neat, okay? Do it. Do it. Guardian Cola, do it, do it. What's that, NASA Man? The anti-bowl crap system. Sure. Yeah, we could call it that too. Switches don't take much. They're a little bit of concrete and a teeny weeny bit of steel. It's a good price to pay for the future proofing, I would say. Well, that's where I'll make my main water line. My switch is backwards in this design. Hang on, we just need to make some modifications locally to the plumbing. Okay. I think my sewage pipe might be going in the wrong direction as well. Yeah, of course it is. The reason why is I built this wherever I built this, right? Wherever I built this, I had the plumbing going in the opposite direction. It's an easy fix, though. Just instead of the footpath going this way, it's just mirrored. Okay, so all my electricity is going to be right there, so let me do something. The first thing I'll do is make a sewage line there, or a water line here, and then when I have it stop right there, build a second one next to it, and build another one right there. Now the reason why I did that is so
Discovery, go at throttle up.
we have the first pipe is basically being used as a ruler. So we can make sure that our line is going in the correct direction. See what I did? I used it as a ruler. And now we can go back, and there we go. Cool. Send it, and then just get rid of the ruler line. Hey, Hypersonic! Happy sub day. What's up, dude? Now, the cool thing is that you could do the same thing with the sewage line. But the sewage line basically starts right here. I could have the sewage line come up here somewhere, but that's future-proofing. my sewage will start here. So what I want to do with the sewage line is go into plumbing, go here, and then once again with F4 you can with F4 you can attach the sewage lines. Hey, Titan. Titan's awake. Yeah, we got a little bit of a problem. The sewage line is going to need to change. Yeah, it's... We're having trouble with the sloped lines. Hold on. That was a good idea, but I'm gonna redo how my pipes are set up. I'm gonna redo that. I don't particularly... It's the hill. The hill is screwing me up. Because the sewage line can't go uphill unless you put a pumping station. Hey, buddy. Hey, how you doing? Hi, Pipper. This is my good boy. Guys, he's my good boy. He's my good boy. Hey, how you doing, Papa? How you doing, buddy? 100% purebred, good boy. Oh, hi, doggy. Oh, hi, Titan. You're my favorite customer. Ah. Dogs are the best. Yeah, that's right, man. I might want to put this on this side, just because I'll have the pipes come down, and then they'll connect in on level ground, and then they'll go downhill again. That would be preferable for the sewage. Yeah. That would be good for the sewage, but, yeah. Alright. Bye-bye. Go away. Like it never happened. If I recall, field control when deleting, you don't get the dialogue. Oh, okay. You know how to talk dog with the huffs and sneezes, right? I don't want to know. I don't know how to do that, and I don't want to know how you know that either. Nader, I'll be 100% candid with you. You guys can talk about fighter planes in my chat, whatever you want. Normally, I get annoyed when that's going on, like if what I'm saying is not what's going on in chat, but no, you know what? I'll make a little bit of an exception with fighter planes. Fighter jets, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, my bulldozers are refueling, so we're gonna have to let the game play for a little while. I was gonna see how that played out. Yep. All right, so I told them to go and paint that. Guys, we're not doing good on the ruble. That's really bad. Yeah, not good. Not great, Bob. Let me check something. Clothes, buying and selling at 22. Wait a minute. Hold on a second, dudes. I'm making clothes over here, and we're making them right there, and I'm just exporting them off. What is my biggest import? Import of resources on the ruble. Last month. What was my export of rubles last month? So I'm importing fabric and exporting clothes. Let me just check something. We're importing fabric. Fabric is importing at 621, and we're exporting clothes at 2,000. So we're making 1,500 bucks off every ton. And our total export of resources last month, we exported 14,000 rubles of clothes, right? And what did we import? We imported last month 10,000. Yeah, okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go into cargo here. Yeah, see what we're doing? We're gonna make a warehouse right here. And we're gonna have a warehouse for clothes. I will tell my distros to get clothes from here, and I'll tell my line we'll put clothes on, export clothes on distribution, so they'll only export when this is above a certain amount. That way we'll always have clothes. Hi, Titan. Hey, buddy. Yeah, I mean, that's just wasting fuel, basically. It's not that we're losing 10,000 and gaining 10,000. It's just wasting fuel. That's what that's doing. Why not make the fabric as well? We need crops, chemicals, water, and power to do that. Fabric would end up using more fuel, exactly. Whatever, it's fine. So this way will save us fuel, and that 4,000 in profit of clothes, right? Yeah, we'll only use it when we need it. The other thing that we have to worry about is over here. Our waste is filling up. That was at 77% when we started today. We got a little bit of a problem. How's the refinery doing? Refinery is actually super good. I'm exporting small amounts of fuel and I'm exporting all my bitumen. And we are making a good amount of cash. We're way profitable on the dollar. Like, way profitable. We're doing very good. Now, the reason why I just moved that waste truck, I told them to go down to a new workplace, is because I need... So first of all, custom line is no good. Warsaw packed garbage export. Add that vehicle and tell them to start on that route. Do the same thing with that guy down there. They tell that truck, get the line. How are your loans looking? Dollar is definitely up there, but the way we're going, we'll have that paid pretty damn fast. The ruble is, we're in trouble. Like, we are in big trouble. I have to hope that my dollar exports for fuel and oil are enough now to keep the ruble afloat. Or keep us alive until profitable ventures rise. What would be actually really good is a way for me to get fuel, just fuel, to a Warsaw Pact border. That could be problematic. The closest border to Al-Galin right now is Sanaa. That's the closest one. So building a highway that connects the two together with a railroad track as well would be the best way to do this. Unfortunately, that's where the oil deposits are. Now, that right there is the big reason why I wanted to build this city out over here in Corvarude, because if I build out a city here and we get a city up and running, I can do exactly what I did over there. We can get a power plant working, right? Or we could set up a refinery over here, which is probably what I'll end up doing. What we will end up doing. Yeah, the power plant or a refinery, either one. Taito. Because it's better stuff, Ando, but yeah. Seems to make sense as long as you can get the labor. I think a good offset would be power, because, yeah. Power was inconsequential. Yeah. Okay. What's up, buddy? What's up, Paparino? Right, more. Polo Chub, hello, comrade. How are you? No, Titan, no. Oh. Hold on some cables. I'm still live, right? Right? I'm still live. Everything's good. Heads up, pal. Hey, buddy. Am I still alive, dudes? Titan pulled on the cables, drummer. Now he's just very confused. Like, wait, what did I just do? Yeah? Okay, we're good. Still live over on YouTube? The reason why I'm worried about it is because this keyboard is plugged into the USB hub on the back of my streaming computer. We all know how that ended last time we messed with the USB hub on the back of that computer. Narrator. Didn't end well. No, this towel is not your Chewy toy. Okay. Probably get that out of the dog zone. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, moving some cables around. Give me 1 second. Okay. Another useful thing in the game is mixed waste generated by mines consists of partial construction waste, and construction waste can be converted after 2 steps into not an insignificant amount of steel. Oh. What the heck moves hazmat, dudes? Waste trucks. Hey, no wonder they weren't pulling. How come they're not filling up? How hot is it? 86 Fahrenheit at 57 humidity. It's pretty damn hot in here. It's 30 C at 58. Drummer outside 92. Hey, relax. It's 92 outside. Feels like 102. They don't have any mixed waste, though. Oh, metal scrap. Or, no. This is one of the most miserable days of summer thus far.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Huh. That's weird. Okay, I had to jog their memory, I guess. Cool.
What? What's up, buddy? What's up, Pupperino?
Titan wants to let you guys know that he's...
Mom, mama, mom, 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 mama, mama, mom, mom, mama, mom, mom. Come here.
So I can see. Crazy popper. I got you in a headlock, buddy. Now what? Come on, show me them teeth. The piranha puppy? Yeah. Your piranha puppy. Yeah. Titan, I'm training him to not do that. And it's the Titan. Yeah. Oh, crap, that's a cat. That's a cat, dude. This is a dog. You're getting confused. You have a piranha kitten. This is a dog right here. Any dog that's less than 40 pounds is a cat, and cats are useless. Ron Swanson. See this is a dog. This is a dog right here. See this dog? This dog? Dude, this dog has teeth that could break a metal bar in half. Yeah, buddy. He's a good boy. Get up here. Come on. Get up here. There you go. Look at this boy's teeth. Look at that. See that? That's a dog right there. Like intruder in the house, he's gonna bite his leg off. This dog is 60 pounds. Titan is 60 pounds. About 28, what is that, 28 kilos? He's a big boy. What the non-phone doing? What's up, man? I love my small dog. You can stuff it? He wants me to stuff it. I'm not a calzone, okay? Where's the technical services? There we go. The route is set to load 100% full. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Joker, it's working now. Yeah, I have to do that. I switched all my dump services to the dump that they're actually emptying, even though there's less space. I switched all the surfaces there because it'll be empty quicker. So I have my localized garbage, right? And then I have regional garbage right here. That's what that truck is doing. He's moving that stuff out. The reason why is because, well, that didn't get finished. Because I had a sign that said no trucks down here. This construction of my incinerator facility is quite delayed. But in the future, what we'll have is, you know, the dump trucks will drop stuff off here, we'll burn it, and then we can export the ashes. This thing will chew through that stuff. I haven't done waste sorting yet, no. Too many criminals. Always too many criminals at this house. Do not rent to these kind of people. I had an idea about what I wanted to build here, but I'm not 100% sure what that was. Oh, the underpass is almost done. Right here is precisely why you always be switching. Because we're not in range of a water substation. But if I put one right here, it should be okay. Okay. This depot is going to need vehicles, so... You know what? I might... What type of vehicles is it looking for? It's looking for covered. I might have an extra covered vehicle up here. Yes, we do. We have an extra B1000. Perfect. You go down there. And then... I don't know why I have a garbage truck here for distro. Send that broken piece of junk right there. Move that guy to the technical services. Oh, it's broken. That's why I put it there, because it's broken. That's covered. All right, cool. Now let's just see if we have another covered vehicle just lying around here. I don't think we do. All right, I'll buy one real quick. You know what? I'll send a Mack truck over here. It's gonna take a second for him to get over here, but it's also gonna take a second for that repair depot to get up and running, so I'd rather spend money on the dollar. Facing the wall. Hello. Grab, you know I'm just messing. It's a nice dog. Nice doggo. Those underpasses are taking some time, huh? I'm gonna take the underpasses off of construction labor because you can assign construction labor to them. People will just go to them. That'll prioritize that road and another flat being made over here. You should always be expanding a city. Because eventually people are gonna have bebe, and bebe is not gonna have any place to live. You think you might do a PC refresh sometime? Yeah, 95, maybe, in the future. I think we said we didn't want to do a PC refresh because we were waiting on the 14th gen processors, 14th gen i7s. I think. Getting rid of that place. We'll put something else there. There we go. You got a 7800 X3D recently. Cool. Cool. Build a nice place here. Yes, build the very nice. You build the dump as well. Very, very good. Very nice. Okay, cool. Did the movie theater ever get made over here? Now Galin? Nope. Nice. Place is starting to get pretty respectable like. There's nothing to worry about, big fella. It'll run in... Okay. 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 Yep, nope. Yep, make, I didn't hear nothing. Hakmene Haktoa! Forecast for NG21 and Starling. Okay, I got him. Thank you. There was a bunch of houses here. One of them caught on fire, and my I have a agency called the Bureau of Asbestos Lining Limits, or BALS for short. BALS actually found that there was asbestos in all these buildings after one burnt down, so we demolished all of them and relocated the people into the apartment building down the street. You know, as one does. There was too much, yeah, Bureau of Asbestos Lining Limit. So kind of you. Well, they have a nice place. This is a nice place, yes. I did that because they needed to be closer to the bus stop so I can get them to go to work. Not gonna lie to you. Oh, nice, these are done. Cool, so we want this one holding... Store bitumen, store fuel, store fuel. Now we go into Garawi construction and make the pipes. Make the pipe. Laughing pipes. Have you got a fire station near this? Closest one is right there. But, you know, it would probably be a good idea to put it near these resources. No reason. No, Skits and I had a save where I was playing this the other day, and the steel repository, the steel depot with 230 tons of steel burnt down. And I got so pissed I alt F4'd out of the game and actually alt F4'd before it auto saved, so I kinda got a little bit lucky. We need more water. I saw, that's why I asked. Ah, okay. So yeah, you would be very much right to want a fire station here. The thing is, I'm not really sure how we're gonna get people to it. I'll just have a dedicated line. Tell Garawi Construction to go and sort that out. The other thing is, we should probably go and pave some of these roads. Saves coming by accident. No, I saved scum because I was pissed off and I didn't realize that I saved scum. I just quit out of the game because I was livid, dude. I was pissed. I don't understand how it's unreachable. I told them to go there. Guys, in another 15 minutes, I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna take the doggo for a walko. It's getting hot in here. It's kind of wondering if it's too hot for him. Walko. Ruble's in trouble. We're gonna have to. Ugh. Yeah, I'm filling my fuel stations over here with my own fuel make, yeah. Hey, Etel, what's up? Bananas is Tropico. This is Workers. I just looked at a resource flow chart for this game. This is Bananas. Yeah. That's why I like this game so much, Cass. It is a tough game. Tough game to play. Etel, how was the Menkakuo playthrough? I fell asleep last night. Etel's doing a Hearts of Iron playthrough where he played as quote-unquote Imperial China. And puppeting Japan. That still was funny. That made me laugh, dude. That was pretty good. What up, dude? We managed to take over mainland China, but we're at war with the rest of the world except the Soviets. That's a lot of coastline. Eesh. Yeah, we gotta refinance on the ruble again. Yeah. That's not good. Yeah, the U.S. already started the naval invasions. That's what I was gonna say, dude. That's a lot of coastline to defend. And the U.S. is gonna hit hard, right? We need to get profitable on the ruble fast. Yeah, learn them simultaneously, dude. Yeah, that's a great idea. I'm gonna need to make a different type of substation for this place. Yep, that is the resource flow chart, dudes. Yep. You know what? I'm keeping that teed up. That's gonna be useful. Oh, there's Babalio. Actually, I want to keep that teed up too. Oh no. Oh, okay. Close call. Whoa. Close call. All the construction trucks that are trying to build out the pipes are blocking my exports. That's the exact reason why I'm building this out, so we can have a dedicated fueling terminal. I can't make this go underneath lines. You can't make roads go underneath the... It will? Whoa, that's weird. Oh, it has to be like dead center, huh? Okay. I just thought this would look nice if we made it out of gravel. It's not being done for any particular reason. Just looks more legit, I guess. I don't know why. What happened to Great Britain if 50% of the land gets underwater? Did they change the name to Small Britain? Yeah. Oh. Weird. It's not picking up on a right-of-way. Why? I don't have like a stupid traffic sign or something here, do I? So those dump trucks that are here were dump trucks that I sent here from Al Sana over there when the construction office was burning down. I told them to drive here and they drove here, and now I'm telling them to drive back and they have no, there's no, it says there's no path. And it says that this is the closest point to the target destination that the vehicle can reach. That's weird. Maybe a save and a restart? No, they're... I mean, maybe. I don't... We'll see. No, that's... I missed something. Maybe I accidentally deleted something. This game usually doesn't have glitches that involve logic like that. You know? I don't think it's a bug. I think maybe I deleted a road by accident. Yeah. Gotta be a sign or something. There you go. That sign I put because I didn't want my water truck supplying water to the houses over there in rear. So I'll bet you it'll work now. The pathing in this game is like cold, hard, logical, you know? How's the waste doing? Listen, Commandant, simply dig big hole and bury trash. Never see again, big, no problem. I wish you could do that, but that's... Those dumps right there in town are basically the equivalent of that. Yeah. You have warned us. I've warned you of what? Nice. Oh, excellent. One of the pipes is actually finished. All right. I have a really stupid idea. What if we built a solar power? What now? That's an issue. That is a very big issue. Please. 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 Go fire truck. Please. But then again, if it burnt down... Oh. I was gonna say, if the frickin' thing burnt down, then, you know, you could rebuild it and maybe get our locomotive back. Oh, dang it. They put the fire out. Shoot. How many loans do you have? A lot. The dollar is profitable. We're good on the dollar. For now. Yeah. The ruble, we have big problems, though. Like, big problems. This settlement over here, Al Galin, is actually working really good. Gorbarud is pretty screwed and basically is operating at a complete loss, which, right now, which really sucks. We need to return this to profitability by building a transformer right here. I had a huge problem here because the stuff burnt down. If I can restore power back to my oil fields, we could start exporting oil again and make some money on the ruble. Because yeah, we got some pretty bad problems. We don't have any income on the ruble except for some clothes that I export periodically. There, told them to go and rebuild it. So what I'm doing is I'm building out the infrastructure here for a bigger city. Yeah, that's what we're trying to get done. Do we need a fire station over here also? Eventually, when the city gets built, yeah, we're going to. Gonna need one. Yeah, it's only 1969. Yeah, we're doing okay. That road is finished, so I'm going to reconnect all my regular roads in. So this is a bunch of construction depots. with a regular road depot, technical services, and a distro office, all centered around a repair area. I'm gonna probably get the distro working first, but let's pave this up before we do that. This is gonna need plumbing and sewage and whatnot. Okay. Okay, cool. So what I can do, we have some space right here. What I'll do is I'll build out a small area here. For the utilities. I like fencing them off. I think that's kind of cool. You don't have to do that. I think it's neat. It's just good for keeping organized, you know? Gate is too big. This is a smaller version of my substations that I make. Oh, that switch is not made correctly. Wrong directions. Why do I build so many switches in? Future proofing. Just in case anybody was wondering, future proof the hell out of this thing. Always be switching. Always. You know what, in this particular design, I think the switches can actually be reversed. I'm just changing the direction on the switches a little bit because this is where this is going to get an input. Right, and then we can always go that way. We can go that way with it. There should be another switch there. You know what? Let me just check something. Yeah, okay, that's fine. The way I had it should work. And now we can kind of go wherever we want with it by adding that extension piece right there. So with the sewage line, I want to go this way with it. Once again, you got to do most of your designing here while the game is freaking paused. Actually, no, that's not. That one is not facing in the right direction. The sewage line needs to turn here. Yeah, there needs to be another substation right here. But we also need electricity as well, so... and... we need to find the room for a small substation. Yeek. Not ideal, but it'll work. Is that in range of... oh, if it was right there, it'd be... yeah, no, this needs to go to the other side. Screw that. If we put it on the other side, everything gets powered. You put that there, give us a road there. I guess it wants me to leave that like that. Okay, hey Lee, what's going on, buddy? Thank you for the raid, dude. There. Was just about to finish for the day and had a 7.3 earthquake, so I loaded from autosave because I don't want to deal with that when I come back. Understandable. Very understandable, actually. Alright, now we need to just connect all the dang footpaths together. Cool. And then the last thing we do, right, is let's put a gate around this. Connect the road there, and then give me my fence tool. I like the Mar. You know what? I don't care. This one won't be fenced off. It's in the municipal area, so it should be fine. I have the road right there. That's why. And I don't want to connect that in because they're not finished paving that segment of road. We'll connect it in when it's finished. Cool. Are you making money yet? On the dollar, yes. On the ruble, absolutely, positively not. We are getting completely screwed. Not completely screwed, but yeah, not great, Bob. Not great. Yeah, the dollar's actually making some good cash. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm using my profits from the dollar to finance building this city so I could start exporting oil on the ruble and fix that. Not good. Not good. T-minus 5 minutes. Oh, yeah. So, at the top of the hour, I'm gonna go take the dog for a walk, and then we'll, He didn't hear me. I'll take him for a jaunt, and then we'll do some space news. There's pretty good amount of stuff to talk about. Actually, yeah, we got a plethora of space news today. Have you seen this? No, but I'll look into it. We'll check that out, Dead Crew. All right. Save. Maybe we'll play this for some after hours. I do have a meeting at 11 tonight, guys, but there's a Starlink launch after that, so I'll probably go, just zonk the stream out for a second and like what I'm about to do now, segment it out and go all the way to the launch. I think that would be a good idea. Okay, so we'll see what happens here. See if we can keep the profitability going some other time. Okay, give me about a half hour here. I'm gonna pull up a video, and it is time for the Space and Rocket review. Let me think, what's a good documentary? We haven't watched in a little while. Questionable. Raj just posted it. The missile knows where it is. Oh. You guys are going to watch this loop. I'm going to loop it, but yeah, because it's a shorter video, but this is a good one. Okay, both streams are retooled. Over for space news. Just Turbo Encabulator on repeat. For a number of years now, work has been proceeding on the crudely
Discovery,
conceived
go at throttle.
idea of not only providing inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but automatically synchronizing cardinal gram meters. Such an instrument is the Turbo Encabulator. Now, basically, the only new principle involved, instead of the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modal interaction of magnetoreluctance and capacitive directance. The base plate is the original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurring bearings were in a direct line with the pentametric fan. Every seventh conductor being connected to the non-reversible tremie pipe on the differential girdle spring on the up end of the Grammys. The Turbo Encabulator has now reached a high level of development and is successfully being used in the operation of Nofrotronians. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it. I'll be back in a second.
was a time when a meteor flashing through the sky struck man with a deep sense of wonder. Even today, man's reaction to a meteoric display is likely to jam the switchboards with reports of imminent invasion from space. But as heirs to the knowledge, disciplines, and apparatus of the scientific revolution, we are familiar with, and at least partially understand, the meteoric phenomena. A meteoroid traveling in space outside our atmosphere remains unseen by man, for the molecules in space are so dispersed that collision with them causes no visible effect. If its trajectory traverses the Earth's atmosphere, it becomes a meteor. Here it begins to collide with more molecules. These collisions become more and more frequent as the meteor descends into the denser air of lower altitudes, causing it to decelerate. Each collision converts some of the energy of motion into heat energy, and the heat continues to increase until the meteor itself becomes incandescent, scribing its visible path through the night sky. Destroyed in the atmosphere by this heating, most meteors present no danger to man. Now and then, one is large enough to survive its passage through the atmosphere to Earth. It is then called a meteorite, and some are very large indeed. Dr. Peter Parameter became interested in meteors early in his career, and once wrote a paper titled,
"A thermokinetic description of bodies in passage through a plastic medium of nonlinear density at random velocities and angles, which could be just about summed up with this equation."
With this equation, his fellow scientists and designers are able to explain the effects of atmospheric penetration on differing bodies, those with different ballistic coefficients, at various velocities and angles. For example, if two bodies of different weights enter the Earth's atmosphere with the same velocity and entry angle, both the heavy body and the light one will begin to heat up at the same time. But impacts of air molecules slow the light body sooner. This deceleration of the light body occurs at higher altitudes, while the heavier, more energetic body penetrates deeper before it reaches peak deceleration. The total amount of heat generated by the lighter one is less than that generated by the heavy one, whose larger mass gives it greater kinetic energy. Two identical bodies with the same velocity entering the atmosphere at different angles also will decelerate at different rates. The steeper angle causes a more rapid encounter with the dense air, resulting in more abrupt deceleration. The total heat generated will be the same for both bodies, but peak heating will be less for the shallow entry. With identical meteors entering at the same angle but with different velocities, the faster meteor, under heavier bombardment by air molecules, will have greater deceleration, generating more heat and at a higher rate. But Dr. Parameter is no longer merely an observer interested in understanding the phenomena of meteors. A meteor is just an aimless traveler in space. Doc finds himself now involved in designs with a purpose and an aim. A missile has a target, and a spacecraft has a destination, a journey's end. To these, Doc applies his knowledge. He knows natural phenomena, both of aimless meteor and aimed missile. He knows that as they traverse the atmosphere, they heat up. If the heating or deceleration of a vehicle is excessive, the mission is threatened. Man cannot change the laws of nature, so he must use his knowledge to work within those laws. Doc Parameter knows that the two natural enemies to successful atmospheric penetration are deceleration and heat. He can fight these enemies on two possible fronts. First, on the design front, by modifying the vehicle's shape and size relative to its weight. In other words, its ballistic coefficient. And second, on the program front, by altering the vehicle's trajectory, its velocity, its attitude, and its angle of entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Dr. Parameter is now ready to use his technology to plan a successful re-entry for an ICBM warhead. He knows that of the two natural enemies, deceleration and heat, high deceleration is not a problem with a warhead, but too much heat could destroy it. He first surveys the project on the program front. He knows that the re-entry velocities and angles are essentially set by the mission. But to reduce heat load, the velocity of the re-entry vehicle could theoretically be reduced by firing a retro rocket. On investigation, he finds that in order to decrease re-entry velocities sufficiently by this method, a retro thrust system would be required weighing many times the weight of the warhead. This method is out. He next considers the possibility of changing the re-entry angle. He knows that a shallow angle will lessen the peak heat load by stretching the heating over a longer period of time. But the total heat generated will be the same either way, and the vehicle could absorb even more heat during this longer re-entry. Furthermore, a shallow re-entry angle has other serious drawbacks. First, a shallow angle impairs accuracy by deflection in the atmosphere. Second, it affords more time for enemy interception. A steep re-entry improves the missile's chances of avoiding interception and of reaching its target with minimum atmospheric deflection. In this case, altering the program is not the answer to the heat problem. Dr. Parameter must attack the problem of heat on the design front. Logic would seem to indicate that fast travel requires a streamlined shape to slice its way through the air. At subsonic velocities, this is true, but at supersonic speeds, the moving vehicle displaces air molecules which bounce off, forming a shock wave. As speed increases, the shock wave becomes more severe, and heating increases. An ICBM will have a free-fall re-entry speed in excess of 23,000 feet per second. At this speed, the heat of molecular collision and friction, shearing of air molecules, is concentrated in a narrow zone along the surface of a streamlined vehicle. The heat generated may cause the temperature to exceed 15,000 degrees Fahrenheit. To combat this terrific heat, Dr. Parameter designs instead a re-entry vehicle with a blunt frontal area. The blunt shape creates its shock wave somewhat ahead of the vehicle. This occurs because the atmospheric molecules colliding with its frontal surface bounce back and intercept others coming in, setting up a kind of picket line in advance of the warhead. The peak heat is generated in this area away from the surface of the vehicle. Although the blunt shape decreases the peak heating of the warhead to half that of the streamlined shape, it will still heat up to 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit, much too hot for unprotected warhead structures. To further reduce heating, Dr. Parameter must find other techniques in addition to the blunt shape. His first solution is the heat sink. Use the blunt design and add a mass of heat-conducting metal large enough to absorb most of the heat generated during re-entry without melting before impact. It works, but he is not yet satisfied. The weight of the heat sink displaces more than 1/4 of the payload. Furthermore, the blunt design slows the missile, keeping it in the atmosphere a longer time, making it less accurate and easier to intercept. For the greatest accuracy and shortest time in the atmosphere, Doc knows that the streamlined shape is the best, but the heat sink cannot absorb and distribute the sudden extreme heat generated during the re-entry of a streamlined vehicle. Doc reasons,
If the heat cannot be absorbed, why not eject it as fast as it's generated?
the answer is ablation.
Ablation! Coat the frontal surface of the streamlined missile with layers of ablative material composed of fibers, resins, and ceramics.
This ablative coating protects the missile from the extreme heat in several ways. It is a poor heat conductor. Its surface gradually melts away, taking heat with it, and its vapor forms a thin insulating layer, deflecting some of the heat from the surface. The ablative principle combats the heat problem effectively and permits steeper re-entry angles while adding a minimum of weight. The streamlined missile, with its increased speed, affords the least possibility of interception and the greatest accuracy. It does produce a huge deceleration factor approaching 150 Gs. Fortunately, this poses no threat to a warhead. But for manned or other recovery missions, the G-load is a most important factor. For manned re-entry, this force should be held below 10 Gs. A shallow re-entry angle of about 1 to 5 degrees is the simple answer. The shallower the angle, the less the G-load. But this will be sustained over a longer period of time. This means a longer time at high speed through the friction of the atmosphere. Let's take a moment to see why this is not desirable. Dr. Parameter?
Thank you. Gentlemen, we have here a kettle of water. Heathcliff, we can use you in this experiment.
Oh boy, an experiment.
Thank you, sir. Now, if we may have another kettle of water and your stand-in. Thank you. Now we'll proceed with the experiment.
Experiment?
We'll add the same amount of fuel under each kettle, but alter the form of the fuel under one kettle to make it burn faster. We ignite both at the same time and compare the results. Splendid. I'd like to point out that the fast-burning fuel, although reaching its intensity quickly, exhausted itself quickly. The heat absorbed was negligible. The slow-burning fuel, on the other hand, gradually increases in intensity. It will generate the same total heat load, but over a longer period of time, and you'll notice more heat is absorbed. Wow! Thank you, Heathcliff.
Thank you, Dr. Parameter. So although the peak heat generated in the shallow re-entry is less, the capsule is in the heating regime for a longer time, and without the utmost protection would absorb an intolerable amount of heat. For manned re-entry, Dr. Parameter overcomes the deceleration enemy through program with the shallow angle, but he must combat heat on the design front. A blunt shape to cause a detached shock wave, a picket line against heat, and ablative materials for additional heat control. The doc is confident his new design will fulfill the requirements. Now to try it out. He wants low peak deceleration, so the shallow re-entry path is mandatory. This brings him down safely, if a little off target. To achieve some control and accuracy as well as safety, Dr. Parameter has been working on other design concepts, particularly shapes that produce lift. He knows that a ballistic missile is designed and programmed to hit a particular point on the Earth's surface. A manned ballistic vehicle with the same objective is much less accurate due to its design and long, shallow penetration. But a lifting vehicle, which is capable of descending at a still more shallow angle and with an extremely low deceleration rate, is able to change direction. This control gives it wide selectivity of landing sites within a large footprint area. For the shortest range within the footprint, the vehicle is pulled up into a maximum lift attitude at re-entry. This induces maximum drag, causing a steeper, more abrupt descent. For the longest possible range, the vehicle must assume the attitude of maximum lift-over-drag ratio. This footprint, huge at first, shrinks gradually as the vehicle descends. Dr. Parameter, while considering the advantages of lifting vehicles, is also aware of their drawbacks. First, the lifting structure itself imposes weight penalties, which compete with the all-important matter of payload. Then, lifting vehicles may also spend up to 20 minutes in the heat regime, and being more streamlined, they require a still more complex heat protection system, competing still further with payload. Dr. Parameter, with his associates, has studied the strategy of atmospheric penetration. He knows its natural enemies, deceleration and heat, and has met them on the two fronts of program and design. He has accomplished important objectives. For the intercontinental ballistic missile, the objectives are rapid atmospheric penetration and accuracy. The warhead's natural enemy is sudden, intense heat. Its program? High velocity, steep re-entry. Its design, streamlined with ablation to combat sudden heat. For a manned or other recovery mission, the objectives are, first of all, safety, and then control. The mission's natural enemies, high deceleration, sustained heat. Its program, shallow re-entry for low deceleration. The vehicle's design, blunt, yet with control capabilities, a maneuverable lifting shape. The resulting long duration within the heat regime exacts a weight penalty because a complex heat protection system is needed. There will always be problems to solve. Dr. Parameter has worked out successful compromises so far, but he is still puzzling, still exploring. He plots his graphs, his curves, and flings them boldly into space. But he knows that we have barely gotten our little toe into space, and he constantly seeks to improve that toehold. He must hold to the possible, yet he constantly works along its impossible edges. He has opened the way for man's safe re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Journey's end for space travel. was a time when a meteor flashing through the sky struck man with a deep sense of wonder. Even today, man's reaction to a meteoric display is likely to jam the switchboards with reports of imminent invasion from space. But as heirs to the knowledge, disciplines, and apparatus of the scientific revolution, we are familiar with, and at least partially understand, the meteoric phenomena. A meteoroid traveling in space outside our atmosphere remains unseen by man, for the molecules in space are so dispersed that collision with them causes no visible effect. If its trajectory traverses the Earth's atmosphere, it becomes a meteor. Here it begins to collide with more molecules. These collisions become more and more frequent as the meteor descends into the denser air of lower altitudes, causing it to decelerate. Each collision converts some of the energy of motion into heat energy, and the heat continues to increase until the meteor itself becomes incandescent, scribing its visible path through the night sky. Destroyed in the atmosphere by this heating, most meteors present no danger to man. Now and then, one is large enough to survive its passage through the atmosphere to Earth. It is then called a meteorite, and some are very large indeed. Dr. Peter Parameter became interested in meteors early in his career, and once wrote a paper titled,
A thermokinetic description of bodies in passage through a plastic medium of nonlinear density at random velocities and angles, which could be just about summed up with this equation.
With this equation, his fellow scientists and designers are able to explain the effects of atmospheric penetration on differing bodies, those with different ballistic coefficients, at various velocities and angles. For example, if two bodies of different weights enter the Earth's atmosphere with the same velocity and entry angle, both the heavy body and the light one will begin to heat up at the same time. But impacts of air molecules slow the light body sooner. This deceleration of the light body occurs at higher altitudes, while the heavier, more energetic body penetrates deeper before it reaches peak deceleration. The total amount of heat generated by the lighter one is less than that generated by the heavy one, whose larger mass gives it greater kinetic energy. Two identical bodies with the same velocity entering the atmosphere at different angles also will decelerate at different rates. The steeper angle causes a more rapid encounter with the dense air, resulting in more abrupt deceleration. The total heat generated will be the same for both bodies, but peak heating will be less for the shallow entry. With identical meteors entering at the same angle but with different velocities, the faster meteor, under heavier bombardment by air molecules, will have greater deceleration, generating more heat and at a higher rate. But Dr. Parameter is no longer merely an observer interested in understanding the phenomena of meteors. A meteor is just an aimless traveler in space. Doc finds himself now involved in designs with a purpose and an aim. A missile has a target, and a spacecraft has a destination, a journey's end. To these, Doc applies his knowledge. He knows natural phenomena, both of aimless meteor and aimed missile. He knows that as they traverse the atmosphere, they heat up. If the heating or deceleration of a vehicle is excessive, the mission is threatened. Man cannot change the laws of nature, so he must use his knowledge to work within those laws. Doc Parameter knows that the two natural enemies to successful atmospheric penetration are deceleration and heat. He can fight these enemies on two possible fronts. First, on the design front, by modifying the vehicle's shape and size relative to its weight. In other words, its ballistic coefficient. And second, on the program front, by altering the vehicle's trajectory, its velocity, its attitude, and its angle of entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Dr. Parameter is now ready to use his technology to plan a successful re-entry for an ICBM warhead. He knows that of the two natural enemies, deceleration and heat, high deceleration is not a problem with a warhead. but too much heat could destroy it. He first surveys the project on the program front. He knows that the re-entry velocities and angles are essentially set by the mission. But to reduce heat load, the velocity of the re-entry vehicle could theoretically be reduced by firing a retro rocket. On investigation, he finds that in order to decrease re-entry velocities sufficiently by this method, a retro thrust system would be required weighing many times the weight of the warhead. This method is out. He next considers the possibility of changing the re-entry angle. He knows that a shallow angle will lessen the peak heat load by stretching the heating over a longer period of time. But the total heat generated will be the same either way, and the vehicle could absorb even more heat during this longer re-entry. Furthermore, a shallow re-entry angle has other serious drawbacks. First, a shallow angle impairs accuracy by deflection in the atmosphere. Second, it affords more time for enemy interception. A steep re-entry improves the missile's chances of avoiding interception and of reaching its target with minimum atmospheric deflection. In this case, altering the program is not the answer to the heat problem. Dr. Parameter must attack the problem of heat on the design front. Logic would seem to indicate that fast travel requires a streamlined shape to slice its way through the air. At subsonic velocities, this is true, but at supersonic speeds, the moving vehicle displaces air molecules which bounce off, forming a shock wave. As speed increases, the shock wave becomes more severe, and heating increases. An ICBM will have a free-fall re-entry speed in excess of 23,000 feet per second. At this speed, the heat of molecular collision and friction, shearing of air molecules, is concentrated in a narrow zone along the surface of a streamlined vehicle. The heat generated may cause the temperature to exceed 15,000 degrees Fahrenheit. To combat this terrific heat, Dr. Parameter designs instead a re-entry vehicle with a blunt frontal area. The blunt shape creates its shock wave somewhat ahead of the vehicle. This occurs because the atmospheric molecules colliding with its frontal surface bounce back and intercept others coming in, setting up a kind of picket line in advance of the warhead. The peak heat is generated in this area away from the surface of the vehicle. Although the blunt shape decreases the peak heating of the warhead to half that of the streamlined shape, it will still heat up to 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit, much too hot for unprotected warhead structures. To further reduce heating, Dr. Parameter must find other techniques in addition to the blunt shape. His first solution is the heat sink. Use the blunt design and add a mass of heat-conducting metal large enough to absorb most of the heat generated during re-entry without melting before impact. It works, but he is not yet satisfied. The weight of the heat sink displaces more than 1/4 of the payload. Furthermore, the blunt design slows the missile, keeping it in the atmosphere a longer time, making it less accurate and easier to intercept. For the greatest accuracy and shortest time in the atmosphere, Doc knows that the streamlined shape is the best, but the heat sink cannot absorb and distribute the sudden extreme heat generated during the re-entry of a streamlined vehicle. Doc reasons,
If the heat cannot be absorbed, why not eject it as fast as it's generated?
the answer is ablation.
Ablation! Coat the frontal surface of the streamlined missile with layers of ablative material composed of fibers, resins, and ceramics.
This ablative coating protects the missile from the extreme heat in several ways. It is a poor heat conductor. Its surface gradually melts away, taking heat with it, and its vapor forms a thin insulating layer, deflecting some of the heat from the surface. The ablative principle combats the heat problem effectively and permits steeper re-entry angles while adding a minimum of weight. The streamlined missile, with its increased speed, affords the least possibility of interception and the greatest accuracy. It does produce a huge deceleration factor approaching 150 Gs. Fortunately, this poses no threat to a warhead. But for manned or other recovery missions, the G-load is a most important factor. For manned re-entry, this force should be held below 10 Gs. A shallow re-entry angle of about 1 to 5 degrees is the simple answer. The shallower the angle, the less the G-load. But this will be sustained over a longer period of time. This means a longer time at high speed through the friction of the atmosphere. Let's take a moment to see why this is not desirable. Dr. Parameter?
Thank you. Gentlemen, we have here a kettle of water. Heathcliff, we can use you in this experiment.
Oh boy, an experiment.
Thank you, sir. Now, if we may have another kettle of water and your stand-in. Thank you. Now we'll proceed with the experiment.
Experiment?
We'll add the same amount of fuel under each kettle, but alter the form of the fuel under one kettle to make it burn faster. We ignite both at the same time and compare the results. Splendid. I'd like to point out that the fast-burning fuel, although reaching its intensity quickly, exhausted itself quickly. The heat absorbed was negligible. The slow-burning fuel, on the other hand, gradually increases in intensity. It will generate the same total heat load, but over a longer period of time, and you'll notice more heat is absorbed. Thank you, Heathcliff.
Thank you, Dr. Parameter. So although the peak heat generated in the shallow re-entry is less, the capsule is in the heating regime for a longer time, and without the utmost protection would absorb an intolerable amount of heat. For manned re-entry, Dr. Parameter overcomes the deceleration enemy through program with the shallow angle, but he must combat heat on the design front. A blunt shape to cause a detached shock wave, a picket line against heat, and ablative materials for additional heat control. The doc is confident his new design will fulfill the requirements. Now to try it out. He wants low peak deceleration, so the shallow re-entry path is mandatory. This brings him down safely, if a little off target. To achieve some control and accuracy as well as safety, Dr. Parameter has been working on other design concepts, particularly shapes that produce lift. He knows that a ballistic missile is designed and programmed to hit a particular point on the Earth's surface. A manned ballistic vehicle with the same objective is much less accurate due to its design and long, shallow penetration. But a lifting vehicle, which is capable of descending at a still more shallow angle and with an extremely low deceleration rate, is able to change direction. This control gives it wide selectivity of landing sites within a large footprint area. For the shortest range within the footprint, the vehicle is pulled up into a maximum lift attitude at re-entry. This induces maximum drag, causing a steeper, more abrupt descent. For the longest possible range, the vehicle must assume the attitude of maximum lift over drag ratio. This footprint, huge at first, shrinks gradually as the vehicle descends. Dr. Parameter, while considering the advantages of lifting vehicles, is also aware of their drawbacks. First, the lifting structure itself imposes weight penalties, which compete with the all-important matter of payload. Then, lifting vehicles may also spend up to 20 minutes in the heat regime, and being more streamlined, they require a still more complex heat protection system, competing still further with payload. Dr. Parameter, with his associates, has studied the strategy of atmospheric penetration. He knows its natural enemies, deceleration and heat, and has met them on the two fronts of program and design. He has accomplished important objectives. For the intercontinental ballistic missile, the objectives are rapid atmospheric penetration and accuracy. The warhead's natural enemy is sudden, intense heat. Its program? High velocity, steep re-entry. Its design, streamlined with ablation to combat sudden heat. For a manned or other recovery mission, the objectives are, first of all, safety, and then control. The mission's natural enemies, high deceleration, sustained heat. Its program, shallow re-entry for low deceleration. The vehicle's design, blunt, yet with control capabilities, a maneuverable lifting shape. The resulting long duration within the heat regime exacts a weight penalty because a complex heat protection system is needed. There will always be problems to solve. Dr. Parameter has worked out successful compromises so far, but he is still puzzling, still exploring. He plots his graphs, his curves, and flings them boldly into space. But he knows that we have barely gotten our little toe into space, and he constantly seeks to improve that toehold. He must hold to the possible, yet he constantly works along its impossible edges. He has opened the way for man's safe re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Journey's end for space travel.
All right. That was pretty good. Well, that's pretty neat. Ablation. Hopefully I won't be occasionally raging anymore. You started today. Yeah, well, yeah, you'll be raging all the time. All right. Okay, give me 1 second, of course. I don't know where it went. It was very strange. All right, let's go here like this. Let's hope not. I'm saying, Junie, that might make you angry. Just putting it out there. I hope you play Kerbal Space Program now. I played Kerbal Space Program every day this week except hey buddy, except this week, dude. 1 second. Hey Taito. Shut up. Yeah, just keep barking. He really wants to let you guys know he's here. Image format on that is not supported. It's not going to work. Yeah, image format not supported. I'm trying to get that Titan emote ready to go. One Doctor Parameter swing wing shuttle for Wings Wednesday. I built it. I built it a little while back. Actually, I think I built it in like 2018 or something. 2018, 2019, somewhere around there. I built that shuttle and it worked too, which is actually pretty cool. What does the file say it is? Forgive me, this is slightly difficult with the dog barking constantly in your ear. It's just a little bit on the tough side. I was totally kidding about that. No, dude, I definitely did. Yeah.
Hello, welcome back.
Just hit the buttons. Hit all the buttons. Right? Titan hit my damn keyboard again down there, the one that I moved out of the way. He hit it again after I moved it and started playing a video on the other monitor. You know, as one does. Yeah, I thought I tired him out, dude. He was like super tired a second ago. I got it. Nope. Image file size is too large. Okay, maybe we go down here and try it there. I tried to put it in on a free emote slot. It didn't like it. Too large. Gonna have to scale it down a little bit. We can do that some other time. All right. Yeah, that's annoying. Okay.
Relax.
Here you go. What's your toy? All right. Cool. Okay. So now that I don't have my head completely up my culo with doggy, let's see. Let me copy that. Let me get all this. I've been collecting Space News links. It seems like this might get a little spicy. This one. There, dude. Titan, you gotta stop. That's good. Should be more. A government accountability report came out for Gateway. That's about as good as you think it is. We'll discuss that in further detail here in a moment. I'm just sorting through all the tabs that I have. Okay, so let's start with flights. There are. Yeah, no, I'm gonna try. I think I've been getting a little bit too pissy with. We're getting a little bit too pissed off with the space stuff lately. I'm gonna try to tone it back just a little bit. For some reason, I thought you were going for the phone. Oh yeah, no, nobody ever calls that phone. The Mars rover stuff, though, yeah, I think it's kind of reasonable to be pissed about what's going on with Viper. Today is the last day for that to get funding. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I think that's fair, but I gotta tone it back. I gotta tone it back just a little bit. Come on, let it all out. There you go, buddy. Feel better? Dogs don't get sarcasm. Yeah, that's right. What? What do you want? What do you want? Fine, fine. All right. Hold on. Hey, get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Fine. You want to do that? Here. This is his playtime anyway, so he always gets rowdy around 5. And the funny thing is that I took him outside, and we were running up and down, and then he lied down. He wanted to play with his ball in the middle of the yard. So that's what he did. I'm like, you want to run? You want to run around? You want to go outside? We're outside. You want to go outside? He just sat there and looked at me. And now that we're back inside, now he wants to run around because obviously. Come on. What? Good time for a Kong. I don't have the Kongs out here. Oh, now what? Now what? Hey. Come on. What do you want? This is great space news, I know. All right, that's enough. Okay, time to relax. How can this teach us about physics? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The dog barks and I get annoyed. That's how this works, right? Okay. He's under the desk playing with his toy. I think we're in the clear, and now that I said that, we're not. Okay, so we're going to start Space News today with outgoing missions here. Yep, you got to be on the screen, pal. There we go. So we have Starlink 10.6, which is tonight. I'm going to try to be here for that. I do have a meeting at 11, guys, so I'm probably going to put the stream on idle, put on another video, and then we'll get to coverage, from there. Are we there yet? No. And then tomorrow, I mean, technically that launches tomorrow too, but tomorrow at noontime, we have Owl for One for Owl from Electron with the Curie upper stage launching out of Mahia. And then we have CRS NG-21, which is a Falcon 9 going out of Slick 40. That's at 11:30 in the morning on Saturday. I do have the launch forecasts for the 2 Falcon 9s here from the 45th Space Wing. Cygnus, actually, we'll do the Starlink first. Starlink has 5% probability of violating weather constraints, so it's 95% go as of today. The 24-hour delay window is 20. There's cumulus clouds, so basically there's just a lot of clouds in the way. I see it's the exact same temperature and humidity in Boston as it is in Florida. That's great on both of those days. That's lovely. So that's the Starlink mission. That's 10-6. That's going tonight. Tonight, but technically tomorrow morning. And then for NG-21 on Saturday, which you know what? I kind of want to be here for it because Cygnus is cool. I watched NG-20 launch back in January from the cave, I'd like to be down there before. That'd be really nice, but anyway. So we have NG-21 here at 50%. Cumulus cloud, surface electric field rule, thick cloud. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Cumulus cloud means there's a lot of clouds in the area. Surface electric means those clouds are charged. You don't want to launch in a condition where the rocket becomes a lightning rod. Yeah, that's like playing baseball with a metal bat in the middle of a thunderstorm. You don't want to make yourself into a lightning rod. Electricity finds the path of least resistance. And if the rocket's launching, well, the rocket's made out of metal. It's a pretty good lightning rod. And you don't want lightning hitting your vehicle on the way up. It can arc down the plume and break things. The surface electric field rule is there because that's exactly what happened on Apollo 12. ECOM, try SCE to auxiliary. That's why the surface electric fields rule is there. Now, because surface electric is there, I'm going to say they're probably going to err on the side of caution because it's ISS resupply. So the constraints for launching with an instantaneous window is, I don't know, man. That's not looking pretty, and it's not looking good on Sunday either. So that might not launch at all. It might launch next week. So thick clouds, yeah, that rule is pretty self-explanatory. Don't fly through thick clouds. How conductive is rocket exhaust? It's conductive enough. So don't think about it like, oh, well, rocket exhaust is conductive. That's weird. No. It's not that it's conductive. It's kind of a bad conductor. It's more conductive than atmosphere, though. Right? More conductive than that. Falcon 9, for instance, is a Carolox system. So what are its emissions? Its emissions are carbon and hydrogen. Carbon, not the best conductor. Hydrogen, though. Hydrogen, yeah, pretty good conductor. Electrical conductor. It's a better heat conductor than anything, but so, yeah, you wouldn't think it, but yeah, and remember, it's the path of least resistance, right? That's the big one. The hydrogen is more conductive than the nitrogen and oxygen in our atmosphere. So, yeah, it will arc. That's what happened on Apollo 12. Apollo 12 almost, well, I'm not going to say it fried the computer on the way up, but it fried part of the computer on the way up because it shorted it out because lightning hit it. Yeah. I always love listening to the launch loops for Apollo 12 because the astronauts are about as close as you're going to get to an astronaut, like, absolutely panicking, like, oh no. And then on the way up after they fixed the problem, right? What they ended up doing was switching the signal condition electronics, so the antennas to the backup batteries, and everything started working just fine. And the funny thing is on the way up from Apollo 12, you hear Pete Conrad and Al Bean have the most nervous laughter ever. They're like, we almost died. All right. Okay. Hell yeah. That was... Oh, so yeah, a little bit on surface electric field rules. It's there. That rule is not written in blood, but it's almost written in blood. You know what I mean? Fortunately, Apollo 12 made it all the way to the moon, landed next to Surveyor 3, Pete Conrad, Al Bean. Actually, a really good mission. Very underrated because, it was the one right after Apollo 11, which is the first one, right? But yeah, Apollo 12 actually landed next to a probe that we landed on the moon a couple years previous. It landed next to Surveyor 3, and it was one of the only times astronauts landed next to something else that landed on the moon, took parts off of it, put it on the LEM, and brought it home, which is actually really cool. To and from the moon on 2 different rockets. That's really, really cool. Something we still haven't duplicated yet. Anyway. Let's get through some of the cool stuff here, and then we'll probably get to the not cool stuff. We'll probably get to the not cool stuff. Yeah. Hey, Vulcan, what's going on? You think there's rockets up there? You think there's rockets that are up and coming that can handle storms like that? I'm gonna go ahead and guess that Starship has something in it against it. Everything else, not sure. Okay, I'm gonna try to put all the bad news at the end of this. So here we go. So check this out. This first video is coming from Boom Supersonic. Boom Supersonic is working on building supersonic transport airplanes, so commercial airliners that break the speed of sound on an affordable budget. affordable-ish. The last supersonic transporter that we had was Concorde, and the Concorde, well, it was very good at what it did. It was made from military-derived hardware, particularly the Olympus engines. And because it was military hardware, it was very hard to maintain. It was very expensive. So that was one of the things that killed the Concorde. It became way too expensive for what it was what it was doing, and part of that is because military hardware. So that's part of the reason why they retired it. Boom is aiming to fix that problem using more off-the-shelf components. They posted this video today. Let's see what's up. No, Boom is not silent, just cheaper. Exactly. Busters. Plug nozzle. Where have we seen that before, Shaw? Variable diameter annular plug nozzle. Gee, wonder where they got that idea. All right, we're picking this apart. So this is a high bypass turbofan, but they're, I just got through saying they're using off-the-shelf components. Apparently they're not anymore. Apparently they're not. So right there seems to be just a kind of garden variety high bypass turbofan. They've seemed to have added some pieces to it here. Shock cone intake. Okay. And then a cone, annular exhaust. That's why it looks like a teardrop right there. I'll tell more about that in a second. So, what is that thing out in front now? So, right here is kind of what you'd get from a garden variety high bypass turbofan. This part right here looks more quote unquote off the shelf. It looks like they may have added stuff to it. I've noticed a couple of things. Usually high bypass turbofans, let me just back it up a little bit, make sure I saw that right. No, okay, cool. Yeah, the part that's super shiny is the bypass fan. But I've noticed there's some other stuff with it. There's a stator mechanism out here, and I'm not exactly sure what the heck that is. forgive my ignorance with jet engines. There's some type of air. So these things right here, a jet engine is cylindric, right? And a bypass fan is a cylindric jet engine inside of a bigger cylinder. And there needs to be things that hold that cylinder in place. Those in aerodynamics and jet design, those are called stators. See this part right here? That's the mount. It's how they mount the engine inside. It's a little more complicated than that, but stators are usually something that stays still, as opposed to a spinning turbine or a spinning compressor. All right. So the reason why this is called a bypass turbofan or a high bypass turbofan is because you have a jet engine, which is the skinnier cylinder right here, and then the bigger cylinder is a ducted fan. So jet engine, turbojet, ducted fan, turbofan. So what does this do? The jet engine in here spins turbines. 1, 2, and 3. Now, the jet engine has compressors, right? And that's those right there. Those are compressors. And what those compressors do is, well, they compress air, and then air gets shot. Air is at extremely high pressure in this part of the compressor right here, and then it gets shot through holes and into a combustion chamber called a combustor, and it depressurizes. When it depressurizes, they spray fuel into it. And, well, that makes the explosion right there. There's your... So note that their combustor holes are right next, they're in between their injectors. So air is going to come shooting through this at really high pressure and enter the combustion chamber at a lower pressure, right? That's going to result in the air dropping in temperature and spreading out like crazy. When the air is spread out, it's easier to spray the fuel at it. And when you do that, you get atomization, which basically makes an extremely flammable vapor, and there you go. That makes that. From there, it explodes and it gets shot out through the turbine blades at the back. See that thing right there? That's a turbine. Now, for the turbojet part, this turbine is attached on an axle which drives your compressor. Okay? That's a turbojet right there. That's what that is. What? What? Now, what that does, there are additional turbines here in this design to drive the bypass fan. Let's get back to the good part. So see how there's additional turbines past the main turbine? There's 3. Those 3 turbines right there are attached on another axle. It's a different axle that goes through the axle for the turbojet. There's 2 axles that kind of spin inside of each other. Yeah, they figured that out. That's not complicated at all. Oh, it is. Right? And those turbines are attached to your ducted fan. So we have a jet engine blowing on a pinwheel or a turbine right here, and that turbine is spinning your bypass fan. Most of the thrust from a high bypass turbofan is coming from the fan, not the jet. Okay? High bypass turbofans, exactly as the name implies, high bypass, meaning most of the air bypasses your jet engine because it's on it's a ducted fan. Now I noticed they have a very interesting. There's your main ducted fan. That's the spinny part that you see. It's the spinny part that you see at the front of jet engines. Like if you see like a regular passenger plane, that spinny part at the front, that's the ducted fan. Now, the ducted fan can have an additional compressor that compresses air more inside of the turbojet, and that's what that intake is there for. Now, that's bypass fans in a nutshell. It gets a little more complicated than that, but that's the bypass fan in a nutshell. Now, let's get to what Boom has attached to it. So, they have a very interesting intake here. This is a conic intake with 4 stators, right? Now, why? Why do you have this? Well, there's a trick. There's a trick here with jet engines. Now, what's the trick? Well, you want to make a jet engine. You want to make a jet engine on an aircraft that goes faster than the speed of sound. There's I can get into like Mach number, Reynolds number, and all this other aerodynamic nonsense that nobody, like area rule and this stuff that nobody will understand. I mean, some of you probably do, but here's the gist of it. The plain English way of understanding this is that, well, okay, you want to make something that goes faster than the speed of sound. Now, keep in mind, Mach is indicative of airspeed. Airspeed, operative word. It has nothing to do with how fast you are traveling relative to the ground. It has everything to do with how fast the air is moving past your plane. Airspeed, like that's what that means. How fast is the air moving past your plane? This is why there's no real set number for Mach. It's like, okay, we're going 768 miles an hour, Mach 1. No. We're going supersonic. We were subsonic, now we're supersonic. No. Because it has to do with air passing over a plane that's flying, okay? Part of the plane can be breaking the sound barrier and part of the plane can't be, right? This is called the transonic regime, all right? Just a little bit of a tangent here, but pertinent, I swear. The transonic regime is where some of the air moving over the plane is moving faster. It's moving faster than the speed of sound than other parts, okay? I'm going to put you in the crate. Keep it up. So, supersonic barks. With how loud those are, I wouldn't be surprised. Sound like sonic booms. Down with the transonic regime. So, I'll wait. No, I'm not going to, Tessa. That's giving him attention. That'll make him more. That reinforces the behavior. I'm not doing that. The best thing I can do is ignore him. It's just hard. It's hard to think straight. The mic isn't picking up how loud that is. It's very loud.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, I'm just going to mute the mic for a little bit. Give me a second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Only one more. Oh, today is the last day. Dude. Stop. Stop it. I'm only going to ask once. Oh, now you want to be all cuddly. Oh, I see how. Nope. Nope. Stop. Go lie down. This is ridiculous. Sorry, it's trying my patience a little bit. I'm trying to keep track of my explanation in my head. And having this in your ear the entire time is really making me not think for it. Hey, go lie down. I told you to lie down. I played with you a lot today. We played for 2 hours this morning. Nope. Stop it. Go lie down. No. It's especially bad today. I think it's because it's hot in here. The dog days of summer. Yep. Mojo had a 30-monther. Duna Direct at a 72. I'm going to start talking again. He's going to start barking again, dude. Okay. So he's gonna do it again. I'm just gonna keep talking. You talk, he talks, for real. That's what's going on. So the gist of it with jet engines and why I was explaining transonic, supersonic, and subsonic is because bypass turbofans are amazing. It's the most efficient thing we have for any type of combustion air propulsion. It's better than a turboprop, more efficient than a turboprop, more efficient than a turbojet. Because the ducted fan, air gets shot through the duct, and the blades on this fan have a bunch of air in front of them, so they move the maximum amount of air, right? Now, with all that being said, okay? With all that being said, here's the thing. Turbofans do not like having air get shot in them faster than the air gets shot out. That's the problem. With turbofans, and even a turbojet for that matter, they can only accelerate the air out at a certain speed. Okay? They can only accelerate the air out at a certain speed. And that speed is not near Mach, because they're, at the end of the day, they're just combusting things. You're deflagrating something, which means that your air coming out of the back of a jet engine is subsonic, right? So how do you overcome that problem? Well, the first way that they figured out to overcome this problem is called reheat, an afterburner. Basically, spray fuel into the hot air and then light it on fire and get more thrust out of your jet engine. So even then, that's not gonna make the air go much faster, but you make a lot more thrust. Now, but you still have to solve a problem here. Problem is like I said, the air going into a jet engine doesn't like to go in faster than it goes out. Okay, so how do you get a jet engine to go past the speed of sound? You have to slow the air down going into your turbine, or well, your compressors and your fan in this particular case. That's why you have this teardrop cone intake. What this is designed to do, inside of an intake like this, right, is force the air in at high pressure. So the air gets shot in. Let me go to 44. That's where we were. So the air gets shot in here. And, well, how does air slow down? Air at higher pressure, there's more air in the way. It causes an air traffic jam, so to speak, right? And it slows it down. And that makes it so the turbofan can pull in air at subsonic speed. You basically make drag inside of your intake. This has been known for some time. Lockheed and General Electric figured that out on the SR-71 in the 50s. And, I mean, there's other instances, but that's why you have these teardrop-shaped things here, right? Now, speed convergence. Yeah, there you go. Concorde also, yeah. Concorde was a little bit later. That was the late 60s, Ray. But yeah, same idea. Concorde used a ramp intake. So it was an intake when you're looking at it from the side, right? It's kind of curved. And the ramp moved down and squeezed the air going in. Now, you don't want to squeeze off too much air, or then you asphyxiate your engine, and then it shuts off. Now, but once again, you don't want the air coming in too fast, because if the air is coming in too fast, it'll blow right through the thing that's supposed to make thrust. It'll blow right through the jet engine and blow the combustor out like a candle. So they have that weird intake on the front to solve that exact problem. So now you don't have to worry about air going in at supersonics. I mean, there's also temperature and stuff to deal with, but that's another story. When you compress that air, it gets insanely hot. Hot air means when it gets hot, it'll want to spread out really, really fast. A good thing to do would be to put some type of intercooler up here, but that's a Sabre engine, not the Symphony. So, like I said, they're not getting too crazy. They're trying to keep it relatively simple, right? So, what else do we have here? Now, these right here are injectors. Now, note, once again, see the holes? That's where air gets squeezed through it. Well, actually, I don't know that for sure. Let me back it up a little bit. Make sure I'm looking at this correctly. Yep. So see this cavity right here? Air is compressed and it's pressurized in there. It's at extremely high pressure because there's more air coming in, right? And it keeps the air in here. It's basically a dead end. The only place for the air to go is through these holes, right? So the air goes from really, really high pressure in this area right here to extremely, well, a low air pressure in here. This cavity that's opening up right here in this shot, that one right there, that's the combustor. That's where the explosion happens. That, right? Now what these are your fuel injectors. Those are their injectors. It looks like they're using some type of swirl injector, interestingly enough. I'm not sure I've heard, keep in mind, I'm not the biggest jet engine guy. I only know it a little bit. But it seems like they have a swirl injector. See? They have a swirl port injector for their fuel, which means their fuel is at extremely high pressure. To get the fuel to swirl like that? Yeah. Well, why do you want that to swirl? Well, long story short, if you get it to swirl around, it'll combine with more of that air that's coming through into the combustor from the compressor. With a swirl port injector, you get a more efficient burn because more fuel combines with more air and more of it blows up when inside of the combustor. So they're using a swirl port injector here, which is very interesting. But it looks like they're retrofitting this onto an existing turbofan, which is what I thought they were doing. I thought they were using off-the-shelf stuff, but either way. So you have swirl port injectors, so you get a much more efficient explosion. Now, here's the interesting thing. They have their turbine exhaust right here. See the red? The hot turbine exhaust. Now, once again, I said it was a bypass turbofan. The blue is your bypass. The red is what's coming out of the turbojet that was used to drive the fan for the bypass. It looks like they have a very intricate system here to get the bypass and the turbojet to the airflows to kind of combine into laminar flow, which it looks like their way of solving that problem is a variable geometry plug. So note that in the bypass here, they're squeezing it, right? See, it goes in right there. It's concave. Or convex, excuse me. That air gets combined in here, and now it's pressurized, and it's pressurized and combined with your exhaust. Now, what did they say this was for? Hold on. Exhaust nozzle system, tested for quiet and efficient operation. Now, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not 100% sure why they're doing that. I don't know why. I mean, we've seen, so what this is called is an annular variable geometry nozzle plug. Yeah, I know. Make the jokes. Get it out of your system. All right. Also, that's really pointy. Like, really pointy. They're mixing it so So the hot exhaust heats the bypass, harvesting more of the heat energy to turn it to thrust. Yeah, that seems to be what's going on. They're heating the bypass air, and did they say it was for more efficient? Yeah, efficient operation. Yeah. So this is kind of a not an afterburner, but they're using some trick aerodynamics here to get their bypass air to heat up their bypass air. And if you heat it up, it pressurizes, right? And if you can squeeze it in here, you can actually make more thrust that way. Also, yeah, you're right. It's very efficient. And we've seen variable nozzle plugs for throttle ability before, but I've never seen them used to do exactly that, which is very interesting. It also looks like this thing is used, and this explains the shape. It's used to smooth out the turbulent flow, because see all these squiggly lines? That's drag visualized in this. There's turbulent flow, and then there's laminar flow. Laminar flow is nice and smooth. I noticed that when they move the thing back, it smooths all the lines out. See? So this means that the exhaust coming out of here will not make as much, it won't make a lot of drag. And if you, once again, if you can accelerate this air fast enough away, it's all about how fast the air can come out the back. If the air going in the front is going in faster than the air is coming out the back, you don't have a jet engine, you have a whistle. You have a nice whistle. So yeah, it's kind of like a like low cost, not an afterburner, but it's the same idea. My question is that, well, if you pressurize this and you slow this air down too much, right, you could basically asphyxiate your engine from the backside. Think of it like clogging the exhaust on a car. You're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. Yeah, we're not going to fall for banana in the tailpipe. You're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. Man, you got to say it with some soul. You know, listen, man, I ain't falling for no banana in my tailpipe. Be hanging around with that dude too long. So I'd be wondering, I bet you that explains the weird shape of this thing. If, like, they obviously got a way to get it to accelerate the air away. So I think, once again, you have high pressure here, and then you have low pressure right here to accelerate it past, and then you get high pressure again to generate thrust. Interesting. That's a smart idea. I'm not sure how well that's going to work. If anything, it's, you know, you're going to be able to move the air away fast, but I'm not sure I know enough about aerodynamics to really know if that's going to do anything. So I'm going to go ahead and default to their judgment and say that probably helps. It's like a hush kit. Yeah, basically. Kind of. The CJ805 hush kit. Yep. Looks like they're also timing it so the mixing doesn't fully happen until it's past the tightest constriction in the nozzle. Is that why it's called a jet engine? Because it shoots out in straight lines? Well, a jet engine is called a jet engine because it makes a hot jet of air out the back. That's why they call it a jet. Now, what causes this is a turbine. Hence turbojet, right? Turbines cause that. A pinwheel. So, Kappa, think like if you have a pinwheel, like, you know, you blow on it, it's going to start spinning. That. If you have a fan and you blow on it, it's going to start spinning. That, if you're using that to actuate something, you got a turbine. It's also the origin of JPL's name. Well, JPL's name was from doing rocket-assisted takeoffs, because rockets also shoot out a very fast jet of air. So, yeah, interesting ideas here coming from Boom Supersonic with their Symphony engine. Fan and low-pressure compressor. Yep, see? The bypass fan axle has, well, These right here are compressors. That's your main bypass fan. That's what makes most, like 80% of your thrust. And then you have 3 what's called axial compressors. What are axial compressors? Axial compressors are a compressor where the air flows in one direction. So it flows along the axial axis of the jet engine, so the long axis. Now, what's the opposite of axial? Hang on, you gotta be careful with the Google search. The opposite of that is a radial compressor. If you're into cars, you've seen radial compressors before. That's a radial compressor, a turbocharger. You have a radial compressor, and instead of compressing the air and going through a combustor, the engine is acting as your combustor, and the exhaust gases drive your turbine in this particular case. That is a radial turbine and a radial compressor. On a jet engine, you have an axial turbine and an axial compressor behind a combustor. Can you make a turbocharger into a turbojet? Oh, yeah. Figure out a way to make a combustor. Don't actually do that unless you really know what you're doing. Don't do that unless you really know what you're doing, please. You will hurt yourself if you don't understand what's going on. Let me put it to you like that. I don't know, predominant, whatever. So, there's a 3-stage on your or on your turbofan. On your fan axle, you have 3-stage compressors. And then your main fan. Fan. Resilience against bird strikes and fan blade failure. Okay. Fully operational engine core. Analyzes performance of compressor, combustor, and turbine section. Now, you have 3 more turbines right here from what I can see. Or 3 more compressors. So you have 3-stage axial on your bypass fan axle, and then 3-stage axial on your turbojet axle. Remember, there's 2 axles. One is inside of the other. That's how most high bypass turbofans work. And when I say most, I mean like 99% of them. Now, once again, you have stators right there. See those blades that apparently aren't turning? Stators. Those stators are helping, once again, obviously it's holding the engine together, but they're also helping channel airflow. Those are called static stators in a jet engine design. That implying you can have dynamic stators. Sure, absolutely. How do you want the air to flow over your compressor? Sometimes you can take your stator and turn it. You know what those are called? Nozzle vanes. I'm not kidding. Yeah, from the turbo encabulator. Yes. Yeah, nozzle vanes. Yeah, absolutely a thing. Yeah. Those are your swirl. They're using mini swirl port injectors on a jet engine. I've never heard of that. If anybody here knows more about jet engines than I do, yeah, swirl port injectors, I wasn't, then again, I don't know anything about jet engine fuel injectors, but swirl port injectors are very interesting. I wonder how they're going to make the pressure to create the swirl. You need a very high pressure fuel system to do that. You guys think maybe it's a tap off? Maybe they tap off the compressor and use that to drive another turbine for the fuel pump. Spaceman swirl injectors are pretty much standard. Okay, because they're actually not a new thing for rocket engines, but yeah, they're kind of an up-and-coming meta for building rocket engines. Raptor has swirl port injectors, if I'm remembering correctly. So does the B-4. Yeah, bleed air. In jet engines, it's called bleed air, not tap-off. Very interesting engine. Interesting engine design from Boom. That's super cool, man. I hope they succeed. That's some really trick stuff. Really, really, really cool. Really trick aerodynamics. Funny thing is, cars don't use swirl injectors. They swirl the air themselves. Yeah, the air is already swirling around inside of the combustion chamber during the compression stroke. The wiki. Boom Symphony. How big is that assembly? I don't know. I don't have any concept of scale here. Oh, see? They're using a medium bypass. It's a medium bypass, not a high bypass. Interesting, interesting. The engine is designed to produce 160 kilonewtons of thrust at takeoff. Sustain overture super cruise at Mach 1.7. What's super cruising? Super cruising is going supersonic with a jet engine without an afterburner. That's what super cruise is. That's pretty cool. That super cruising with an off-the-shelf engine like this is actually pretty damn cool. Boom intends to use a twin spool moderate bypass turbofan that can achieve super cruise. So twin spool means that you have two axles, basically. You have 3 sets of compressors here and 3 sets of compressors there. This is the first Super Cruise engine basically since the Olympus. For passengers, Tesla, yeah. Military F-22s can Super Cruise because they're F-22s. .35s can too. Wouldn't be surprised. F-18 can Super Cruise. The Super Hornet, though, I don't think an F-A-18 can Super Cruise, but I'm not sure. Anyway, although improved over afterburning, Super Cruise generates more noise and offers worse fuel consumption than modern subsonic engines. A supersonic aircraft is estimated to burn at least 3 times as much fuel per passenger per Newton meter nautical mile, yeah, as a subsonic aircraft, increasing greenhouse gas pollution unless sustainable fuels are used. This is due to higher optimal cruising altitude requiring a longer climbing time, higher parasitic drag at supersonic speed. That's what I was telling you about. That their exhaust, that hush kit that they have on the exhaust, is going to create. Well, I didn't have the right words for it. Parasitic drag, lower bypass ratio of engines, and necessarily higher exhaust velocity. Yeah. We talked about all that. In addition, engines designed for supersonic flight usually assume some ram compression by the intake structure at cruise. In order to avoid problems associated with excessive compressor outlet temperature, a lower compressor pressure ratio is required to bring the overall pressure ratio down when the aircraft is near top speed and altitude. However, this reduces thrust and increases fuel consumption at subsonic speed and low altitude during initial climb out. That all seems pretty damn right to me. Latest flyover pictures from Harry. I actually have those teed up already, dude. Yeah, T-Man, they're right there. Yeah, the F-119. Monster. Boom's design adds a proprietary axis-symmetric supersonic intake. That plug at the front, matched with a variable geometry, low-noise exhaust nozzle, and a passively cooled high-pressure turbine. Interesting. What? Wait. Passively cooled high-pressure turbine to a conventional engine design. In supersonic turbofans, it's desirable to mix the relatively hot, compared to subsonic engines, core exhaust with the bypass air, thereby increasing its volume and slowing the mixed gases to subsonic speeds. A variable nozzle is a practical necessity to control the back pressure. That's what I was telling you about. and accelerate the mixed exhaust back up to supersonic speed at cruise. Existing supersonic engines are jet fighter engines, which neither have the fuel economy nor the reliability required for commercial aviation. Interesting. Yeah, they're cooling the turbines with a bypass air. Smart. That's a good idea. A little bit complicated, but it's a good idea. Pratt & Whitney F-119 puts out 150 kilonewtons in afterburner. That's pretty good, but this Symphony engine is designed to make 35,000 pounds or 160 kilonewtons with no burner, which is actually pretty damn cool. The F-22 chugs avgas. Well, hey, you get what you pay for, dude. Cool. All right. Well, that's some cool stuff coming from Boom. I learned a little bit about jet aerodynamics there. Jet engine aerodynamics. It's pretty sweet. That video was because in 2025, they say in 2025 their engine core is going to be operational. That's pretty rad. Cool. Speaking of cool operational things, Tori Bruno decided to post this a little bit earlier in the day. This is a playback from the SF-51 mission that launched earlier this week. We didn't cover it because it was at 6:50 in the morning. But we are going to cover this. Yeah, that's pretty good. Nice. SF-51 was the last Atlas 551 that would be used for defense, for Department of Defense missions. It's not the last Atlas, but it was the last one for DoD stuff, Department of Defense stuff for short. Dude, that thing has 5 of those solid rocket motors attached to it. I think those are GEM-60s. 5 of them, because, yes, how much yeet do you need? Yes. Where would you not want to be in this picture? Standing right here. You'd probably be fine right until about this part. Yeah, that's when you'd probably die. It's a little loud. Yeah, I would not want to be standing here. Yeah, and then when that hits you, you basically, yeah, that's, if you're still alive, that'll do you in. The smoke, that's the forbidden smoke. The forbidden vape cloud. Yeah. The vibrations induced from the sound, guys, would basically be like a human paint shaker. If you picture humans like basically as a water balloon, you put the water balloon in the paint shaker and shake it around and it'll just pop. Yeah. That. Don't stand next to them. I got hit by this big light attached to a metal thing. That's a train, son. Don't stand in front of them. I think I'll have to take a mulligan on this one. Dang meatbag. Anyway, so yeah, that was the SF-51 mission that went off a little earlier this week. Talking about ULA, I like this. Is that a truthful render that we're seeing right there? That's a good idea. We should do that. I kind of agree. What keeps the crew safe from vibrations on board the spacecraft? Your seat, the seats, spacesuit. It's enough to dampen it out. With that being said, 95, watch a shuttle launch. It's violent. Like the shuttle was a roller coaster ride into space. There is footage from STS-135. Watch this. This gets out of control pretty quick. Here, let me show you. So this was from the last shuttle mission. This was July 2011.
That is our entire line. We're ready to proceed at this time. I copy that. Outside.
This is how it used to be back in the day, dude. It was so cool, dude. They just left all the cameras on. Like, you could see the guys strapping them in and everything. I mean, they do that nowadays, but here, hold up. Where's the good stuff?
I got it in there pretty good.
Yeah, what happened? I don't know. Their hearts, souls, and their lives for the cause of exploration have rewritten history. Let's light this fire one more time, Mike, and witness this great nation at its best. The crew of Atlantis is ready for launch.
That was Chris Ferguson. It's over here. That's Doug. That's Doug Hurley right there. He flew on the DM2 mission. Rex Walheim and Sandy Magus are behind him.
I hope. I fight for the. Yes, sir. Potential that will be like precip if we got some sound rationale here. So we'll get you going here shortly. Good luck.
The noise you're hearing is the APUs.
NTD ISO. Go ISO.
This book came over the top of me.
Yeah, good call. Countdown clock been initiated.
I agree, and it's
Connect essential buses to fuel cells per your checklist.
Yep.
An awesome job, you know. Hey, I'm really proud of every one of you.
Now, I said APUs, they're fuel cells. The fuel cells are your auxiliary power unit on the shuttle. There's 3 hydraulic power units, too, at the back of the shuttle. So you're going to hear HPU, APU. You're going to hear that stuff get thrown
Many
around.
fabulous missions throughout the year. Knowledge of the universe. To your team. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, buckle up. This gets nuts. Is there any difference between the Falcon 9s that are on crew launches versus non-crew launches? Trajectory does matter, 95. I wouldn't probably, it would be pretty uncomfortable flying, like if a Dragon flew on a Starlink ascent trajectory. And if Atlas flew that 541 trajectory that SF-51 launched with people on board, you would not be comfortable. Yeah, that would hurt a lot. Where's the good stuff?
nice.
LH2 pressurization.
Okay. I have to remember the shuttle count and the shuttle calls to know where to skip in the damn video. Flight trajectories are there to minimize G-forces. That's part of human rating 95. Yeah, you do not want to exceed 4 Gs sustained. You will really hurt someone. Sustained G-forces for long periods of time start popping capillaries. You don't want to do that. Capillaries are points in your body. You have capillaries everywhere. They're basically where arteries end. And if you start popping capillaries, you start hemorrhaging blood internally. That's bad. Yeah, that's not good for the meat bag. The meat suit does not like that when that does that. Yeah, G-forces are very bad for us. Yep. Are you telling me you haven't memorized the transcripts of all 135 missions? No, I've memorized the calls.
Good call. So we're being, I copy. Second. And launch director with that cleanup, we're going to go ahead and proceed. Yes, sir. Please do. All right. And all personnel, we are going to pick up the clock here momentarily. And GLS, you can resume the clock on your mark. A copy.
Now, keep in mind, guys, G-forces, I'm talking sustained Gs. You could pull 4 Gs right now for a second, and you'd just be a little disoriented. Doing that for 8 minutes straight is really bad for you. Yeah, that's really bad for you. There are some thrill rides, like Mission Space at Epcot and Disney World. That pulls 3.5 sustained. That hurts. That definitely hurt. I mean, Brimo and I did it. I definitely felt it. You felt it after. You were like, Oh. Mission Space is hardcore, dude. I didn't realize, dude, Kelly, I've told this story, but I didn't realize what Mission Space was until we walked in and I saw the ride from the outside for a second, for like a split second, and I'm like, oh crap, this is a centrifuge. Oh, balls, you know? Yeah, Mission Space, the green mission at Mission Space, or is it the orange one? I forget. One of those ones, you'll feel it. Oh, you'll feel it. I did the higher tier, Creeper. Yeah.
See that? Countdown clock will stay at 104. Oh, I see it.
All right, here we go. Watch this.
10 seconds. TLS space, main engine start. There's a start. Now I see it.
Main engine start.
Be at 100.
Booster ignition.
We are in auto. There goes the tower. 3 at 104. Waiting on the roll.
That's nuts, dude. It doesn't look that bad, but that's pretty friggin' violent.
Roger roll, Atlantis. Throttling is next. I agree.
Yeah, my favorite is Rex sitting back there. He's like, "This is dope. I love this. I don't hate this." You know. Oh, he's good, man. I don't think he's flown since.
15,000 coming up on the cloud deck.
There's the throttling.
Yeah, dude. See what I'm talking about? Look at that.
Clouds are 20,000.
3 at 70.
I just want to point out that the shuttle launched at 1650 in the video. Well, actually, it was probably about 17 minutes. So at 41 seconds, they're at 20,000 feet. 41 seconds. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to insinuate that the shuttle goes faster than anything else. Just rockets are fast in general. 20,000 feet in 41 seconds. That's fast.
2.
No, on STS-135, these 4 that you see right here were the 4 that flew. It was one of the only missions to fly 4 people. I think out of the 135 missions, maybe less than 5 had 4 crew on board. The vast majority of shuttle missions had 7 people. Basically, from like STS-9 all the way to STS-135 or 134, they flew with 7 people most of the time. The first 4 flights had 2 people on board, just a pilot and a commander, because those were the test missions. And then a couple of flights after that, in the early parts of the shuttle program, they flew with 4 or 5 people. Yeah, but yeah, four people on board was not a permutation that you saw very much with the shuttle program. But yes, your suit with the shuttle, guys. Well, like, think about this. You got to fold these seats up. You don't fold the passenger or the pilot and commander seats, but if you have 7 people flying around on the mid deck, you have to make a seat that can fold up that you can stow when you're on orbit. So with the shuttle, what they ended up doing was they basically, like I said, the seats are basically a folding chair. They don't look like much. Your spacesuit. See, there's pads in the spacesuit that also double as a life preserver. And that's the reason why these suits are orange, because if the shuttle had to ditch and you landed in the ocean, they were high vis so you could see the suits. That's why they're orange. But the most of the padding is built into the suit. Now, on other spacecraft, so on Dragon, Starliner, Soyuz, they do a form-fitted seat. They basically have you sit in a seat and pour resin behind you and make a resin mold. If you guys are a fan of Cletus McFarlane, you just did exactly that. They make a form-fitted seat to you and your suit to minimize vibrations. But yeah, the shuttle was violent, man. Yeah, F1 seats are built the same way. That's correct. SDS 5 and 6 and 135 are the only 4-person crews. Yeah, like I said, Shortline, less than 5 missions. You didn't see that a lot. Now, the reason why they launched 4 people on 135 was because, well, 135 was not supposed to happen. Yeah, 134 was the last assembly mission for the ISS, installing the alpha magnetic spectrometer. STS-135 didn't do anything. But, STS-135 was basically the standby stack that they needed. What they did towards the end of the shuttle program was they always had another shuttle stack ready to go when one launches. That was part of what they did to get the shuttle operating on a, well, somewhat punctual schedule. And this was all facilitated by the NASA administrator at the time, Mike Griffin, who was the administrator from 04 to 08. There's a reason why I carry a lot of respect for that guy. He actually got the shuttle running on a regular schedule. Yeah, considering he inherited that crap sandwich that was Columbia in 2004. He also facilitated the Constellation program. At the same time, he got the shuttle running on a reliable schedule, got all the missions that he needed to build the ISS, got the ISS operational, well overseeing Constellation, and got Ares 1X flying in less than 4 years. There's a reason why I like that guy. Mike Griffin was an excellent NASA administrator. Fantastic. So, STS-135 was the spare that they had it for 134. Now I know what people are going to say. What about the spare for 135? There's a reason why there was only 4 people on it. Because it was just leftovers. And under budget. Yeah, Tessa, that's another thing. A lot of people don't realize Constellation was actually ahead of schedule until 2008. And Mike Griffin left. It was actually ahead of schedule. Yeah. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. Yeah, they were making pretty damn good strides. Why do you think they got a test flight done in 2009? Think about that for a second. Constellation came out of the Vision for Space Exploration circa 2004, 2005. They had a test flight in less than 4 years. And they were supposed to have another test flight a year later for Ares 1X. With Constellation, NASA was trying to do rapid prototyping with leftover shuttle components. What the idea there is that you retain the technical expertise from the shuttle program to make new launch vehicles. So if you're building a shuttle-derived launch vehicle, it makes sense to have the shuttle program, A, operating, and B, as the shuttle ramped down, shuttle-derived launch vehicles ramped up, you could just transfer the personnel over. Oh, you're a shuttle engine guy? You're an SRB guy? Oh, here, move to this. Oh, you worked on main propulsion systems. Here, work on the MPS for Ares 5. That's what they wanted to do, and they ended up not doing that. I talked about this yesterday. You guys don't need to know. But yeah, that's what happened. Anyway, so let's move on a little bit. What's Truthful? Why did Truthful post Vulcan with Orion on it? Just out of curiosity. What was the context here? It's one reason why I was thinking post office before. Less turnover up top and if things are going well. Aqualux, all I'm going to say to that is if the president wants to pull the plug on the program, they retain executive privilege to do that. It's borderline unconstitutional because there's no checks and balance to that. That's the reason why SLS exists. Because the president, at the time, held the space program and said, I'm going to get rid of this if you don't do this. I'm not going to get into it, but they played political football with it, and NASA ended up getting the shaft in more ways than one. We got the shaft because you were working against the grain. Working against the grain. Working against the grain got us SLS. I'm not talking about it. I'm going to get annoyed. At the end of the day, NASA can't do much if the president decides NASA isn't a priority. There's not much we can do about it. Yeah, Truthful posts KSP builds. That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is the context that you're going to get annoyed at. Well, I did say it would be a spicy space news. So what is this? What's the context of this here? Cool that commercial alternatives to SLS Orion stack might be getting explored soon. This is a Congressional Department of Commerce, Justice, and Science. Okay, this is an excerpt from a CSJ report. Commerce, Justice, and Science is the Senate's, the Senate, it's a Senate committee on those three subjects. So basically, it's a Senate committee that has whatever the Senate's say would be in NASA. So this is important. Now, keep in mind, the Senate has a committee. The House of Representatives has a, I forget what it's called. They have a thing. They have a Commerce, Justice, and Science committee as well, but it's called a different name because it's the House of Representatives. I do agree with that being a problem. That was one reason why I was thinking of it. You could take it out of the executive's direct hands. Yeah. It would take some pretty hard brainstorming to come up with another way. I mean, the post office wouldn't be a bad idea, but the post office has a stated goal. You know what I mean? Sorry, it's getting hot in here. Don't worry, I'm making sure the dog's water bowl is full too. Too many bean counters, not enough beans. Well, Tessa, we've always had bean counters. Our system over here is bureaucratic in nature. That's on purpose. That was implemented on purpose to prevent consolidation of power. But my argument has always been there's clearly ways to get this system to work for you. There's clearly ways to get the system to work for you, going with the grain. The Apollo program is a great example of that. The Manhattan Project, another good example. Similar things, like the Hoover Dam, if you really want to count that. I don't know if that was Public Works. Tennessee New Deal. Tennessee Valley Association, part of the New Deal in the 30s. That's a good example. Infrastructure is always a winner. Every time. You know, there are ways to have this system work for you. I don't know why nobody has the wherewithal to do that. There's probably a good reason, but what that is, I have no idea. I'm not a politician. I don't know. I can only speculate. Now, what do we got here? Hoover was New Deal. Yeah. Dude, infrastructure is always a winner with me, Aqualux. I mean, I that's because I love building highways, but infrastructures are the arteries for everything. Trains, cars, planes. And fortunately, I know it's going to sound stupid, but we champion every form of transportation in this country. Just some forms of transportation are specialized for certain goods. Our railroad network is fantastic for anybody that wants to know. It's pretty friggin' good for what it is. It's just designed for moving freight. That's all. People fly on planes because this country's big. It makes sense. That's why we like you, boss. You're not a politician. Yeah, I'm too honest to be a politician, Tessa. You know what I'm saying? Also, I have a soul. Anyway, so this is an excerpt from that Senate committee here. However, NASA must effectively manage the cost and schedule of the agency's highest priority missions, especially in light of a constrained fiscal environment. The committee is concerned that cost overruns for flagship missions, including those in the Exploration Directorate, are affecting programs across the agency, and that, in the long term, NASA must drive down the launch costs to ensure the long-term success of the Artemis campaign. The committee acknowledges this is based off of the OIG report, which I have teed up over. No, that's IG 24-001. I'll have to read that. That lack of competition for heavy lift services are impeding the ability to drive down exploration launch costs. What? Therefore, not later than 90 days after the enactment of this act, NASA shall provide the committee with a report outlining how the agency is planning on reducing launch costs beginning with Artemis 5. The report should include progress on implementing the recommendations in IG 24-001 and an analysis of how commercial launch options could be a part of the agency's long-term strategy. want to stop paying $2 billion for SLS launch. Yeah, Red Fox, I understand that. So two things that I'll always say anytime we talk about SLS, anything SLS associated with cost. You guys are getting total cost involved. NASA by law has to tell you how much everything costs. If I'm an SLS technician and I need to write something down, you know, say I'm working on tightening a bolt on SLS and I need to write something down. The pen, the paper, your labor hours are all roped into SLS's cost. Everything. Everything gets roped in. Keeping the lights on at the VAB is roped into SLS's launch cost. The reason why is because there's no other way to really measure this in the public sector. In the private sector, it's pretty simple. If you're making money, as long as the cost incurred is less than the outcome, you're good to go. I mean, even in SpaceX's case, that might not even be the case, but long-term investors will do that, but that's another story. We're talking about public here, right? There's no way to measure profit. There's no way to measure scientific understanding of these programs, so it's hard to extrapolate cost. The only way that we can do it is from total cost involved. Well, how much does everything cost? This is how much it costs. So TCI is very important in economics, right? Say I want to build a garage, another garage. Say I want to build another garage, all right? And say I wanted to use a prefabricated building in my backyard, just like this one is. Say I wanted to do that, right? Now, what does that entail? What's total cost involved? Is total cost involved me calling up the company and saying, hey, how much for that building? Oh, EJ, that building is $10,000. I wish. Okay, is $10,000 your TCI? No, absolutely not. They got to ship that building to you. It's got to show up at your door, in which case you paid $10,000 plus probably another $1,000 in shipping to get a building that is basically a glorified erector set on your front lawn, right? Okay, so let's go to build a garage. Garage needs a foundation. Concrete. Where's the concrete coming from? Now you need concrete. Now you need $2,000 worth of concrete. Are you going to pour the concrete yourself? You're going to pay somebody to do it. Another $1,000 there. So this $10,000 building, even before you say, even if you choose to do all the labor yourself, right? You can't wire it yourself. You need an electrician for that. That's another $1,000, right? If you want plumbing, you need a plumber. You need a plumber with a license to come and do it. Now you got to hire a plumber. Now you need an HVAC guy if you wanted air conditioning, unlike me. It's very hot in here, right? So that's another $1,000, another $1,500. So this $10,000 building is now costing you 30 G's, right? $10,000 is just a unit price of all the materials to make the stupid thing, right? Total cost involved to build it is everything, including labor costs, including keeping the lights on at the VAB, because the VAB is needed for SLS. You don't have another building to make a rocket that big, right? So when SLS seems to carry its huge freaking price tag, it's because you're hearing TCI. No one ever says this, and I don't understand why. Everybody just looks at it and go, $2 billion to launch. Even the politicians, they look at it, oh, $2 billion to launch, that's too much. Well, yeah, most of that is to pay the electric bill on all the factories that SLS uses. The SLS program, geniusly, it's spread all over the place. Engines are made in California, I think. I think they're made in California, right? Core stage is made in Louisiana. The vehicle is tested in Mississippi, and it's launched in Florida, right? Right, and then there's the transport. All to keep the lights on at Aerojet Rocketdyne for the contract, to keep the lights on at Michoud, to keep the lights on at Stennis, to keep the lights on at Kennedy Space Center, that's all incorporated into the program's cost. Any NASA program that uses a NASA design center, albeit Plumbrook, so Ohio, Goddard, Kennedy, Johnson, Stennis, Michoud, any program, Huntsville, that's Marshall Space Flight Center, any program, Ames, if you want to do wind tunnel research, right? Edwards, not Edwards, it's Armstrong, the Armstrong Flight Research Facility. Any program that uses any one of these facilities incurs the cost of upkeep for said things. This is the reason why I really wish that they'd just make more SLSs. Because the SLS program is footing the entire maintenance cost for the VAB. So every empty high bay in that VAB, every part of that VAB that's not being used to do VAB things is a cost sink. See what I'm talking about? That's why SLS has such a high price tag. You overcome this problem if you make more SLSs. Yes, that's going to cost more money, obviously, right? But say it costs $2 billion to launch an SLS. And I would, if I had to guess, out of that $2 billion, I'll bet you dollars to donuts, 1.5 billion of that is all the facilities and labor costs. I'll bet you an SLS stack is somewhere in the ballpark of like $500 million if we were going on a per unit cost. Think about it. I'll bet you 75% of that 2 billion is everything that isn't SLS. That has nothing to do with the physical hardware of the vehicle. I'll bet you an SLS stack doesn't cost much more than a shuttle stack. Shuttle stacks were $400 million in 2011. You adjust that for inflation, it's probably like $500 million now, which is where I'm getting my numbers from. Now, don't get me wrong, there are a little bit of extrapolations here, but that's what I'm talking about. You launch more SLSs, that $1.5 billion is always going to be there. We're not getting the best bang for our buck by launching it once a year. You get the best bang for your buck if you launch it 3 times a year, because 75% of that cost you're going to have to pay anyway. See what I'm talking about? So how much does an RS-25 cost? Yes. RS-25s are really, really complicated, Sawjet, and the reason why they're really complicated is because they were designed to be reused. When you reuse something, you design it in a completely different way than you would if you didn't reuse it. This is one of my criticisms of the SLS program. SLS is always going to carry a heavy cost because you're using RS-20, you're using shuttle-derived propulsion. Now, don't get me wrong, RS-25s are great motors and you pay for that capability. SLS can huck a 100-ton payload into medium Earth orbit. I'll say that one more time. The SLS rocket can huck 100 tons into a MEO orbit, which is absurd. That is an absurd capability. Which is why I think it's really funny that they say there's... they don't even have their own nomenclature right. Their own nomenclature isn't right here. So, listen, it says the committee is concerned that cost overruns for flagship missions, including those in the Exploration Directorate, that's SLS, are affecting programs across the agency, and that, in the long term, NASA must drive down launch costs to ensure the long-term success of the Artemis campaign. The committee acknowledges OIG's findings that the lack of competition for heavy lift services are impeding the ability to drive down launch costs. See, so first of all, their nomenclature isn't even right. This is super heavy launch capability. You're not even in heavy lift. Heavy lift is 25 to 50 tons. Past 50 tons, you're in super heavy lift areas. SLS is a super heavy launch vehicle. Saturn V is a super heavy launch vehicle. The N1 is a super heavy launch vehicle. Uran Energia, super heavy launch vehicle. Super heavy in Starship, super heavy. You see where I'm going with this? $3.5 billion for 24 engines. That's not too bad, Hell Hydra, right? They don't even have their own thing right. However, the Senate makes a very poignant point right here. The committee acknowledges the OIG's findings that the lack of competition for heavy lift services are impeding the ability to drive down exploration launch costs. Now, first of all, I think that's a load of horse crap. I think contractors ring NASA for every penny. They take NASA to the cleaners, and there's no accountability for that. Like, a big criticism I have would be SLS getting rewards for hitting milestones when SLS is like 5 years too late. You got a problem with that? I don't blame you. You should not get rewarded for lack of punctuality. That's disgusting. And that's what they were doing in, 2016, 2017. They were doing that before Jim got in there and he said, hell no, right? That's why I like Jim. We like Jim. Jim's all right. So it's interesting that they note that there's a lack, they think that competition, see, this is where I'm getting confused. They don't know what super heavy launch vehicle capability is. They're defining it as heavy lift, which is weird. But By that logic, Falcon Heavy would be competitive with SLS, which it's not in terms of characteristic energy. Absolutely not. SLS is way better. I know what I said just sounds weird, but what, SLS is better than Falcon Heavy? Yeah, SLS can move a much bigger payload towards the moon than Falcon Heavy can. That's what you pay for. That's why it's called super heavy super heavy lift capability and not heavy lift capability. That's the difference, right? So that OIG report, whoever wrote that, the OIG report states that part of what would bring SLS's costs down is competition in the commercial market. The lack of competition for heavy lift services are impeding the ability to drive down exploration launch costs. Implying there's another public sector moon rocket? Or that there would be another public sector moon rocket in the future? See, I really don't think that OIG report is correct. And don't get me wrong, I don't know more than the Inspector General, but honestly, if you're going to, if you think that a way for SLS to bring costs down is to have it compete with the private sector, that's stupid. That's stupid. That's stupid. Why is that stupid? Are you guys familiar with the Grumman LLV? Anybody? Anybody know what a Grumman LLV is? Anyone? Grumman, same company that Northrop Grumman, like that Grumman. Grumman, they made the F-14. That Grumman, you know what I'm talking about? They made the LEM. Does anybody know? You know what that is? Well, if you don't, and you live in the US, you've probably seen it before. That's a Grumman LLV. Saying that SLS needs to keep its costs down, that a way to get SLS to keep its costs down, right? Saying that is to have a commercial market is like saying the LLV, a way to keep the LLV costs down is to have more competition in the commercial sector. You're comparing that to a BMW. Do you see how stupid that sounds? That LLV is purpose-built. It's built to deliver mail. It's built for a very good reason. Does that reason generate you cash? No, it does not. It's very Spartan in nature. It's very utilitarian on purpose. Does the mail van make a good daily driver? No, it's awful. It's left-hand drive. Yeah, I don't know if you people overseas, if you're watching from the UK or Australia or something, our mail vans are right-hand drive. The driver is towards the curb because delivering mail. I don't know if you guys knew that, right? Yeah, and Grumman made it too. Yeah, they had the contract for the mail van the same time they had the contract for the F-14. The more you know, right? Yeah, they don't have air conditioning either. Yeah, but they're great trucks. It's actually based off of, an LLV is based off of, it's a Chevy S10 if people really want to know. Chevy S10 chassis with a Chevy S10 motor. It's got an Iron Duke engine in it. They don't make power, but a mail van doesn't need to make horsepower. A mail van needs to be reliable. Iron Dukes are insanely reliable. Have you guys ever noticed the mail vans driving around? They sound like tractors because they have a motor that's 40 years old inside of them. So once again, do you understand the absurdity of comparing this to like a BMW 5 Series or something? Or even comparing it to any commercial, like comparing this to a Ford Transit or something? No, that's ridiculous. This is a purpose-built vehicle for that exact reason. Comparing this to a Ford Transit is ridiculous. I mean, you could, and honestly, it wouldn't be the worst idea. But the point is that this service is a need that the commercial market doesn't necessarily have. There's no market for making mail vans unless the government wants them. So there's no market for making SLS unless the government needs it for scientific exploration, in which case I think comparing it is saying that a way to bring down costs on SLS, would be to consider commercial options is a little bit stupid. That's incredibly short-sighted because you're comparing a mail van to a BMW. That's ridiculous. Missed opportunity to call it the mail cat. Yeah, sorry. Did they ever catapult a mail truck? No, but they should have. I'll say, though, if we open the door to letting commercial launch things on SLS, we'd get more launches, reducing the per launch cost. Oculix, am I misunderstanding? I think they're saying that you need to... I don't think they're saying open up SLS to commercial payloads. I think they're saying compare SLS to any other rocket that could have the similar capability. So, let's be real. They're talking about Starship and New Glenn. But that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, New Glenn doesn't cut it. That doesn't have the oomph to get anything useful out to the moon with people. That has to do with people, unless you're launching cargo to the moon with it. You can't launch people. Can't get people to the moon with New Glenn, unless you want your Orion capsule to be on like a month transfer out to the moon. Yeah, like I added on to that. That's backwards to what I was saying. Okay, cool. If they wanted to open up SLS to commercial contracts, I wouldn't have a problem with that, but that's not the Senate's decision. Just look, damn, those things are expensive over here. They're like 15 to 20K each. How much are they over on your side? You actually can't get those titled, Tessa. Mail vans don't have a VIN. I don't know how it is overseas. Well, I shouldn't say that. You can get a mail van titled. There are mail vans that did enter the private market in a very small capacity that you can get a VIN for, and you can get a title. Yeah, they're just extremely rare, and if one does come up, you're paying an arm and a leg for a freaking 1980 S10 with an aluminum cover on it. There might be some wiggle room in the wording if someone actually wants to be smart at NASA. Now, the next gen mail truck. Yeah. Yeah, this is a fustercluck. I hate this thing pretty much in every way, shape, and form. The Oshkosh NGDV. Okay, first of all, it looks awful. It looks stupid. All right. Now, in terms of capability, it's not a bad vehicle. I understand why they gave it that big windshield, so you don't hit things. However, the NGDV program, the procurement program for the next generation delivery vehicle, was written by a moron. A moron. So first of all, Oshkosh got the contract. Oshkosh makes military vehicles. Second of all, the contract for the NGDV states that they're going to produce, I forget how much, like 30,000 of these things with a diesel engine in it. And then, after a certain amount of time, after a certain amount of NGDVs have been made with diesel engines in them, then they'll start they'll start making it a fully electric vehicle. And then after that, what they'll start doing is taking the ones with the diesel engines and sending them back to the factory, sending them back to Oshkosh and having them refitted with an electric motor. Yeah, I'll give you 3 guesses how much that is going to actually happen. So they're going to make like 10,000 of these things, and then with gas, and then they're going to make 10,000 of them with electricity, and then they're going to take the first 10,000, bring them back to the factory, and then retrofit that with electricity, and then have 20,000 electric vehicles. Why? What? Why would you do that way? Oh, dude, look up the procurement program for NGDV. It'll make you hate it. I hate it. Like, Look, you want to go EV, I don't have a problem with that. Mail vans would make great electric vehicles. Mail vans don't need a lot of power. They don't move very far, right? Solar panel on the top. Just have the thing sit there and charge when when they're not delivering the mail. And mail vans go very slow. They move down the road very slowly. Enough to where the solar panel might be able to offset the energy used. Right? And even then, if not, you just take it, you plug it back in, your electric bill goes up a little bit. But Mail vans are like the perfect candidate to electrify. Like, it's a really good idea. Now, I'm not for EV swapping everything, guys. I don't think everything should be electric powered. A diesel truck, an electric truck can't do what a diesel truck can do yet. I understand. Yet. However, if we're gonna electrify our stupid mail van fleet, just electrify the stupid mail van fleet. Don't sit here and, you know, wishy-washy. Oh, it'll be diesel for a little while. Oh, it won't be diesel for a little. No, it's so stupid. That's how you hack politics. Link to IG24011, which was already covered 2 months ago. Yeah, no, mail vans, dude. I like, you know, if reducing carbon emissions is your big thing, and the government has a hard on to do that, let's be real, they really want to do that because we're good people. They're not, but bear with me. That would be, dude. That's low hanging fruit, and we can't even do that right. It's nope, got to be diesel. The first 10,000. You know what's gonna happen? They're gonna make 10,000 of those diesel things, and they're gonna be like, yeah, never mind. No, we got hung up maintaining our diesel fleet of vehicles. You know it's bullcrap. Like that's what I'm trying to say. You know that's not gonna happen. You know that ain't gonna happen. Now, if it was up to me, you know the company that has the contract for making NASA's astronaut transport vehicles, Canoe? There you go. There you go. Done. Perfect. Or, yeah, I mean, there you go. Now, personally, I think NASA should have chosen that as their astronaut delivery vehicle, not Canoe, but whatever. See what I'm talking about? Like, none of this makes any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And this isn't, like, the whole NGDV thing is not even like, you know, that's working against the grain. Let me put it to you like that. That's working against the grain. That's ridiculous. There's no way that's going to happen. Yeah, the USPS a little while back, Lloyd, did start fielding Canoes. You know why? Because that's the right way to do it. And I hope they pull the plug on that NGDV contract because that thing sucks. And nothing against Oshkosh either. It's no hard feelings. That's just ridiculous doing it that way. Whoever argued for that contract structure knows nothing about thermodynamics. Like, and I'm not even like, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out, you know, the use cases here. Like, I'm not calling for every politician to be a mechanical engineer, right? I mean, it would certainly help, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, like, you need to have like a high school education here to understand that an electric vehicle would be better in this application. You don't need to go to college to understand this. Maintenance is also massively cheaper on EVs. Dude, for EV mail vans, regenerative brake, so less maintenance, right? Like you said, you don't need it. You're never going to have to change your brake pads. Brake pads last the whole life of the damn vehicle, right? Solar power offset, decentralized power generation. So it works decent in remote areas. Like, put solar panels on every post office and have a couple of battery packs. Done. Dude, have a couple of battery packs with the 4 or 5 post vans. Done. This is not hard. Like it's perfect. It is the perfect candidate for an electric vehicle if we're going to insist on using our electric vehicles, right? Like I'm agreeing with you. It's absurd. Infrastructure creation too. Yeah. Oh, hey buddy. Taito, you thirsty? Titan's awake now. You've been a good boy since you started barking. Here. I know it's hot in here, but get some water. I know it's hot. Get some water, dude. A lot of simple stuff that can fix a lot of things. The Luddites would just get out of the way. Well, Dragon... here's the thing, and this is the biggest reason why I'm trying not to get upset about this anymore. Like, dude, don't get me wrong. What happened? Oh, here we go. I woke him up. What happened with Viper is not acceptable. Buddy, what's wrong? What happened with Viper is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. What's happening with Chandra? Not acceptable. What's happening with Artemis? Not acceptable. And meanwhile, we're ballooning costs like crazy. This is not acceptable. All right? But here's the thing. You say, if only the Luddites would get out of the way. Look, man, I could sit here, you can point the finger, you can assign blame all you want. I always say that NASA needs to be more accountable. So I'm going to do what I can to try and go with the grain. And what do I mean by that? Teaching people about this stuff. I'm not going to get mad. I've been getting too salty about it lately, and Lord knows it does piss me off. Right? Viper was a Congress issue. No, it was not. NASA pulled the plug on it. Congress wanted to fund it. Hell Hydra. It was NASA's decision to pull that. Congress wants to fund it, from what I understand. Tinfoil Hat Brain there says there was a finger on the scales deciding the one that looks awful because it belongs to big oil. Yeah. Why? See, Alex, I never understood that. Oil's worry about the status quo because they set up an entire infrastructure for power, like for their power generation that's centered around oil. Why don't we just pay them to retool? Rope that into your contract. Yeah, the contract's going to be big, but now you have them working for you. They will lobby for more money, will they not? I don't understand. There's clearly ways to get the system to work for you, and I refuse to believe that there isn't. Popper. Anyway, back to space. So this is this OIG report. This is IG 24011. What we found. As a test flight, Artemis 1 was used to examine how... Here, I'm going to make this text bigger so people can read it. As a test flight, Artemis 1 was used to examine how the integrated SLS and Orion and associated systems performed in their intended environment, allowing the agency to confidently mitigate risks, certify systems designs, and validate mission capabilities for future missions in the Artemis campaign. To this end, the Artemis 1 test flight revealed critical issues that need to be addressed before placing crew on the Artemis 2 mission. In particular, they still can if they want to write it into law. NASA just took the easy way out. Disgusting behavior from NASA leadership, Hell Hydra. I'm sorry, it's disgusting. This behavior should not be tolerated. Viper, someone's playing political football with Viper because it's an election year. They did the same thing. They did the same thing every time an administration changed. They do the same nonsense. Actually, Jim didn't, for what it was worth. But that's another story. But yeah, they're playing political football with scientific exploration, and I frankly don't like people that do that. I think I would rather have the dog bark in my ear 24 hours a day than listen to those people. The correct source to IG had the wrong one open. Oh, okay, cool. This is 24001. All right, let's go. What we found. After reassessing NASA's planned strategy to shift SLS production, systems integration, and launch services to DST under services rather than a current sole source contract structure, the Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate added 3 years to the timeline for transitioning these responsibilities and consolidating existing SLS-related contracts under DST. Deep Space Transportation. It's the private entity that they're trying to spin SLS off into, for some context. So NASA had government contracts to build SLS, and now they're trying to consolidate all of SLS's production under one commercial entity. The reason why they do stuff like that is because, well, it's commercial, it's less expensive, and two, you get better benefits for your employees because private sector healthcare, it's better than the public sector healthcare. If you disagree or agree with that, I don't really care, just context, okay? So ULA V2. No, Poison. This would be more like United Space Alliance. United Space Alliance was a company. It's still around, but it's still around to handle pensions. USA was the commercial operator of the shuttle. It was a subsidiary of Boeing. Kind of like ULA, but kind of not. During this 3-year evaluation and readiness period, NASA will continue to manage the individual SLS contracts until DST is ready to fully assume that role. We believe this pre-epoch transition contract is a positive step, as it will include an inside oversight team to monitor and evaluate DST's ability to manage the full scope of SLS production and integration. For example, the transition period provides Boeing more time to improve its quality control efforts for core and upper stage production at NASA's Michoud Assembly Facility, a concern raised by DCMA since 2019, the Defense Contract Management Agency. Our analysis shows a single SLS Block 1B will cost at least $2.5 billion to produce, not including the systems engineering and integration costs. Oh boy, there's your cost breakdown. See, that's TCI. Not including integration costs. Remember how I just said a second ago, like if it's $2 billion to launch, $1.5 billion of that has nothing to do with actually launching the launch vehicle? That 1.5 is actually 2.5 billion, by the way. You're welcome. That's what I mean. Most of SLS's cost is the money that's needed to support the entire industrial base of the SLS system. Well, the SLS rocket. And NASA's aspirational goal to achieve a cost savings of 50% is highly unrealistic. Specifically, our review determined that cost savings initiatives in several SLS production contracts, such as reducing workforce within Boeing's Stages contract and gaining manufacturing efficiencies with Aerojet Rocketdyne's RS-25 restart and production contract, were not significant, and as a result, a single SLS will cost more than $2 billion through the first 10 SLS rockets produced under EPOC. Let me just... Exploration, Productions, and Operations contract. That said, moving SLS production from separate cost reimbursable contracts to a combined commercial services approach may potentially reduce SLS production costs in the long term if a fixed price contract is used to codify a reduced price. Okay. No. No. A fixed price contract codified into firm fixed price for SLS cores when there's still different variants of SLS that need to be developed, like Block 1B and Block 2, is going to get someone killed. Firm fixed price for development and testing is idiotic. Starliner is a good example as to why. Starliner was funded on firm fixed price. You don't develop on firm fixed pricing. That's stupid. That's why cost plus is used. Cost plus is used when you don't know how much it's going to cost. That's why it's called cost plus. The only way to keep accountability with cost plus is deadlines. What did we just see NASA do with Artemis 2? They pushed it back a year. Oops. Gotta keep riding that gravy train. However, the agency has yet to determine the extent of what fixed-price contracts will be used with DST. Considering the $4.3 billion cost increase the agency incurred with cost reimbursable contracts used to build the spaceflight systems for the first Artemis I'm sorry, what? Considering the $4.3 billion cost increase the agency incurred with cost reimbursable contracts used to build the spaceflight systems for the first Artemis mission, continuing this type of contract under EPOC calls into the question of sustainability, affordability, and the effectiveness of NASA's contracting approach to SLS production. Oh dear. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. We covered this a year ago. Hey, buddy, what's up? What's wrong? You okay? Get past this. Suitability? Did I read it wrong? Hold on. Oh, suitability. Okay, good. He's worried about you getting upset. Yeah. Well, I'm trying not to get upset. You need to go pee? You gotta go to the bathroom? Here. Get up here. Get up here. Come on, up. Oh, I think he's got to pee. You got to go pee-pee? All right. You got a dog? I've been away for too long. That's Titan. Yep. I got a dog. I even have pupper cam. See? Titan likes to bark. I don't know if you could tell, Nuclear. All right. Guys, give me 1 second. I'm going to take him outside real quick. Dude. Long story short, SLS's contract structure is a freaking mess. It's a freaking mess. Like, this is bad. Not good. Not great. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. 1 moment.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nuclear, 49 months. He's breaking the sound barrier. He is. Burp, 1 second. Here, enjoy this nice waiting music. Oh. Okay. How was the nice samba music? He really did need to go to the bathroom. Yeah. Probably, I'd say like a 45-second stream. No exaggeration. I didn't know that dog could hold that much. Anyway. So, what were we talking about? This is an OIG report about SLS and how the Senate thinks that they need SLS to compete in the commercial market to reduce costs. They think that's the only way that'll work. That's no. No. I think that's an extraordinarily bad idea. And I think that funding SLS, especially when newer versions need to be developed on a firm fixed price thing, will doom the program. That's pretty bad. That's not a good thing. Show cat, please. It's a dog. Also, big update for Kid Hack. Cool. Yeah, that's no good, dudes. That's really bad. I really hope they don't act on that. If they try to, if you fully switched SLS to firm pricing right now, when the final version of the vehicle is not developed, you got a big problem. There's no way that's going to work. I will tell you this right now. There is no way that's going to work. Like, and that's not, I'm not saying that because I can see the future or anything weird. It's just, look, maybe you could squeeze it, but they said in this report that they're worried about quality, and they also want to cut funding. They want to costs are ballooning, and they're worried about quality assurance, which is okay. Yeah, switching SLS to a fixed unit price right now when development isn't finished is extraordinarily bad. That would be death. That would be, yeah, Rocky Guy, I'm with you. That'd be the death of the program. That would be the end of that. Now, here's the thing. Do I think we should cancel SLS for Starship right now? No. Absolutely not. No way. 2 reasons. SLS put an Orion capsule out to the moon. Can Starship do that in its current form right now? No. Will Starship be able to do that in a future form? I'm not 100% sure. The only way that would work is Orion would have to fly in the payload bay. I'm pretty sure NASA doesn't want that. So even Starship, fully operational, 100% rapidly reusable, will not jive very well with Orion. So unless Starship is capable of, SpaceX can prove out the life support systems on a Starship and have a crew Starship and a lander Starship, right? Which they probably will. I guarantee you SpaceX is working towards doing that. There's no substitute for SLS. There's no substitute. Nothing can do what it can do. I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to be mean. I am certainly not saying that SpaceX is incapable of doing something. They'll probably make a Starship that's designed for deep space, considering it's the company's mission statement. They're probably designing that in. And guess what? It'll probably be better than Orion when they're done, and fully reusable. Just saying. But how long is that going to take? How long is that going to take? That probably happens in about 10 years. Given SpaceX's like cutting edge push to, do this, I guarantee you it'll take 10 years at the very least, at least for NASA to get on board with something like that. And when that happens, sure, start buying Starships. Just like the government bought those damn mail vans, right? Even though it's not really tailor built to what you're trying to do. But whatever. Government doesn't make their own airplanes, right? So making your own spaceship, if it gets to that point, that would be great. If NASA could just procure Starships and have dedicated Starship NASA missions, that would be fantastic. But Starship is nowhere near that right now. And until then, I think it would be very, very short-sighted to get rid of SLS at this point. We have an operational vehicle that flies. The time to do this would have been 5 years ago. Actually, even before that. Time to do this would have been 10 years ago. But simultaneously, I'm not saying we're in too deep either. SLS's contract structure is abhorrent. let's say abhorrent. The way they have this set up, the way the contract was structured was designed by bureaucrats. That's what happens when you get designed by committee. The contract structure is fragmented and counterintuitive. Not counterintuitive. It's bureaucratic in nature. But once again, we know the reasons why, don't we? We know why SLS ended up being designed by committee. We know perfectly good why. Because someone tried to pull the plug on the whole thing and Congress freaked out and signed rockets into law. Because you don't get reelected by having the district where Kennedy Space Center is and having some bonehead get rid of 6,000 jobs in your district. You will fight to not have that happen, which is why when they said, nah, screw it, don't just get rid of the whole thing, they said, we're not doing that. And then they canceled the shuttle program anyway. Good times. I'm telling you. You know I sit here and I rant about Constellation getting canceled and how that was a mistake. We're still paying for that. Actually paying for that. You are still paying. Do you see these numbers? We are still paying for this. There is no way Ares 5 would have cost this much. Not a chance. No way. No, I'm sorry. There's no way. There's no way Ares 5 with how Constellation was set up was going to cost that much. Not a chance. Vehicles flown once, and it's not even the capable version. They also haven't been able to see the return on investment on their manufacturing improvements they put into motion last year. Braga, this is a fiasco. It would be worse than Constellation and Venture Star cancellations. I'm telling you, Constellation getting axed affected our spaceflight policy in probably the worst way. I would contend to say that canceling Constellation at this point was worse than getting rid of Apollo. Yep. When do they want this to take effect? I don't know. It's just their recommendations. Well, actually, I don't know. I'll read the recommendations here in a second. It's just 2 paragraphs. Yeah. All this OIG stuff, all this crap with SLS, accountability, etc., this can all be traced to the decision to pull the plug on Constellation. Oh, yeah. Because what pulling the plug on Constellation did was create infighting in NASA and infighting in Congress over NASA. I mean, arguably the shuttle program set the stage for that, but there you go. This is a disaster. It was a disastrous decision, and I can trace all of our space program's current problems right back to that point. That was disastrous. Wait, our politicians are doing it stupid? Yeah, no way. I contend to say that Congress saved NASA, Nader. I think the executive at the time made a very, 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 very big mistake. And they turned NASA design centers against each other, which is the opposite of what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to work with each other. That's the biggest reason why getting rid of it was a bad idea. Congress was for Constellation. They wanted Constellation. That's why we got a rocket that looks like it belongs in the Constellation program. Because they wanted that. Bill Nelson was one of the guys that championed this. He said, no, we want to go further in space. We want to fund this project. It's great money for our districts. NASA has an excellent return on investment. In the context of Constellation, just like Viper and Chandra, in the context of that, Congress actually helped us as taxpayers, not the opposite. And don't get me wrong, they don't get many W's nowadays. That's a W for sure. Do you think a potential Mark Kelly VP changes any of this? I don't know how Mark Kelly's going to fix this, aren't I? If he ended up being a VP candidate, I think that would be good on the whole for NASA. I've always said that NASA doesn't need a scientist to be the NASA administrator. NASA needs a politician, a good politician. R. Kelly's a pretty good politician. You know, regardless of whether you agree or disagree, he's pretty good. And he knows a lot about space. He only flew the space shuttle a bunch of times. Pretty sure he knows what's up. But here's the thing. Charlie Bolden was a shuttle astronaut. He was a damn good shuttle pilot. Not making spaceflight a national priority. Great. You could have the best NASA administrator in the world. You could have James Webb. If you don't give him something to do, he's not going to do anything. SLS concept development was a fiasco in itself. Cancel Ares 5, keep Orion, massive crew capsule mandate, SDLV, so you get a worse, more constrained launch vehicle than Ares 5.
Hey, Popper.
Yeah, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable, Rocket Guy. Like, this is unacceptable. And this is the part that I'm trying not to get super pissed off about. I'm frankly sick of these games. I'm sick of it. But, you know, that's the whole reason why Commercial Crew was championed in, you know, right? That's the whole reason why Commercial Crew was championed, because it's a way to get stuff done faster. But that's not a long-term solution. You needn't look no further than the XEMU program to see why the incessant need to make everything commercially operated and publicly procured is a really bad idea. Collins Aerospace pulled out of the suit contract, guys, for EVA suits for Artemis. Great. We have astronauts that are going to land there in Artemis 3. They're not going to be able to go outside. The suits aren't done. I've always told you guys the space suits are going to be your long lead item here. It's not the lander. SpaceX will get the lander done. I have faith in them. What's wrong to the NASA people who made that decision? At that level, they are politicians. Well, you need a good politician to run NASA, Nader, but yeah, I don't. This isn't good, man. This is not good news. That wasn't even the Investigator General report that I wanted to read today. To be honest with you. So, I wanted to see, the whole purpose of this conversation is I want to see what Truthful was getting at by saying, no,
You've had enough today. No. Stop.
man. No, I've paid attention to you enough. Jeez. The reason why Truthful, I lost my train of thought. Give me a second. Yeah, just knock over my stuff. Thanks. Appreciate it, pal. We were wondering why Truthful was showing a Vulcan VC6 with Orion on top of it. Because that was seen as a potential competitor to SLS, which, let's be real, Vulcan VC6 does not have enough to put Orion on a translunar injection. Sorry, it does not. Even Tori Bruno will tell you that. Truthful does do some awesome renders. All those renders are in Kerbal as well. Those are really good. Nader, you need someone who can dance and embarrass the likes of Mr. Escalation Management. Yeah, right. Sorry, I'm super black-pilled on politicians in general right now, so I'd have a hard time saying anything positive about them. Yeah, but the context of this is 2011 Congress, not 2024 Congress. Big difference. In fact, I would say that stoking this infighting is why we're in the position that we're in right now. Because it's everybody thinks it's us versus them, which is absurd. We need to frankly get away from that mentality, period, or else we're screwed. Yeah, that's as much as you'll hear me talk about politics on. It's very easy to just be like, screw it, I don't have faith in anything. Putting faith in the system and putting people in there that have faith in the system is the way we fix the problem that we're in now, not just sitting there being cynical pieces of shit about it the entire time. Yeah, I'll take my time out. All right, you're pissing me off. All right, that's it. You're making me mad. Go over there. I'm not playing with you anymore. Why are you so cute? Oh, I keep falling for it. Our politicians need to do better. And it's up to us to hold them accountable, Gratian. That's how our whole system works. That's how your system works, too. Hey, New Mark, everything is good. There's a freaking astronaut in Congress we could use his opinion. Vulcan couldn't lift Orion with its launch escape system. That's a massive 33 metric tons. Vulcan can only do 26 metric tons or so to Leo. Rocket Guy, I agree, and I think that the Orion surface propulsion system would be doing your Leo insertion. But, once again, that's low Earth orbit is nowhere near the moon. From a delta V standpoint and a distance standpoint, right? Exactly, O-Force. We cheer on their behavior, O-Force, instead of holding them accountable. The only people we hold accountable is the people we disagree with, which is a fundamental oversight in us as citizens. You're doing yourself a disservice if you just shun the other side all the time. That's not how our system works, and that will be the end of us. That's all right, fine. Do that. I don't know about you. But hey, whatever. No one's willing to have that conversation anyway, so people are probably getting pissed off just hearing me say it. So let's keep going. Check this out. Some good news. This is B-roll footage of NASA delivering Core Stage 2. Core Stage 2 was delivered to the VAB for the second Artemis mission the other day, and here's some pretty awesome B-roll.
We've had tremendous success with Artemis 1. We're ready to have tremendous success with Artemis 2 with crew on board.
Nader, I would like to add that getting into arguments about people on the internet over politics is also doing yourself a disservice. That's not how you fix this. That's not how you help. Believe me, never argue with an idiot. They'll bring you down to their level and they'll beat you with experience. Music goes pretty hard.
It's incredible, right? So our team has been chomping at the bit.
That's not my
trying to
saying
get flight
nuclear, but
hardware
yeah.
Back to KSC.
Hell yeah.
We're super excited. It's been a lot of hard work from a lot of people.
Cool. So Core Stage 2 is ready to go. Yeah, it's a monster, Rocket Guy. It's a monster. That, once again, just basically what we were saying before I had to go take the dog out real quick. There should be like 4 of these next to each other in the VAB. Pretty maids, all in a row. There should be like 3 more of them. That's the only problem. Should have launched Europa Clipper on it. Well, somebody decided to put the Europa Clipper program into effect and then forgot to procure the launch vehicle in its contract nomenclature. Seriously, RJ, that's what happened. Europa Clipper was getting ready to go, and they were like, oh, what vehicle are we going to launch it on? Oh, we'll probably launch it on SLS. We've done the studies, but we still need to do a little bit more studies. Do the SLS people know about this? No. What do you mean they don't know about this? Have you procured a core? No. It's not in the contract. Also, some frustration seeing the lack of help with people getting impacted by severe weather this year frustrated me too. So yeah, enough of this talk. Rockets, happy rockets. Andrew, the best I can say is, you know, adapt, improvise, adapt, and overcome, right? I mean, hey, I know that got drilled into your head, but it's you know, like, I mean, I'll give you an example you might be familiar with. Did the Marines at Khe Sanh in 1968 act like this? Oh, come on, there's so many of them. This is ridiculous. I'm so black-pilled about this whole fighting thing. I get it. It's not a one-to-one analogy. You should be annoyed at disservice from the government, right? But also, that's not the way. Arguing with people about it isn't going to fix it. Teach. Lead by example. That's what fixes this. No one wants to do that. We just want to sit here and argue all day. We did. My Chase team started a nonprofit to aid people impacted. There you go. That's leading by example. That's what you should do more of that. Why waste time with people on the internet? That's my job, remember? Stop infringing on my territory, you prick. Just joking. The lack of communication between different parts of NASA is insane. That's what I've been saying for a decade, RJ. The program is fragmented. It's a mess. But what I never thought was the right solution is just to sit there and say, pull the plug on everything. The reason why is SLS is the result of someone saying those exact words. Does that make more sense now in the context of what's going on? Giving up and pulling the plug on the whole thing is what almost happened in 2011. We got SLS as a result. That is not a solution. That's not an answer. That doesn't fix anything. Misadventures. Oh, I have receipts on NASA not talking to NASA. Yeah. Absurd.
We're super excited. It's been a lot of hard work from a lot of people.
Anyway. Cool. What else do we got for space news? So NASA assigned Crew 10, which is really good. Is there a production bottleneck for SLS contractors? Or is funding the main issue for production and launch cadence? Good question. I'll get to that bit in a moment. Rem, the biggest problem with SLS is that it's fragmented, just like every other part of NASA. It's fragmented. Especially, like, I probably wouldn't have said this previously, but reading that GAO report and that Senate subcommittee report kind of shifted my perspective a little bit, like the one that I just read a second ago. The contract structure is a freaking mess. And I guess at one point I would have given them the benefit of the doubt, but like I said, Artemis being moved out, when they moved it out in the spring of this year, when they pushed it by a year, and then Chandra and Viper Viper was the last straw. I'm way more candid with how I explain things now, and I try not to, I really don't give the benefit of the doubt anymore. The reason why they can't procure any more SLS cores is because the contract structure basically allowed for, there was no nomenclature in the contract structure for scalability. Now, I have said in the past that SLS, how it's set up at Michoud was designed for scalability. They designed that in, and I was pretty confident based off of what I saw. You've probably heard me say, oh yeah, they could ramp up if they really wanted to. But I've seen some pretty jarring evidence to the contrary. Especially with what we just read in that contract structuring. I'm not really willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't think this contract structure is right. The reason why is because they're trying to pawn it off to a DST LLC, a commercial entity, before development is finished. Can't ramp up production when development isn't even done. That's a fundamental no-no in systems engineering, unless you have some dang robust SE that supports parallel development and production. Now, SLS does, but it does on a once annual launch cadence, which is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. just at a glance, don't want to go into a tangent. How is Apollo organized in comparison? So the first thing about Apollo floating disk is that they didn't think they knew how much it cost. Apollo was technically cost plus, but it was cost plus before, not before cost plus, but it was cost plus incentive would be the modern way to say it. Now, the reason why Apollo carried such a heavy price tag is because we needed to learn how to do a lot of things really, really fast. But what we didn't do is say we knew how much it was going to cost. The accounting for the Apollo program was only done in retrospective after the program was canceled. But in that taught us a lot about aerospace systems engineering. If you're going to push the envelope and you're going to design something new, cost plus works, but cost plus incentive only works if you have a deadline. There's no other way for the government to enforce accountability otherwise. The Apollo program did that. But the Apollo program was done not trying to estimate cost. It was done because we needed to get it done before 1970. And because we had that deadline, that accountability was set by President Kennedy in his speech, even after he passed away, we still followed through with it. I could tend to say that him getting assassinated is probably the big reason why the funding was there, to avenge our dead president. Right? Just on a side note, the Apollo program was funded accordingly, funding to what was needed to get this project done by 1970. And we did. We let our deadline drive the rest of the funding, and as a result of it, we had great accountability. Apollo only cost as much as it needed to cost. It was very, very, very expensive. But considering the biggest rocket was a Saturn 1B before the Saturn V rolled along, I think it was a pretty damn big jump in capability. Apollo had clear vision. Now, Darian, even if you remove the political components of it, Russia, etc., right? I mean, that was the underlying goal of it, but Kennedy didn't phrase it that way. He didn't say we need to beat the Russians to the moon. That was implied. What Kennedy said in his speech was, we choose to go to the moon to serve that which serves to organize and measure the best of our skills, to show that our way of life is the right one, to show that how we do stuff is going to be the one carrying the burden of the cutting edge of human exploration. He didn't say that last part, I'm paraphrasing, but you get the idea. He didn't say anything about Russia. Go watch the speech. Watch the speech a bajillion times. He didn't say nothing about that. That was implied, but he doesn't say anything about that. The reason why I bring that up is because you're right. I mean, that was what was implied, but also you don't necessarily need an adversary to do stuff. You need a challenge and you need a deadline. That's how stuff gets funded correctly, especially when you have a government contract that's trying to push the forefront of technology. The Manhattan Project was the same way. We didn't know how much the Manhattan Project cost until the end, and we basically threw a blank check at Oppenheimer. And, in that particular case, we didn't really have a deadline, but you needed to get it done faster than the Germans did, because we thought the U.S. started the Manhattan Project based off of a note from Albert Einstein written to FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the president at the time during World War II, about how the Germans are developing a super weapon that's based off of nuclear fission. That's what started the Manhattan Project. So they threw a blank check at them because you needed to get it done. There's accountability there because you needed to get it done before the Germans. Definitely didn't want Hitler having a nuke. That would have been bad. That would have been very bad. Oh, he would have used that. He would have sent that sucker right to Moscow, But the funny thing is that they weren't developing a fission device. They were developing a dirty bomb. Basically something that did exactly what Chernobyl did. Instead of big mushroom cloud, you just get fallout everywhere. That's what they were developing. Who, you mean Cillian Murphy? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Those projects serve to show why a deadline and accountability through a deadline is the only way that we can hold these companies accountable for the people that are doing this research. But it starts with a concrete goal. Starts with a concrete goal and a concrete deadline. Artemis has neither of those. That's a big problem. It's a very big problem. So how was Apollo funded? Apollo was funded because the funding had a need, because there was accountability with a deadline. That's the big one. That's huge. Shows the difference in mentality. Yep. Space race was very cultural at the time. Exactly, Darian. He didn't have to. The reason why I bring that up is because I don't think we have to right now either. It's implied. You don't need to say, oh, we need to get into a space race with China. All you'd have to do would be to give a speech about how you think we've gotten complacent. Went to the moon 50 years ago. We've gotten complacent. Now is the time to serve, to organize and measure the best of our skills again, to show that we could still do it. All you'd have to do is that. If somebody gave a frick about the space program in the White House, it seems to have taken a back seat to static. Not that political issues are static, but you get the idea. Sorry, I'm biased towards spaceflight policy, all right? I like NASA a lot. I don't know if you could tell. Why not explore the ocean more, not space? We could do both of those things, DeLorean. This is America. We can do both of those things. We could do both of those things easy. We have the best Navy in the world. You're telling me we can't utilize that and leverage it to explore the ocean? Spoiler alert, already been done. How do you think the Titanic got found? Another spoiler alert. Ballard wasn't looking for the Titanic. He was looking for the Thresher. You notice how we just, all of a sudden in the 80s, had deep sea diving capability? It just kind of came out of nowhere. That's weird. That's what I mean, man. The system can be leveraged to do what you need. You just need to have a fundamental understanding of it. That's something I don't really think people have nowadays, but who knows? Yeah, there you go, Aqualex. Be a real simple thing to do. It'd be a great unifier, I think, in this day and age. Everybody's at each other's throats, dude. We gotta stop doing that. That's not good. We gotta stop. It's bad. It's getting out of hand. But, like I said, I'm trying not to get caught up in it. I'm looking at it merely as an outside observer. I'm not gonna sit here and spout off what I think about politics to you guys. That is a disservice to you and to me. I'm not doing that. It was Nemo that found the Titanic. Shut up. We might have a problem with $34 trillion in debt. I never understood why people say, you know, oh, the debt is bad, the debt is bad, the debt is bad. Our money isn't based off of the gold standard anymore. It's based off of confidence in the dollar. How do you make confidence in the dollar? I don't know, maybe pushing the forefront of exploration. That might have something, that might instill more confidence in the dollar. People would be more willing to trade on the dollar, or trade with the country that sent people to Mars. Don't you think? Now, don't get me wrong, that's not an exact thing, but if we're going to base our currency off confidence, which is what we do, we've been doing that since 1970. Thank you, Nixon. Appreciate it. We did that to drive the Soviet Union into the ground, by the way, to ruin them economically. That's why we did it. Debt isn't necessarily a bad thing if our currency is based off confidence. What we need to do is, A, we need to keep growing, and B, we need to have people instill that the dollar is a good way to invest and spend your money, or invest and make money. There's nothing, the number sucks, don't get me wrong. It's probably something we shouldn't be doing. It'd be nice to generate a surplus, right? But you don't necessarily need to fix that, so to speak. I mean, you don't get me wrong, you probably should, but it's confidence in our ability to repay the debt. Yes, that's right. Yeah, you're correct. That's what I mean. Sorry. I'm not the best economist around. I'm good with my money, but yeah. A smaller deficit would influence money markets for sure, reducing the borrowing. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I mean, I think, yeah, that's... To sum it up, Apollo was, we need it done. We'll pay however much is needed once it's done. Bingo. That's right. The reason why Apollo succeeded from a contractual standpoint is because we didn't have a bunch of bean counters sitting there thinking about how much it's going to cost. We set a deadline. We set a goal. It was a little bit bold, but it was just on the edge of being realistic. That was a hard thing to do, what we did. But because we had goals and we had accountability, because of that deadline, accountability to our fallen president, that's the reason why Apollo got done. And that tells me right there that all you need is a good goal and a date, solid date to set the project, and you should be able to extrapolate costs from that. But we don't do that. We sit there and we extrapolate costs and we say, I don't know how long it's going to take. It's not okay. It's not okay. It's unacceptable. This is unacceptable. If you're a U.S. taxpayer, you should be pissed off by this. This is not good. Blank check in a timeline of next week. I said push just slightly on the edge of possibility, Tiny. Going to Mars with people next week is not that. that's not that. Yeah, Rockets, that's why I always think it's really funny to read these thousands of NASA papers, seemingly thousands of NASA papers that all say that SLS is not sustainable. We just read one a second ago. SLS is not suitable. Financially, it doesn't make sense, blah, blah, blah. So, okay. I mean, I suppose that's fair, but my question would be, what is it suitable compared to? The other moon rocket that we have? That right there, thinking about it that way, is a losing way to think about your space program. That is a losing way to do that. You know what's going to fix the SLS program? A need. A need is going to fix the SLS program. The SLS program might build Gateway. The SLS program might deliver people to the moon. Probably will. Maybe. Who knows? We don't know. There's no concrete deadlines. There's no concrete plan. It's going to build Gateway, and we'll have Gateway, and then we'll land people on the moon once with Starship, and then again with a lander that, you know, is not Starship, because when we originally had the contract for Starship, we wanted to award it to this lander, but when when they didn't choose that lander, Congress lobbied to get another lander in there, and now we have two landers that are arguably two landers at twice, like, we have two landers that'll be able to get us sustainably to the moon, and there's no way those two landers are going to cost more than the cost of research and development for the original LEM. Both of the ways that we have to get the landers out to the moon are more complicated architecture than the Apollo program. How are we going to do a more complicated architecture than Apollo on a budget that is a small percentage of the entire Apollo program? How's that going to work? That's what Destin talked about in his NASA video. How are you going to do that? There's no way Artemis is going to be more sustainable than the Apollo program. Sorry, it's no way. Not the way it is now. Sunk cost fallacy with the military, but not space. A bit political, but the situation is. SLS is not a sunk cost fallacy. Sunk cost fallacy implies you have a rocket that does, in the context of space, implies you have a rocket that doesn't do anything. SLS launched something to the moon. Remember that part? It's not sunk cost fallacy anymore. That's why I said the argument to get rid of SLS should have been an argument that you made a long time ago, nuclear, right? We're past sunk cost. See, now you got to see it through. The only way you're going to see that through is you need some accountability to clean up the contract structure. The contract structure is frankly a freaking mess. It's a mess. It's a mess because the original need for SLS was made with no end goal and no end date in mind. Because Constellation got canceled. I'm telling you, it all comes back to this. I could write a doctoral thesis about this stuff. Abhorrent policy after abhorrent policy, after terrible goal, after any goals to create infighting in NASA, it's a mess. It's been a mess like since Apollo, or since, not, well, I could, you could make the argument that it's been a mess since Apollo got canceled, but whatever. And VB, this is, yeah, NASA's putting the copium on the private sector. Exactly. That's why I say that NASA's incessant need to commercialize something when they can't get the ball rolling for themselves is going to screw us in the long run. It's going to screw us in the long run. And there's no way it's going to be cheaper. I'm sorry, it's not. It's not. It's not. Yeah, that's why when the previous administration came up with a deadline to get Artemis 2 out there by 2024, stuff started happening. Real weird, huh? Everybody wrote that off. Oh, it's just a political goal. That's just a political... Yeah, no shit. NASA's a political entity. Calling it a political goal, it means you have an axe to grind somewhere else and you're not interested in spaceflight. Of course it's a political goal. What the hell was the Apollo program? Hello? I contend to say, guys, that the way to fix this problem is to give a solid deadline and the appropriate funding on need to get that deadline. But see, here's the thing. You know, you guys talked about the debt, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, it's based on our ability to repay it back. I understand that, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think the debt is necessarily a bad thing, right? It's a good hedge against inflation. We got a lot of that, but ballooning debt is not good. That's not good, and I'm not 100% sure that that's going to get done. In the current state of our economy, but who knows? Anyway, yeah, sorry. I'm trying not to get mad about this. I'm just trying to tell you what's going on. I'm trying to tell you guys so you know, so you're informed, so you understand this. Best thing I can do is lead by example. We can sit here and we can get upset about it, and you know there is a lot to get upset about, but it's easy to point out a problem. It's hard to fix it. You know, anyone can point out a problem. Anyone can say $34 trillion in debt is a bad thing. How do you fix that? How do you, more importantly, how do you fix that without completely screwing us? No stopgap solutions. A stopgap right now to eliminate that debt quickly would screw us. It could collapse our economy. Understand? What I'm trying to tell you is that, you know, we like spaceflight here, obviously. The mentality that we need right now is the problem-solving mentality, not the I'm going to get angry at people that don't agree with me mentality. That's not going to get us anywhere. We've been doing that for 20 years, and where has it gotten us? Right? That's not going to... Like, you know, I'm going to sound so ridiculous. This is going to sound so cliche, but you know, Gene Kranz and Chris Kraft, they don't think that way. They don't think that way. You don't think that way. That's not a good way to solve your problems. Blaming someone is not a good way to solve your problem. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Invade Mexico and steal their Aztec gold. Now that's a solution I can get behind, Karia. Let's go. Also, stopgap. We keep going into this cycle every space news. I understand that, Nova, and I know people give me crap about it, etc., but it needs to be said. If I can... And I appreciate you guys giving me the time of day. I'm sorry you find it boring, but I guarantee you the first time I said this, Nova, you probably were pretty interested in what I had to say. I'm going to keep repeating it until that... Because that's my way of fixing the problem. I don't have another way to do it. Sorry. If I did, NASA would have been fixed by now. I feel like space exploration could fix some of our debt issues. Let's not forget the majority of the U.S. government budget is the military. False. Nope. Go look at a budget. Go look at a budget breakdown. That's incorrect. The military is a small part of our budget. I'm not showing the budget on stream again. Last time I did that, it didn't end well. You go look at our fiscal year budget breakdown. See where the money's going. That's false. The military actually gets a pretty small part of our budget. NASA gets an infinitesimally small part of that budget. You know what I mean? It gets me angry at this point with how NASA keeps making these boneheaded decisions with no goal and no end game in mind. Hey, that comes right from the top, dude. That's something you have the power to fix. Just saying. Well, Nova, I don't know if you live in the U.S. I'm pretty sure you do. And I'm pretty sure you're of 18. Write a book, EJ. How to fix NASA and go where no one has gone before. Willie, I already know what the fruits of that labor would be, to be honest with you. And don't get me wrong, once again, I can't predict the future, but if I wrote a book explaining out exactly what I'm talking about here, I guarantee you I would just get called up, like it would just get caught up in the static. It would. And that's a shame, but it would. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing. I don't know. I wouldn't call it small, but yeah, the military is only 12% of the budget. Yep. Give the moon program to the U.S. military and tell them the Moonians need some hardware delivered to fight off. We'd have it. Yeah, exactly, Chagas. If they had oil on the moon, we'd be there tomorrow. No, we wouldn't, because we don't have a rocket that can do that. Gotta have a lander. Remember that part? That's kind of... I mean, did anything come out of Destin's speech? I think he made a little bit of a splash, Sawyer, but... I have thoughts. I shouldn't share them. I think it made a little bit of a splash, and I think it influenced certain people in certain areas, but I think... What's the right way to say this? I think that the status quo is too great. I think that Destin's, what he said is exactly right. And I think everyone needs to listen to it. But I think that got caught up in the static of our gigantic bureaucratic machine that we've created with SLS. Willie, don't use those words. You can't sit there and you can't sit there and have a boogeyman that just happens to be a boogeyman that is the reason why all your problems are happening. Right? That's not how stuff gets finished. You can't sit there and blame an idea for your problems. It's ridiculous. Too much inertia to get things moving. Bingo. It's well defined since Edward Snowden. I understand that's sleazy, but I'm not saying it is, dude. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I understand. I get it. I know. What I'm telling you is that you can't just blame that entity for all your problems. And even if you did, that's a losing mentality. You don't win. You don't change things by blaming other people. I'm sorry. It's just, like I said, lack of accountability. Just everybody shifting blame everywhere else is why NASA's in the pickle that they're in. I think arguably it's a microcosm of a much bigger thing that's going on, but I'm not willing to elaborate any further, dude. See what I'm talking about? NASA needs somebody that will go straight up knock heads and straighten the ship. And what's your reward for doing that, Hellfish? All you made is enemies that will try to sabotage you at every point. So if I go in and fire a bunch of people at NASA, all those people will now actively try to fight against me. If I go into NASA tomorrow and say, I don't want Johnson Space Center, screw that, we don't need it. Now you just made a bunch of enemies in Texas. See what I mean? That's working against the grain. That's infighting. That's not how NASA was set up to work. If you go and try to get rid of Ames, now you're pissing off California. You try to get rid of Draper, now you're pissing off Massachusetts. You get rid of Stennis, now Mississippi. Huntsville, now Alabama. You see what I'm saying? Going in there and knocking heads isn't necessarily the right thing. It goes right back up to the top. The NASA, think about it like a chess game. The NASA administrator isn't the king or the queen. It's a rook or a knight. It's not a pawn by any means, but the commands come from the king. You know what I mean? Not the king, the executive, if you really want to be technical. You need a robust plan. You have a robust plan, the NASA design centers work with each other instead of against each other. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it anymore. We have more crap to read with this, so let's keep going. Actually, you know what? We're in the thick of the crap. Let's keep going with this. Artemis program. NASA should document and communicate plans to address Gateway's mass risk. Oh boy. Oh, this is gonna be great. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration plans to build a sustained human lunar presence and ultimately travel to Mars, with no deadlines, through a series of missions known as Artemis. For Artemis 4, the agency is developing Gateway, the first space station planned to orbit the moon. NASA committed to launching the Gateway initial capability by December of 2027 at a cost of $5.3 billion. The launch will include the first components of the Gateway, power and propulsive element, and the habitation and logistics outposts. The Gateway program plans to update the analysis it used to inform its cost and schedule commitments at a fall 2024 program level review. This will help determine the feasibility of the Artemis 4 mission date. No dates, no deadlines. Big red flag. To reach lunar orbit and ensure all systems work as planned, the PPE and Halo need to launch at least 12 months before the Artemis 4 mission, or 3 months earlier than Gateway's current committed date. Oh my God. NASA officials said the program plans to work on an accelerated to-be-determined date that will provide more schedule flexibility. Nope. 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 It will do the opposite of that. Schedule flexibility is just... No. No. That pissed me off. That's... No. Nope. No. Nope. 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 You have a mission, Artemis 4, that requires the Gateway, because Artemis 4 is going to the Gateway, that needs to launch 3 months earlier than Artemis 4 launches. But you don't know when Artemis 4 launches. So how the hell do you know when Gateway is going to launch? Nope. 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 TBD date that would provide more schedule flexibility. No. 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 That is not your solution there. Your solution there is to figure out when Artemis 4 is. Now. None of this accelerated to be determined date. No. Nope. Not concrete enough. Now, there was a time where I would have said, this is NASA doing that. They're figuring out when Artemis 4 is. They need to do that now. A 2027 launch on a spaceflight time frame is not that far away. That's very close. That's really close. That's only 3 years away. Okay? That Artemis 4's date needs to be set in stone now. So does 3 and 2, to be 100% real with you, but we don't have any of that. Right? Remember, Artemis 2 was supposed to be in 2022. Was it in 2020? Artemis 3 was supposed to be this year. Oops. No, none of that. No, NASA officials. Who said this? What NASA official said this? I want to know. I'm serious. I'm not playing this stupid game. Who said that? Accelerated to be determined. No. No. Nope. Gateway program launch date operations for Artemis 4. Gateway initial capability launch readiness to be determined. To be determined. Artemis 4 mission date September 2028. Need committed. Oh, for. To be honest, I think the main issue is that they're trying to make technologies for everything instead of having a deadline. Making the rocket ASAP in a way will work. The way that will work and be expendable, then make the new technologies. Deadlines. You need to have deadlines. You need to have incremental deadlines. That's important. Why do you think I thought nuclear? Why do you think I thought it was such a good idea to give Artemis 3 a 2024 date? Did you notice stuff started happening with the SLS program when that happened? It's not rocket science, dude, or is it? Oh, dear. The Gateway program's projects, including the power and propulsion element and habitation and logistics outposts, made varying degrees of progress over the last year. Yeah, because they have no deadline. There's no way to measure progress when you don't have a deadline. You can't come up with percentage done of the project when you don't have a deadline to scale it to. That's like saying, you know, I'm 100 units tall. 100 what? I'm 100 units tall. So that way, that means that, you know, if I was 50 units tall, I'd be 50% of 100 units. All right, great. What if I'm 100 tall units? I don't know. I mean, it's funny because it kind of says that the Artemis 4 mission date is September 2028. I think this is showing that their accelerated, need, and committed Gateway initial capability launch readiness dates. This shows that if the Artemis 4 date was September 2028, which it's set up here that they don't know when it is, these would be when you need to get this done. However, the power and propulsion and HALO projects face several significant challenges. For example, their combined mass is greater than their mass target. Mass is one of the many factors of the program, that the program considers in its overall design. If they cannot meet their mass target, it may affect their ability to reach the correct lunar orbit. The program has not yet documented an overall mass management plan, which would describe the program's mass reduction approach and priorities for key trade-off decisions. Documenting and communicating this plan will help ensure that the program and its projects agree on how to address this mass challenge. Maybe if you didn't incessantly decide to pawn this off to Falcon Heavy, you wouldn't have this problem. Yeah, no, not sorry. There you go. Incessant need on commercializing everything. Oh, let's launch the Gateway, the PPE, and the HALO, which were originally designed to launch on SLS, on Artemis 4 and Artemis 5, right? Let's just take those and we'll put them together and put them on Falcon Heavy. Oh, we have mass problems. Oh, that's weird. It's almost like Falcon Heavy doesn't have the Delta V to move that big of a structure there. So now, this is what I mean. Incessant commercialization in the short term is going to screw us. It's going to screw us. Now you have to fix all this stuff, and because you just the PPE and the HALO being a Band-Aid fix, and then now another Band-Aid fix because Falcon Heavy doesn't have the adequate mass to do the scientific work that needs to be done to get PPE and HALO out there, it's going to end up costing as much as it probably would have cost just to put this thing on SLS. And now it gives SLS's missions. See what I mean? Look, I love SpaceX as much as the next person. Not everything needs to be SpaceX. Just because they can lower the cost, just because they can lower your launch costs, doesn't necessarily mean that you'll save money in the long run. Wait. I don't understand. Mass budget and mass management plan is one of the first things you do. They don't have that created. Rocket Guy, I'll bet you dollars to donuts they had it created when these things were designed to launch on SLS on 2 separate launches. But then we decided to put the PPE and the Halo, combine them together, and put them on Falcon Heavy. So we made the payload heavier and the rocket smaller. Because we wanted to save money. Oh, by the way, we're making the same mistake with Europa Clipper. Yeah, you're welcome. NASA held 2 reviews in 2023 to break down high-level Artemis exploration objectives and goals into programs, projects, or systems needed to achieve them. So far, NASA has used these reviews to assign roles to the Gateway that align to goals of the earlier Artemis missions, like returning humans to the moon. NASA plans to use these upcoming reviews to make key decisions related to Mars missions, which could inform how NASA might use Gateway. What a mess. If it was created, the same system would carry over regardless of rocket and regardless of launch vehicle. It is typically a list of all components, masses, criticality, and D-scope options. What a mess, dude. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, per SED, yeah, you're right. Systems engineering development. Yeah, you're... Now, keep in mind this is GAO analysis and NASA documentation. That's what their source is. But also at the same time, like, I'm not going to say that the GAO has no idea what they're talking about, but it's entirely possible that the GAO has no idea what they're talking about. We've seen this before. Which would be better at this point, moving Gateway back to SLS or keeping them where they are? Give me 1 second, Aquas. Unless they didn't create the comprehensive management plan because they figured they were well within SLS mass constraints and they got screwed in the launch vehicle shift. That's my guess, Rocket Guy. Yeah, that's... I said it in a little bit different way, but the long story short, the point that I was trying to hone in on is switching your launch vehicle. Switching your launch vehicle is one of the most idiotic things that you can do for any payload, period. Period. Full stop. Yep. Especially when your payload is still in development. That is one of the stupidest things you can do. Like, that is probably not as bad as canceling programs, especially canceling programs that have already flown, but almost as bad. Kin's laws of spacecraft design. It's very weird how that gets disregarded constantly. In NASA's own systems engineering rules, floating disks, NASA doesn't even adhere to them. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you know, like, I don't know if if you've been watching and you haven't seen me here before, you don't know who I am. Like, I know people are, people probably are wondering, well, you're just a Twitch streamer. What the heck do you know about spaceflight? Well, these seeming opinions about deadlines and accountability and changing your launch vehicle and stuff aren't mine. It's NASA's. NASA has a rule book for how to conduct space flight engineering and development. It's called NASA's Systems Engineering and Development Book. It's for free. You can just type in NASA Systems Engineering into Google and the link pops right up. It's free. Anybody can look at it. It's a handbook for how to conduct fiscally responsible spaceflight over time. It's basically a template for how to manage a project correctly, and it's hilarious how much NASA doesn't even adhere to their own documentation. still, I would think no matter how well you fit into launch vehicle capabilities, I would have figured out something like this. And with NASA's comprehensiveness and systems engineering, they would have that plan. Like I said, the mass budget and management plans was something I always taught that you do in concept feasibility and iterate on it and maintain it all the way through launch readiness. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I think, I think, this is what I think, this is EJ thinking now, but would you think it's reasonable to surmise that the GAO has no idea what they're talking about? Do you think that's fair? I honestly think they had to have misunderstood. Maybe you should mail Bill a copy. I might do that, Rem. It's ridiculous. Titan agrees. That's right. Hang on one second. I'm wondering if there's a more comprehensive breakdown on... Okay, figure 6. Rocket Guy, you see that? I think that answers it pretty well. Do you think so? Was it like this pre-Jim? Yes, it was. Jim started changing it because the executive decided to hold NASA accountable to a deadline, and stuff started working. The system started working for you, Hellfish. Was it like this pre-Jim? Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just got a message. NASA has always arguably been a mismanagement factory, but it wasn't during, well, I mean, I was about to say it wasn't during the Apollo program, but also Apollo 1 happened. Maybe we get him back? I doubt it, Need. He probably wouldn't come back. Yeah, Akin's Laws of Spacecraft Design. Yep. And 13. Yep. Let's see where else mass shows up in this. However, those requirements do not account for the mass of some visiting vehicles that plan to dock with the Gateway. Gateway program officials said that the BPE is meeting the performance requirements for stack controllability that NASA set for it. However, those requirements do not account for the mass of some visiting vehicles that plan to... Oh my god. Tough, man. I'm trying to keep my cool, right? Understand. Don't lose your cool. Be a part of the solution. Let's figure this out. Okay? Why would they have? Why would such a thing be? Why would a thing be such a glaring oversight? That's awful. As a result, when these larger anticipated vehicles dock with the gateway, the integrated stack may be outside of these controllability parameters, e.g. larger in volume or mass. For example, program officials estimate that the mass of the lunar lander Starship is approximately 18 times greater than the value NASA used to develop the PPE's controllability parameters. Yeah, because the PPE, when it was first devised, was designed to be manhandled around by an Orion capsule, not a 100-ton lander. Gateway program officials are conducting additional analysis and studying two main ways to mitigate this risk prior to the program's September 2024 Critical Design Informed Synchronization Review. Ugh. You haven't heard this one? The station can't keep something as big as Starship attached. They're going to have to push that mission back to redesign the PPE, aren't they? Why do you think there's mass growth problems with the PPE, Hellfish? Because they need to redesign it to handle Starship. I will once again say that switching it to Falcon Heavy put us in a little bit of a pickle, huh? You know, we moved it to Falcon Heavy, had the PPE and Halo attached, right? Together, Falcon Heavy launches it in one shot, right? That, yeah. No integrated architecture. Guys, we're shooting from the hip here. There's no way that the redesigns to the PPE and Halo that we're going to need to do are going to cost less money than if we'd just gone ahead with the original plan and put the stuff on Gateway. Now, don't get me wrong. I myself said that putting PPE and Halo on Falcon Heavy was a good idea. I thought that was a good idea at the time. But I would say my not non-willful ignorance towards understanding systems engineering, yeah, I would disagree with past me at this point. Or have Starship participate in controllability as mentioned. With what? Its thrusters? Its thrusters are ullage tanks, remember? Unless they have a specialized Draco-derived service module on Starship HLS, which they might. Hypothetical, but what if the Gateway was put together in Earth orbit and then moved along with a bunch of ion thrusters or something? We need ideas here. This is what I was referring to regarding Starship being too heavy. Let me see. This is Marcia Smith. This is Space Policy Online. Let's see what we got. Interesting GAO finding. NASA's worried Gateway won't be controllable with vehicles docked. Starship HLS is 18 times greater. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at that exact report right here. It arguably is a good idea, but not this late in the program. But when was that decision made? With system engineering processes, you should always have D-scope options figured out as well. Did they not even conceive the possibility for Halo PPE to not launch on SLS? Oof. I don't think it was an option, Rocket Guy. Because I don't think they did, because most likely Falcon Heavy in its modern form didn't exist when they did that study. Think about it. Falcon Heavy came around in 2018. right? That's when the first flight was. It most likely didn't. The Falcon Heavy didn't exist when they started doing the systems engineering for Artemis. Most likely. I mean, we've known about Gateway. Gateway has been on the books since what, 2015? So yeah, there's no way they did. And even if they did take that into account, there was no updated information because SpaceX didn't finish developing Falcon Heavy until 2018. Right? Why are we just putting everything on SLS? I don't know. And if not, then this decision was truly made without consulting the right engineering teams, or the engineering team managers were given an ultimatum, or they just said sure without really thinking they would make it work. Falcon Heavy is heavy, yeah. This is a poop sandwich. Man, we're just eating all the poop sandwiches today, dudes. This is bad. This is not good. Here, let's read on. Okay, we've passed that. I think okay, here we go. What about just increasing gateway size? Well, that's what they're doing to try and accomplish that. The problem with increasing gateway size right now is that Falcon Heavy can't launch it anymore. And, you know, Aquilex you asked the question, right? You asked the question, you know, what would I do right now? The honest answer that I would tell you is that I don't know enough about this to make a decision. Based off of what we've seen thus far, my gut's telling me to switch these back to SLS. But now you're reneging on a commercial contract with SpaceX, which is not a good look. You're gonna have to see this through. Would HLS not be an active control system? That's where I'd probably, I mean, Rocket Guy, somebody mentioned it, have Starship controllability, do a Starship controllability study. That's where I'd go with this. But now that's more complicated systems engineering because now Starship needs to interface with the avionics with Gateway for station keeping purposes. That complicates Starship, Halo, and PPE. You got to get two different guidance systems to talk to each other. Redundant dissimilar guidance systems need to talk to each other now. That's complicated architecture. That, interestingly enough, is part of the reason why Orion is so damn expensive, because it has a modular software that can interface with most known guidance systems. So, for instance, Orion could dock to a Dragon, or it could dock to the ISS, or it could dock to Gateway, or it could dock to a lander. Doesn't matter. Orion's software systems are actually truly amazing. They're really, really good. You can just interface with whatever. It's not just like Kerbal, you can just dock whatever with whatever, guys, and it all works under one guidance system. You know, that's what works in Kerbal. You know, you dock a space station together, you turn on SAS and RCS, and all the RCS thrusters just work together for you. That's not how real life works. We need more mass to counteract forces. What about water? I don't understand how water is pertinent in this discussion, Creation. Pete, what are you saying? Skylab type project with a Starship for Gateway. Build Gateway from a Starship. I like that solution. Actually, that's a good solution, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Make a variant of Starship HLS with no docking port, or with no landing legs, and radial and forward docking port, and then just use that as your gateway. I'm assuming SpaceX has zero interest in investing Block 6 upgrades for Falcon Heavy. No. Yeah, no, they're not doing that. They're all in on Starship, Bill. Elon said after Falcon Heavy's first flight that he wasn't even sure they should be designing Falcon Heavy, and should we have used those resources to go right to Starship. That's what he said. That was in 2018. Like I said, dude, you can say whatever you want about that guy, but he has a very, very, very good macro understanding of systems engineering. He's very good at that. Like, real good. Yeah, that guy's ticker works real good. Well, not this ticker. This ticker. What would be propulsion? Methalox is space storable, but not that long of a duration, unless you launch a new station each time or send refuelers. I mean, Rocket Guy. Yeah, I think that's how SpaceX would need to do it. They would need to make a transfer Starship, so a gateway that could get out there for a mission. HLS could dock to it, right? Then an Orion could dock to it. HLS lands. HLS comes back. They leave. I don't know what they do with HLS after. Dude, yeah, at that point, at that point, why even have Gateway? It doesn't make any sense. Just have Orion and Starship, and that's it. And when you go to do this, you just leave the spaceship up there. Yeah, Gateway is not needed. There was a plan to make an S2 stage a moon orbiting Skylab type launcher. Yeah. SpaceX has NTO and MMH. You'd need to lift some of Dragon's thruster systems and somehow retrofit a Starship with them. That could get complicated real quick, considering the size. Starship is freaking huge. And you would need 6 axis of control. You know, forward, back, left, right, up, down, right? Translational maneuvers and pitch on roll. You'd need 3-axis translate, 3-axis rotate. That would be a very interesting thruster combination. You would have to use blocks like the space shuttle. So they would have to have basically the bottom of a Dragon service, the bottom part of Dragon, the thruster blocks for Dragon, they would need one at the back and one at the front, just like the shuttle had its OMS pods. I remember asking on Grab's server, why even have Gateway? Just put the resources into Gateway for a lunar base instead. That question is becoming harder and harder to answer as the Artemis program develops. Luckily, one good thing about Gateway's chosen orbit, it only needs like 10 meters a second a year to station keep. Be honest, that's not the wildest and fastest change we've seen on Starship. SpaceX is complying with NASA now seems necessary. Yeah. I want to read a little bit more. Co-manifested vehicle mass, CMV. Halo and PBE projects are both exceeding their mass allocations as part of their co-manifested vehicle mass. Prior to launch, NASA plans to integrate the power and propulsion element and the Halo together on the ground, which creates the CMV. NASA considers mass a leading indicator, a measure that predicts future performance, and a key measure of design maturity and stability. The Gateway program monitors the overall CMV, and each project's mass estimates compared to their allocations to the CMV. The projects cannot reduce mass to within their allocations. It could affect the CMV's ability to reach the correct lunar orbit. In addition, if projects need to implement late design changes to reduce their mass, it could result in cost growth or schedule delays. Yeah, that's the part that I've been saying for a long time. Now, I thought Gateway was to maintain 24-hour contact with Earth, just use a few satellites for 24-hour contact. Gateway's orbit makes it so you only need one satellite to do that exact thing, Willie, not multiple. The reason why, dude, is because a satellite constellation like Tidris is not sustainable around the moon. And I'm not saying that in a bureaucratic way. I'm actually saying the amount of thrusters that you would need to station keep a Tidris or some type of satellite constellation around the moon is insane. It's way more than you would on Earth. You know why? The moon orbits are decaying orbits. Stuff will deorbit itself and crash into the moon eventually. That's for the exact same reason why the moon is tidally locked. One side of the moon is always facing towards us. That's because one side of the moon is a lot denser than the other side. The reason why, short story, the reason why something hit it and compacted a lot of stuff on one side, creating those lunar basaltic regions, the grayer parts of the moon, like the darker gray parts. Something hit that and caused all that. It deposited a lot of crap on one side of the moon for whatever reason, right? The back side of the moon, the far side, doesn't have any lowlands like that. Seriously. So the moon is heavier on one side. That means that stuff that orbits around it, because the center of gravity is not on the moon's rotational axis, right? The moon does rotate. It rotates relative to the sun, right? That's why they don't call it the dark side of the moon. It's the far side of the moon. There can be light on the far side of the moon. China proved that pretty damn well. Not that we didn't know that, right? Because the center of gravity is not relative to the axis of rotation on the moon, stuff that orbits around the moon will eventually deorbit. Because you're closer to the gravitational center on one side than you are on the other side. It'll pull you in eventually. Annoying, huh? The moon has a very non-uniform... The moon's gravitational field is a freaking mess. You say lumpy, John. That's a good way to say it. It's like lumpy potatoes. Like as if you took mashed potatoes in microgravity and kind of mashed it all up, it'd just be a lumpy mess. If that's a visualization of the moon's gravitational field, yeah, that's it. Actually, that is a pretty good... That's a pretty good way of saying it. Its gravitational field looks like a friggin' potato. So, making a satellite network in an orbit where you don't need to constantly have the RCS thrusters on your satellites station keep to maintain that orbit is very, very difficult. We could do it. Satellites won't last very long. A couple of years, maybe. Gateway is in a resonant orbit. It's resonant. Rectilinear halo orbit. It's a resonant orbit, meaning that you don't really need to worry too much about lunar precession pulling you in. That's why we chose to go there, because it's a relatively stable orbit compared to LLO. Low lunar is a bad place to be. You're about as likely to get pulled in and crash into the moon because of a decaying orbit as you would be in a parking orbit around 120 kilometers. It is that unstable. It's not a good place to be. Which once again begs the question, why even put a station there? Hey, Maggie, 87 month resub. What's up, dude? And then Nova Raptor with the tier 228. 2-year streak. Oh, yeah, baby. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. The moon's gravitational map. Dude, I'm telling you, lumpy freaking potato. Look at this. Ugh, what a mess.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, can you imagine trying to keep that stable? Trying to keep something in orbit stably around that? It's easier to keep something stably in orbit around Earth than it is that. Like, way easier. It's one of the challenges of the moon, guys. You know, a lot of people say, why don't we just build a station around the moon, Skylab style? You know, why go to rectilinear halo in the first place? Well, one, I'm pretty damn sure there's more orbits that are stable, that are resonant stable. The orbit that the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is in. Actually, let me read. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is in a very stable orbit. That's why it's been up there around the moon. The rectilinear halo orbit isn't the only like totally stable orbit. There are other ones. The reason why they chose the Gateway in the first place is because of that line of sight thing. You don't have to worry about losing contact with the station every 45 minutes. Which, once again, it's not a bad idea. You know, people are saying like, you know, why did we do Gateway in the first place? Gateway makes a lot of sense if you're launching 4 times a year. And you get it built quickly. And you use it as a staging point for lunar exploration. The rate at which we're going at, it makes no sense. Didn't Apollo 10 get to 60 nautical miles? I don't know. Yeah, maybe. In comparison, here's Earth's gravity map. It looks worse, but compare the scales. Earth is nothing compared to the moon. Mostly because, you know, we have plate tectonics to thank for that one. Yeah, you're looking at that right. Pretty crazy, huh? Oh, Earth's gravitational field changes, by the way, because of plate tectonics. They said this stuff was difficult, all right? They weren't kidding. And the moon doesn't have plate tectonics, Tessa. It's actually pretty uniform, but there's a lot of drastic changes in it. So I guess the moon would be, you know, it'd be easier to keep something resonant there for a little while, right? But it's far away. It's over there. It's not here, you know? The Earth is plus or minus 50, while the moon is plus or minus 600. Yeah. Pain in the butt. When will Elon land on the moon? I don't know, Pat. That would be cool, though. Here, let me see what's the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. LRO orbit characteristics. LRO is in a near-circular polar orbit around the moon that's roughly 50 kilometers, 31 miles above the surface. The orbit's altitude can vary between 35 at its lowest and 65 at its highest over a 28-day period. LRO's orbital period is 113 minutes, or 2 Earth hours, and its orbital velocity is 1.6 kilometers a second. Because of the moon's non-spherical gravity, the orbit's altitude can drift over time, which could eventually cause the spacecraft to crash into the moon. To maintain the orbit, LRO performs monthly station-keeping maneuvers. LRO's orbit allows it to fly over a specific location on the moon about twice a month. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter would be, honestly, if it was up to me, that's where I'd put our space station. I'd put it in the same orbit as the LRO, and I would have used the LRO as a pathfinder to do that, if we were insistent on making a lunar space station. I think at this point in time, you can make a very strong argument to do what the Apollo program did and just say, frick the station, go right to the surface. If I recall, the big thing that shifts in the orbit is its eccentricity. Well, yeah, that would be what would do it, Aqualux, huh? Because if you were orbiting on an equatorial or a low inclination orbit around the moon, what would change is... No, you would change eccentricity too that way. Doesn't really matter. But because you're in a polar orbit and the moon's RPM is very, very low because tidal lock, yeah. A polar orbit would be way more stable over those gravitational fields, just because the moon isn't spinning very fast. Let's not forget the moon's atmosphere. There's lots of charged particles ejected, creating drag. Yep. What if we just built the station on the moon? That seems to be the better idea here, dude. Once again, proving that Constellation was a much better idea, going right to the surface instead of building a stupid station out there. You're a stupid station. No, you. Especially since orbits around the moon are inherently unstable. You know what, Hokie? The whole Viper thing really unglued me. I'm not gonna lie to you. Now I'm wondering why the frick someone thought this was a good idea in the first place. I've always understood that Gateway is kind of a toll... You know, people... Zubrin called it a toll booth. I understand it's a toll booth, but it gives us a reason to go out there. But a moon base does the same exact thing. Only if the moon is the final destination. Whether it's stated in the plans now or not, at high level, Gateway is intended to be a prototype Mars transfer vehicle. That's true, Aqualex. Yeah, that's another good point. It's the way the signatories of the Artemis Accords had it explained. I wouldn't be surprised if the fact that Falcon Heavy can't quite get it there isn't a concern because they believe Gateway can make up a difference with its own propulsion. Well, it actually said in the thing that it doesn't, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, they said exactly that. They said Gateway won't be able to put itself in an NRHO orbit with this co-manifested mass violation. No, but repost. I have some good news if you want some. LEGO released the Apollo lunar roving vehicle today, and mine just shipped. All right. Halo's mass is the primary driver of the CMB, exceeding its mass allocation. Halo's mass increased last year as the project matured its design for internal structures and started receiving more accurate estimates of hardware weights in the hardware itself. I haven't heard anything about that, Sleazy, to be honest with you. I think they have plans to, Sith Boxer. China has plans to build a moon base. We have plans to go to Mars, too. That's not happening anytime soon. Guess what? Neither is their moon base. You can call me a dick for saying that, but look, man, you want to build a base on the moon, you're going to need something like the Saturn V. Where's their Saturn V? Same exact problem that we have. You want to go to the moon sustainably, or at least on a regular basis. You're using a bunch of small rockets and putting something together and sending it. EOR architecture is not the best way to do that. LOR is the best way, the way the Apollo program did it. Either way, you need a super heavy launch vehicle. You need something that can move 100 metric tons into space in one shot. Where's that? I don't see it. We would have heard about it by now. There's no way China's keeping that completely under wraps. I'm sorry, it's not really how that works. So where's their super heavy launch vehicle to do it? Sorry, until I see some hardware, I'm convinced that they have lunar aspirations, but. And don't get me wrong, the U2, the Chang'e rovers and U2, the little rovers that they've been doing are fantastic. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's not. It's great scientific missions. Really wish we were doing those, but no, we're gonna send a lander there with no rover on it because it's cheaper. But once again, until I see a super heavy launch vehicle, I'm not convinced. I plan on going to the moon someday. Where's my super heavy launch vehicle? China has already assembled a low Earth orbit station by itself. Yeah, you're floating disk. You're getting confused. You're getting confused. You think just because I don't see a super heavy launch vehicle from China that they're incapable of making one. You think that's what I'm assuming. That's not what I'm assuming. No, China can absolutely build one, and it's only a matter of time before they figure that one out. Look, they're not dumb, all right? They're not idiots. They did assemble a space station by themselves. You're absolutely right. It's mostly lifted Russian designs, but hey, whatever. Hey. Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's still there. Still doing its thing. Absolutely. I'm not saying that China can't. I'm saying that they plan to. And until I see hardware, I'm not convinced that it's a priority. Could they do it? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're plenty capable of being able to do something like that, sure. You don't get confused. I'm not discounting them. I'm saying they have plans to, which means that that's not happening anytime soon. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's right, Hank. You know, if I make a knockoff AK-47, yeah, great, it's a knockoff. Does that mean if you get shot with it, it's not going to hurt you? You know what I mean? Hello? In fact, the AK-47 is one of the most copied firearms out there. You know why? Because the Soviet Union didn't believe in intellectual property. Seriously. State owned all intellectual property, so when the Soviet Union collapsed, The intellectual property entered the public domain. Whoops. Now I want to play workers for some reason. Crap. Project officials said the Halo's mass increased by 600 kilograms because the project contractor used it. Oh no. Rocket Guy, I think you called it, buddy. Oh no, what a mess. The project's contractor used an incorrect estimation method to calculate wire harness mass. $600 kilos is 1,200 pounds. Actually, 1,300 pounds, if anybody's wondering. Missed it by that much. See what I mean? What a mess. What a mess. Now, don't get me wrong. Like I said, accidents happen. Like, you can make mistakes. This stuff's hard. I totally get it. Like, that's why even with Starliner, I'm like, guys, you're going to learn something new. They didn't get the thermal model exactly right, and that's not acceptable, but you're always going to learn something new. You always are. Even if the mission goes perfect, you're still going to learn something new. You're never going to be able to quantify all the little different things that happen during every flight. It's never going to work. I mean, SpaceX makes it look easy. They make it look like a joke, right? But this stuff is, at the end of the day, it's easy to screw something up. Very easy. And, you know, I'm taking that into account, right? But honestly, that is not screwing something up. That is glaring mismanagement. Like, cancel the contract bad. That's ridiculous. That's bad. I always do that. I always screw up some mundane detail. Oh, well, this is not a mundane detail, Michael. You're not going to learn anything? Why not? Learning is fun. Open up your Learning is Fun books to page 69. 69. Ha 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 ha. Mass is a measurement of how much matter is. Oh, really? This needs to define this? This paper? It is related to an object's weight, which is mathematically equal to mass multiplied by acceleration due to gravity. I'm pretty sure if someone doesn't understand what mass is, this next part is going to be just lost on them. When an object goes into space, its weight changes with gravity, but its mass stays the same. This is 7th grade science class. Why is this here? Who's the contractor that got this wrong? I believe Thales Alenia is making the Halo module because it's derived from ISS modules, and that was the obvious choice because they have experience making space station modules. Seems a bit weird for them to get that sort of thing wrong, doesn't it? Man, NASA's just taking L after L after L after L. This is getting ridiculous, dude. I knew eventually the good space news would stop, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Holy crap. This is awful. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't even make those mistakes in KSP. Like, and don't get me wrong, I get it. KSP isn't an analog for real life. I understand that this is more difficult, but holy shnikes, you... Okay. Okay. But they may not be the ones to develop the wire harnesses themselves. Yeah. Yeah. I should have paid attention better in math. Why does 338.12 divided by 0.05 equal 67,062.4? Because you're dividing 338 into 0.05 parts. Does that make sense? The reason why the number is higher, Artyom, is because you're divvying up 338 into 6,700 individual pieces. When you divide by a decimal point, you get a higher number. Just realized Starliner's return to flight readiness review was supposed to be today, but looks like that's no longer the case. That does make a lot more sense. Yeah. Phil, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm starting to get a little worried. That we're trying to learn new stuff and trying to do fault tree analysis stuff only goes so far. But when you see FRRs get moved, not great. Yeah, Artyom, you want to see something? You want to hear something ridiculous? Multiplying by a decimal point gets you a smaller number. Cool, huh? Math and stuff. Trying to do math in Stormworks and smoke is coming out of your ears. All good, man. It's Eric Berger, but did you see his tweet? I did. I have it teed up here, believe it or not. I had that part of the interesting news. But, yeah, we already read that one. Saw that already. SpaceX, NASA announced the Crew 10 assignment, which is cool. Just on a side note. Ann McClain, Nicole Ayers, Takuya Nishi, and Kirill Peskov. They're going to probably be launching to the space station, I would say, early next year. Ann McClain's cool. Kiowa, she's a Kiowa helicopter pilot, which is pretty awesome. I don't know too much about the rest of them. I'll have to go and read. Good stuff, though. My biggest wonder is what percentage is that 602 kilograms for wiring with respect to the total estimate? A rule of thumb is wire harnesses are typically between 6 and 10% of total system's mass, depending on the system. So did they use 6%? Or was it 10%? Or did they estimate 8 and it was 9? Yeah, the margin. Yeah, Rocket Guy, the margin of deviation that's going for the jugular, right? That's going for all the meat and potatoes. That's the exact question I had with Boeing and their thermal model. They said they didn't get their thermal model right for pointing the thrusters into the sun and firing them on a very high duty cycle. How much was your thermal model off to be frying thrusters?
Discovery.
And how much of it was off on OFT2 as well? Hey, program. What's up, dude? 3-month resub. It's like nowhere quick, yeah. How much push did they give the ISS? Don't know. Hope you're all doing well. I'm doing just fine, man. How are you? I mean, we're in the middle of a space news that's full of not great news. But yeah. It's not great. It's not great, but I'm trying not to let it get the best of me. I'm trying my best to understand. That is as wild as well. Yeah, about the thrusters. Like in direct sunlight is worst case. So how is your worst case estimate not hugely conservative with that margin? Rocket Guy, you know good and well that, and you've taught me, thankfully, and don't get me wrong, I'm super humble, and the rest of you guys that know more about this than I have, you guys have taught me a lot about to keep the faith, right? This stuff is more complicated than you think it is. But I'd like to think that I'm confident enough in my understanding of this to know what's nonsense and what isn't at this point. You know what I mean? When it comes to SE is systems engineering is my favorite. This is starting to get out of hand. Like, there's some glaring things here. Like, between management, project management, NASA management, this is getting a little ridiculous, dude. What's up? Anything interesting news? I got back from a MIG welding fabrication class. Cool, Sea Kraken, right on. It's mostly bad news. Yeah. The gateway modules that were supposed to launch on Falcon Heavy are too heavy. They're too high in mass because they need to redesign the power and propulsion element to be able to station keep with a starship attached to it. And the Halo module, the habitation logistics outpost on the gateway, is too heavy because somebody forgot that wires are heavy. You think that's a joke? Nope. Hang on one second. Let me find it. No, awesome, dude. Just read that. The gateway is getting too heavy. They needed to redesign Gateway. One, because they're launching it on a different launch vehicle. It was supposed to launch on SLS. They switched to Falcon Heavy a little while back because you wanted to save money. And two, well, that. There's a lot of woosah. What about New Glenn? If I recall correctly, Nova, Falcon Heavy can move more, has a higher payload capacity than New Glenn. What New Glenn has going for it is the fairing's bigger. I'm pretty sure Falcon Heavy is 60 tons. New Glenn's is 40, if I'm understanding this right. Am I not understanding it right? It's been a while. How do you possibly miscalculate 1,500 pounds of wire? Shaw, you know, like I said, in all my analysis in the past, I've been willing to give the benefit of the doubt. Space is hard, etc., etc. Dude, I don't know. I don't know how you make that mistake. That's 1,500 pounds. That's a small automobile worth of. I don't know. I don't know. I've worked with aero electrical engineers. This isn't some little ship indicative of. This isn't some little slip. It's indicative of major issues. That's what I'm saying, misadventures. You know, like, there are mistakes. Mistakes happen in space flight. It happens. It happens, you know. Your ability to deal with those mistakes and take them into account because they inevitably, because Murphy's Law is what makes robust systems engineering, right? I can forgive mistakes. That's not a mistake. That's a big problem. Not having, I mean, Rocket Guy said it earlier, dude. Not having basically a running database of the mass of everything throughout the development of the module is that is about as glaring of an issue as trying to get in your car with four wheels, with one of the wheels not attached, and saying, yep, this car is good to go, and trying to drive away with three wheels. It's that a 1,500 pound screw up, 602 kilos, that's a big deal. That's bad. That's very bad. Because here's the reason why it's bad. If you're making these problems now, before the thing is even finished, before the thing is even developed, you're making these problems now, what other issues are going to pop up? if you're missing the mark by that wide of a margin right now, dude, we're gonna go to launch this thing into space. It's just gonna blow up. That's a pretty glaring issue, dude. Once again, NASA's incessant need, or our incessant need to commercialize everything, is coming back to bite us big time. You wonder why cost plus contracts exist? This is why cost plus contracts exist. Because cost plus is there when you don't have all of your systems engineering figured out and you don't know how much, well, actually, scratch that. Cost plus exists when you have your systems engineering figured out, but you don't know how much it's going to cost. The glaring issue here is that we never developed a lander for SLS. The reason why is because we built SLS with no job. We said we'll figure it out later. And I've been saying this for a decade. Figuring it out later is always going to be more expensive. And we said we'd figure it out later under the guise of saving money. Why didn't we keep Altier? It's too expensive. Altier doesn't work with this architecture. It's too heavy for SLS. And why was it too expensive? Because we haven't built a lander in 50 years? Asking why it was too expensive, no, but like I said, that's the wrong question to ask. It's always going to be expensive. Want to go back to the moon after 50 years? It's going to be expensive. You need a high upfront cost to get that done right, because you need to build a lunar vehicle and get to the moon. It gets inexpensive after you do all that. That's where you save money. And that really depends on how often you go to the moon, which is part of your launch campaign. Right? Is Blue Origin's lander too heavy? I'm not sure. I don't know, Seacracken. I'm not sure how that pertains to Gateway, but yeah, anyway. Yeah, this all, once again, it all stems, guys, every single problem here, every single problem can trace its roots back to Constellation being canceled. I'm telling you, getting rid of that, and don't get me wrong, even if we had kept doing it, I wouldn't say that problems like this wouldn't have cropped up. They probably would have. But getting rid of that is the direct, like, all of this, infrequency SLS launches, SLS carrying such a ridiculous heavy price tag, you know, no really plan or goal, all of that is a direct result of getting rid of Constellation. And once again, it'll be more expensive. It'll be way more expensive doing this, trying to pick up all the pieces from our fragmented space program. Lander must land on the south pole of the moon, and they don't know where to land yet. Yeah, because they canceled the rover that was going to find the landing site. Whoops! Even if subcontracted, there was an engineer that would have tested and measured the harness. Someone else made the call not to throw that thing away. Yeah, misadventures, this is bad. That's bad. I would cancel it. I'm serious. I would cancel it. Dude. I don't trust the contractors. If I was NASA management, I'd get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Frick it. Just get rid of the gateway. I'm sorry. Just get rid of it. The hardware isn't even close to being finished, but that glaring of an issue at this stage in development is a big red flag. Huge red flag. Remember how I said Orion's life support systems having problems at this stage is a huge glaring oversight. It's that again. It's the same thing. It's the same freaking behavior, dude. Yeah, Cygear, like rearming, refitting military. The costs only balloon when you realize just how broken the system is. Yep. SLS builds Gateway, correct? No, that was the original plan, James. They tried to save money by putting it on Falcon Heavy. And putting it on Falcon Heavy's fine. That would have been a good idea had you not selected a 100-ton rover to land on the 100-ton lander to land on the moon. Had they not selected Starship HLS. But does that mean that's Jim's fault because he's the one that did that? No, it's not Jim's fault. Jim asked for a budget for a smaller lander, and there were contracts out for a smaller lander, and Congress didn't give him the funding for it. So he chose the cheapest option, which was SpaceX, because Elon is funding most of HL, or at least half of HLS himself. That ended up being the cheapest option. See what I mean? It's just L after L after L after L. It's ridiculous. NASA asked for $2.4 billion, if I recall correctly, for HLS selection, and NASA gave them $824 million. And that problem, not having a lander, goes back to SLS's initial architecture of just build the rocket and we'll figure out what we want to do with it later. Now you're retrofitting things. You're changing your vehicle design over time. And the GAO has the balls to say that they want to start putting SLS on firm fixed price, and they think that'll fix stuff. Yeah, Congress gave them Rocket Guy. Yeah, I know what you meant, and even though I said NASA as well, you're right, right. This is bad. No, but it's bad. It's very bad. Once again, NASA had a plan. They had a plan, and they were doing it. Was it a little bit behind schedule? Yeah. It was a little bit behind schedule, but it was a little bit behind schedule because they did the same thing. They underfunded them. They underfunded them. Constellation was budgeted correctly and ahead of schedule until 2008. Just saying. That's when it started getting underfunded and they started missing deadlines. By 2010, they were so far behind schedule that they used that as an excuse to get rid of it. Oh, it's going to be too expensive to do this. It's going to be too expensive to see it through. It's going to be too expensive to see it through. Whoops. Put SLS to work now. James, that's been my solution the entire time. SLS, you need to block buy. I've been saying that since 2018. SLS needs a block buy. The contract, you can't just restructure the contract and move to one launch a year operations using a similar contract structure and then switch it to private. And GAO is right. And the GAO report said that would balloon costs like crazy because now you take all the people that were working on the rocket, right? And now they have to teach the new company how to work on the rocket. And now you're basically training twice as much personnel to make the same rocket. Because the original contract structure for SLS is a freaking nightmare. It was a cost plus, incentive, no deadline, not sure what we're going to do with the vehicle. And we blame Boeing for milking them for every penny that they got. You know, program with no goal and no deadline, a lot of money to be made, and you literally don't have to produce anything. Just saying, I seriously don't think this is the commercial partner's fault. It's NASA. NASA doesn't hold their feet to the fire because they don't. Well, Vanguard, Artemis started to go in the right direction from 2018 to about 2021. It was going in the right direction. Jim was fixing things. There was accountability. Because we had a White House that was interested in space. I'm not sure what the motives were for that. I don't really care, to be 100% real with you. But it's a great case study in the example of leveraging the system to get what you want. Man, I'm gonna go off on Flame Trench tomorrow. This is gonna be excellent. I'm gonna go, oh, dude, it's gonna be rad. I'm gonna go off so hard, dude. I'm gonna get so mad. What is Flame Trench? Flame Trench is tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 5 hours after my normal start time. I am going to freaking go off. I am going to blast NASA. It will be glorious. You might want to give them a heads up. Sure. Good idea.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dudes, I'm reading the GAO report about Gateway, and I've decided Flame Trench tomorrow is going to get mucho picante. Is that okay? Smiley face. I'll put a smiley face at the end. You know, that makes it okay. Winking smiley face. It denotes inflection. Oh, Alex is saying it's bad. Dude, did you see that they forgot about 600 kilos of wires? What the actual frick? It's so bad. It's so business. This program's so bad. Oh my god. NSF team sweated more than Padula. Actually, Alex is agreeing with me. He's agreeing with me. He's pissed too. Oh, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be great. It's just gonna be us grilling this report for like 3 hours. Oh, this is gonna be excellent. I'm so excited. Hello, what did I miss? Dude. Read that short line. How? That's what I'm saying, man. Well, folks, have your popcorn ready for tomorrow. That's what I'm saying. Like, look. It hurts. It hurts so bad. It's so bad. Oh my god. Stop. You guys ever heard that? We gotta listen to it.
Three-man rush.
Yo, like this game is so gosh darn bad, bro! Oh my gosh! Stop!
Getting out of his head right now.
Like this game is so bad!
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my god! Stop! Can't deal with it. Oh my god. Does the ghost of Perkin Elmer Hubble reflective null corrective error come back to haunt NASA? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Oh, all right. I'm against my better judgment, dudes. I'm gonna keep going. See figure 6 for the CMV mass, how much over the mass allocations for each project is. Yes. Redesign components. Remove components. What operating system? Window, Microsoft. Dude, look at how much, dude, that's your margin. Oh God. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I can't do this. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it. Let's go. Just next thing. Just the next. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I gotta stop. $22 cars and a boat. How did you sink a boat? Woosa! Captain, remember your pressure points. Woosa! Woosa! Oh. All right. There's two sides to every story. What's yours? 600 kilograms. Okay, so 600 kilograms. Is the PPE on budget? No, it's not. So both modules are too heavy. Okay. To the next fire. Starliner. Okay. Eric Berger posted, for weeks, I was 100% confident astronauts were coming back on Starliner. About 10 days ago, 80-20. Now I am less than that. NASA needs to be more transparent. This is in regards to the Return Flight Readiness Review press conference Return Flight Readiness Review and subsequent press conference should have happened today, but it didn't. I think it can refuel Aqualex. There's no doubt that they're taking fuel margin into account, but getting rid of the fuel when you have higher mass modules to save mass is kind of bad, considering Gateway needs to do the insertion around the moon with Falcon Heavy. With SLS and an Orion, you don't need to worry about that, because Orion does the circularization. Just saying. Now, keep in mind, that's Eric Berger. I take what he says about anything that's not SpaceX with a grain of salt. He really very much reports positively about SpaceX, not so much about anything else. But that doesn't mean that he's wrong. Like, I'll be honest with you. Them postponing the Return Flight Readiness Review is kind of telling. And the way they've been explaining this problem is as an opportunity to learn up until this point. Now, don't get me wrong. They could, if the Return Flight Readiness Review happens in the coming days, it could be just them buttoning up some stuff. Probably just wanted to make sure that their fault tree analysis was good enough to make sure they fully understand what's going on with the thrusters. I'm going to go ahead and say that that's what's probably going on. If we don't see an FRR in the next 3 to 4 days, something's wrong. Like, that's when I would safely say, like, something is not okay here. Just wondering if there's a balance point between being too overweight and too underfueled. I'm sure there is, dude. But Aqualex, the whole gist of this, the whole reason why this is pissing me off is because this should have been figured out a long time ago. But you changed the lander. The reason why you changed the lander is because you didn't have one. They designed modules with the expectation that the lander wouldn't be a freaking 100-ton thing. They probably designed it figuring a 30-ton or a 25-ton lander, which actually is kind of stupid considering with Gateway, NASA was opting for a 3-stage option. So there's no way it would have been 25 tons. It would have been more than that. Even then, even if they estimated 50 tons for controllability from the power and propulsion element, which is just a hot-rodded geostationary satellite. Even if they had taken that all into account, that's not a 100-ton Starship lander. You know what I mean? This is what I mean about interim stuff with spaceflight. You know, in software, you know, bros throw around and, you know, a temporary fix is the most permanent one, right? In spaceflight, that's also true. But the thing about it is, with spaceflight, that temporary fix, and I'm not saying this can't happen in software engineering as well. In spaceflight, that temporary fix can really, really cost you millions of dollars in the future. The choice for SLS to be developed with the interim cryogenic propulsion stage first is a catastrophic failure of systems engineering. I've been saying that now. That I can say. I've been saying that for a very long time. That's not me looking at the chips on the table right now and coming to that conclusion. I came to that conclusion in 2016. That was 8 years ago. Could have told you this from the start. What's Homer Hickam have to say about this? Homer Hickam is a former NASA engineer that wrote my all-time favorite book, Rocket Boys. And October Sky is a movie that's based off of Rocket Boys. It's that is my favorite movie. So when this guy talks, I listen, because he's the man. Homer says, to reiterate, the question keeps being asked, and my answer remains the same. I would not bring crew back on Starliner. Boeing is a great company, but to stay great, even if their management confidence is high, they should not take any chances with people in their care. It would only hurt a little. Well, the alternative is forever. I kind of agree with him there that even if management confidence is high, I don't really care if management confidence is high. It's not management's decision. It's the fault tree analysis's decision. The testing and the data will tell you exactly what you need to know if you let it. If you work against the grain, yeah, I agree. People will get hurt. Do I want that? Nope. Did you see the picture of Starliner being inspected by the Canadarm? This is Michael Sukran. Says that posted this. I captured a fascinating scene with the telescope. Starliner being inspected by the space station remote manipulator system. Guys, okay, here's me being a little bit weird. That just could be the angle. The arm does hang below the station. They keep it down there. They basically hang it below the station when it's not being used. It could be just hanging. It could be hanging. That's on the nadir of node 2. It could just be hanging because there's a Cygnus capsule coming up soon, and Cygnus docks right there. Cygnus will dock to the nadir node 2 port, so the Canadarm has to grab it when it's close and attach it to the port that it's right near. This could just be perspective. With that being said, I wouldn't be surprised if NASA's working with Boeing to look at the thrusters on that thing. I wouldn't be surprised. But also, would we be able to get a view on the ISS live stream? I don't know when he took that picture. Yeah, it could be both. That's what I mean. Like, in this particular scenario, I have no reason to believe that the arm isn't there for Cygnus. It absolutely is there for Cygnus. NG-21 is launching on Saturday. They probably staged it to be in the position to catch Cygnus when it gets near the space station. Cygnus can't dock. It has to be berthed. They have to grab it with the arm and then dock it. It makes sense that it would be near the port that they need to put it on. And once again, like if the station is right here, the arm is hanging from the space station like this. And from this perspective, it might look like it's inspecting Starliner, but it's not. But on the other hand, what was Michael's photography settings with this? What angle did he take this picture at? You know, it could be. Why is it backwards? It's backwards. It's backwards. I'm confused. What the heck kind of camera angle was this? Oh, there we go. No. It's not backwards. Look at Nauka. Nauka, the Russian science module. See it right there? There you go. There's your perspective. See what I'm talking about? Look at the angle. That Nauka is pointing straight down to the ground. So Nauka would be perpendicular to the ground in this picture. I'm telling you, that's camera perspective. The arm is not inspecting Starliner in this picture. It's just hanging there, ready to receive signals. The perspective from the Nauka capsule, pretty much, that's pretty right. The reason why I said it was backwards is because he's looking at it from the nadir, and I'm thinking about ISS orientation from the zenith point of view, which means beam would be over there. It could also be we stage the arm for Cygnus, but in the meantime, you might as well check it out. But yeah, Boeing seems pretty confident as to what's going on with the thrusters, Vanguard. The other thing is, how's the thruster going to be able to look into the... How is the arm going to be able to look into the thrusters to be able to see seal degradation, which is what the big problem that they said is going on? How would they be able to do that? The arm can't fit up in the thruster. You can't see the injector plate. Or there's no injector plate on those thrusters. It's kind of, but there really isn't. You wouldn't be able to see the seal degradation, but you could use it to do a visual inspection to make sure that your nozzle lining hasn't degraded away from the thrusters getting too hot. That would be easy to visually inspect. But yeah, either way, I don't think this is like, oh my God, they're inspecting it, it's screwed. No, if they were doing a fault tree analysis, you'd want to use everything in your power to figure out what's going on. And one of those things would be doing that. And if it's already there, right, you might as well. The lodge debris that they were talking about, Aqualux, would be in the plumbing. Yeah, in the plumbing, not necessarily lodged onto the engine. How's it going to lodge into the engine? I mean, unless they really melted it to get it soft and malleable enough for stuff to want to lodge into it, in which case you got a big problem. But I don't think that's what's going on. That would take astronaut time, though, for scheduling and extra costs. Bingo. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that's the other thing. The ISS astronauts are on a tight schedule. It's not like they're just sitting up there looking down for no reason. You know what I mean? And again, they have 2 spare bodies for a bit now. What the hell's happening? This is ridiculous. Like, once again, dude, I've been, I know there's honest mistakes here and there. This is ridiculous. This is just L after L after L. This is, dude, I've never seen anything like this in covering any NASA stuff in the better part of a decade of doing this. I've never seen this happen. Except for the cancellation nonsense. That started with, that's Constellation, but I've never seen glaring issues like this before. I mean, guys, I really started to get into the space program and really started to follow it in the late 2000s. If anybody here is a bigger space, or has been a space fan longer than me, is willing to go into the intricacies of missions. I don't really. Do you remember anything like this ever happening? I mean, Hubble, I guess, would be a good example. How's the SLS program going? Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad. The rocket's great. The rocket performs excellent. Ironically, it's bad. It's bad. So what do we do? I don't know. I actually can recall in recent memory stuff like this happening. JPL was like this in the 80s, guys. Yeah. JPL got complacent like this in the 80s, and they kind of just made stuff, and it worked some of the time, and there were glaring issues, etc., etc. And then the JPL got a new administrator in the 90s, and that guy basically cleaned up shop, and they started doing stuff like Spirit and Opportunity and Pathfinder and, you know, all the awesome stuff that JPL does now. So I guess, yeah, you know, if I'm going back, something like this has happened before. I've never seen it this bad. It's bad. This is bad. This is no good. What's the latest? It's not necessarily with SLS Master. Gateway, one of the modules for Gateway, the Habitation and Logistics Outpost. Somebody forgot that the wires were heavy. The wiring harness. Somebody forgot to take into account the wire harness. I'm not even kidding. The Habitation and Logistics Outpost has a 1,500-pound deficit. It's negative mass margin. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure they'll figure it out. They can overcome this stuff. It's not a big deal. But all right, James. See you, buddy. But I'll be honest. That is a pretty glaring oversight, especially at this phase in the project when you're manufacturing. You've gotten past critical design review. How did a 1,500-pound deficit make it past the critical design review? It wasn't very critical then, was it? That CDR is supposed to catch problems like this. Actually, to be 100% real, the PDR, the preliminary design review, is supposed to catch something like this. If you didn't take it into account. The whole thing just reeks of awful systems engineering. It's pretty bad. Believe it or not, you know, you said, what's the word with SLS? SLS's systems engineering is actually not too incredibly bad for what it is. The only problem is it doesn't do anything. You know, we designed it to send an Orion capsule on a or to put it into a distant retrograde orbit around the moon. It's done that pretty damn good. Problem is that, you know, we have a lunar exploration program, and you have a launcher that can get you near the moon, but not onto the moon. That's the problem with SLS. Why is there any unknowns with CDR is wild to me. I can't believe that, Rocket Guy. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
These are not like small, like, oh, okay, I get it. This is bad. This is not good. I mean, Hellfish, I don't think that's gonna make you any friends, but honestly,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They need to take a good freaking look in the mirror, man. This is ridiculous. Hey, man, 89 months. Rabbit. Oh, it's Frog. What's up, man? And then Hip with a 98-month resub. Thanks for holding it down, brother. Appreciate all you do as always. I'm trying, Hip. I'm trying not to get pissed. Just got here. What's going on? AT, there's so much bad news that, like, I don't even talk about. Yeah, Hellfish, I know. And Bill, do I think it's because Dr. Z left? Everything started crumbling after he left. Dr. Z was just the head of the Science Mission Directorate, dude. Do you see any science? Now, actually, you know what, Phil? I in regards to Viper, maybe it's possible. I think that I don't think Dr. Z would have allowed Viper to get canceled. Dr. Zepulkin would not. He would not have allowed this. That is completely ridiculous to cancel Rover. Ridiculous. Viper MSR. Yeah, I think on the Science Mission Directorate side of things, yeah, absolutely. Now, the question is, does the contractor take the majority of the blame, or does NASA? Granted, NASA being the overseer and the manager, it falls on them for sure, but I wonder what communications and such came from the contractor. Can, as a manager, check every single thing. Rocket Guy, I think the answer to that is twofold. NASA needs to hold their contractors accountable, and then NASA needs to be held accountable. The first one is probably what I would do. You got to hold the... come on. They pay you a lot of money, and they put trust in you to not make a glaring oversight like that. But also, at the same time, I'm seeing a pattern here, man. I'm seeing a pattern I don't like. And forgive me, I'm not trying to be, like, melodramatic, like, super dramatic about this, right? I'm seeing a pattern I don't like. Really don't like this. Like, you know, it's one thing if, like, Orion, you know, its life support system doesn't work. You know, I mean, personally, I think that's stupid. Your life support systems didn't pass acceptance testing. And you have different life support acceptance criteria depending on the mission, which I also think is incredibly stupid. That is a really weird way to do that. I don't know what Lockheed was thinking when they thought that would be a good idea. Orion's life support systems are not adequate enough to do the Artemis 3 mission. All right. Yeah, they didn't pass acceptance testing. Okay. You know, one thing is fine. Like, I get it. This stuff happens, all right? But you see Viper. You see Chandra. What's going on there? Mars sample return. Collins pulling out of the whatever that butthole of a program that replaced XEMU, a program that was doing actually pretty well, right? Collins pulling out of that program. We have no spacesuits to land on the moon. We're supposed to land on the moon in less than 5 years. We have no spacesuits to do it. We have no lander to do it. We have a fragmented architecture and a space station that's too heavy. And the precursor missions for said lunar landing are being canceled because we don't have enough money to do it. Because they're worried about funding overlapping. So Artemis is designed to send people to the gateway and then down to the surface. So let's just start there. We don't know where we need to land on the surface because we need, we're trying to land on the South Pole to land sustainably. We don't know where we need to land. And we won't know where we need to land because we canceled the rover that's going to find the landing site. We have 2 landers, neither of which launch on SLS. So now you have 3 heavy launch vehicles involved in your Artemis exploration. Neither one of these landers are even close to being finished. Don't get me wrong, I still think SpaceX is going to deliver on time. But both of them have extremely abstract, complicated refueling architectures to get your lander near the moon. And even then, when they get near the moon, Gateway doesn't have enough. Gateway wasn't designed with enough thruster power to handle a vehicle like Starship HLS, because when Gateway was designed, there was no Starship. NASA hadn't chosen that as the lander. They assumed it was going to be SLD, but Congress didn't fund them enough to field the right lander. They had to go with the cheapest option because Congress forced their hand because they underfunded HLS 2 years in a row. So now we have 2 landers that might go to the Gateway, might land, but they don't know where to land because the prospecting rover that's supposed to find the landing site is not there. Gateway is too heavy. It can't handle it doesn't right now at this particular moment in time. It does not have enough delta V with the total mass of the Halo and the PPE being launched on a translunar injection from Falcon Heavy. Doesn't have enough delta V to get to the right station and be useful, to get to the right orbit and be useful. It can't handle one of the 2 landers that can dock to it. And there are several glaring issues with the module, the Halo module that's attached to it. All right, so how are we going to get out there? We're going to, astronauts will get to Gateway to land on the moon with the Orion capsule, something that has life support systems that are inadequate to support a mission like this, right? Okay. And we have no way to get people there, and we have no way to test it because launching Orion into low Earth orbit would be a great way to validate its life support systems. Maybe docking it to the ISS for a long duration stay, but we can't do that because A, there's not enough SLS rockets allocated to the program. There's only enough to do basically one launch a year, and B, Orion is too heavy to launch on anything else, at least at face value. I still think Orion could use its surface propulsion system on like a Falcon or a Vulcan and use its SPS to get to the ISS and have enough margin to get home. And even if it can't, test it out in LEO. Leave it up there in low Earth orbit for a little while with its life support systems on. Do a 20-day mission in an Earth orbit. Launch it on, can't launch it on Delta 4. Whoops. And on top of all this, we have no concrete dates or goals for when any of this is going to happen. This is a freaking nightmare. What do you think accountability looks like for both NASA and the contractors? Rocky, I'd pull the Halo contract. I'm serious, I'd pull it. I'd probably get rid of Gateway completely at this point. I'm serious. Take a Cygnus capsule, use an SLS Block 1B, use Northrop Grumman's extended Cygnus capsule that has multiple docking ports on it, the one that they worked on for GLS, right? Put that in the universal stage adapter on SLS with an Orion on top. The hell with the Gateway. Use Cygnus modules, and then when the Cygnus modules are done, deorbit them. Have them crash into the moon. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. These Gateway modules have been in development for the better part of a decade. There's no excuse. Sorry, that's what accountability would look like for me. Now, in terms of NASA, the people that allowed this are not at fault either. I would, honestly, at this point, I would be doing an audit of the entire integrated mission architecture. Components would be cut. People would not like me. They would be cut. I'd get rid of Gateway completely. And I've been giving Gateway the benefit of the doubt for a very long time. Nope. I'm sorry. I'd get rid of the people involved with this too. Like, it's not just the engineers that are missing this stuff. There's no there appears to be no programmatic management oversight here at all. Look, man, I understand why the Government Accountability Office exists. I understand why the Inspector General exists. Those systems should not be the ones that are finding glaring problems like this with your architecture. You know that. You should not be finding stuff like this. This is getting ridiculous. The whole mission architecture needs to be changed. Ironically, I'd keep SLS. I'm serious. That's the ironic thing. I would keep SLS. That's the only thing out of this entire architecture that is actually working correctly. But even then, you have a great launch vehicle, but its contract structure is absolute butthole. Oh, Grimbato, you don't even want to know, dude. At almost every step of the way in the Artemis program's architecture to get somebody back to the surface of the moon, there's a glaring problem. There's problems with landers. There's problems with finding where our lunar base is going to be. There's problems with Gateway. There's problems with the Orion capsule. The only thing that doesn't have a problem at this point is SLS, which is ridiculous. You'd think after all that one would be the thing that has problems. No, it's literally everything else. Yeah, this is bad. This is not good, man. Well, we got something right. I always thought the SLS core stage was a good idea. I don't mind SLS. I really don't. I think it's a great vehicle. It just needs a better upper stage. Been saying that for a decade. They should have built it with Block 1B in mind. I've even come to terms with the fact of them dumping shuttle engines into the ocean. I don't really have a problem with that. Whatever. I mean, those engines, what would we rather see? Those engines just sit in a museum and collect dust? No, use them for something. If you're good, I mean, personally, I wouldn't have got rid of the shuttle program in the first place, or at least had a program to replace it on a timely schedule, but we could, that ship sailed a long time ago. In that case, start assigning probes to SLS while other issues are holding things up. Oh, like Europa Clipper? Oh, nope, can't do that. If Jim stayed longer, do you think we would have been able to figure out the SLS contract issue? Yes. Yeah, he probably would have gotten it done. They need to use SLS more, not look to cut missions designed for it. Agreed. Yep, agreed. Actually, Rocket Guy, what fixes this entire gateway fiasco is you launching them on SLS Block 1B and upping SLS's launch cadence. That fixes it. Moving it back to SLS at this point, costly, but that would allow you to have a more robust architecture at this point. But that's the thing. Say we even remotely hinted that we wanted to do that. There's so much infighting at NASA that people would immediately say that you're tied to special interests. Right? That's the problem. You know? There's the problem with making enemies when you're the NASA administrator. We wouldn't be in this position if somebody didn't basically make open season for infighting with NASA. But, hey, I've beaten that horse to death today. Let's look at the Starship launch site. These are new pictures from Harry Stranger here. Yep. Ah, yes. Good old culture war in NASA again. Last time this happened, Challenger occurred, and then Columbia. Bingo. Rocket Guy, before you got in here, I had a segment, and we'll look here. I'll keep this up so you guys can peep it if you don't want to listen to my voice anymore. I had a segment before you came in here about how the best way to get NASA to work is to not have the centers, not have infighting in NASA. And what that requires is an integrated plan. Science Mission Directorate should work hand in hand with human explorations. Going against the grain like that and having infighting in NASA is counterintuitive. That's not what the system was designed to do. The system is designed to have all the centers work together to create political robustness so the project doesn't get canceled. Having people work against each other is basically scattering each program to the wind and basically making it cannon fodder for being canceled. Viper, Chandra, Mars Sample Return, XEMU. There's no dependency between programs. You have to, instead of pitting them against each other, and having them fight each other, you have to conjoin them at the freaking hip. So everybody pushes for funding and pushes for a more integrated architecture, and pushes for their design centers to stay open to keep this testing. I'll give you a good case example of this. SLS architecture called for one green run test of the SLS core. I don't think that's a good idea, because now they're struggling to come up with a use for the B2 test stand. We paid $1 billion to retool it for one test. That's ridiculous. Now, I understand from a data standpoint here that one test is really all you need to validate it. But if you built that test stand already, why not just test every core? No, instead they got to come up with some copium solution of making a main propulsion testing article that's supposed to be an amalgamation of the main propulsion system for SLS, and then retool the test stand for the EUS, and then retool it again for this main propulsion testing article that they might use and might not use. Well, great. Making a main propulsion testing article for propulsion upgrades is great, but you could do the exact same thing doing these tests on core validation. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This whole problem could be solved by using the B2 test stand to green run every single core and then drying the engines. They are reusable engines after all. don't know, dudes. Can't spend as much money that way. Well, Grimbodo, of course you could. You're paying people to use the test stand all the time, and you're firing the test stand all the freaking time. Of course you do. You can get the jobs program to work for you. You just got to figure out a good architecture that's going to do it. And I can't think of one rocket scientist or engineer that's going to be like, no, we don't need extra data. That's fine. One is good enough. If you ever meet a rocket engineer that doesn't want more data, they're not a rocket. Dude, they should be gone. They should leave. Like, ridiculous. You're assuming too much good faith at all levels. Good faith starts at the top, weather guy. Sorry. It's the truth. All these L's that NASA's taking I'm sorry, guys, it points directly to Bill. What are you doing? How are you allowing this to happen under your watch? What are you doing? Are you serious right now? For all that sweet talk, all the proof is in the pudding, all that nonsense, all this nice boy stuff, you're allowing this stuff to happen. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. You're allowing this to happen. The GAO shouldn't be doing your homework for you. But yet again, we see this happen over and over and over and over again. I'm sorry, guys. Like, dude, I tried to give Bill the benefit of the doubt, and he really, at the beginning, he was fine. But the further and further we get into his tenure as administrator, I have to call into question this. Like, this behavior didn't come from nowhere. You're the administrator. You allow this to happen. There has to be some accountability. Your best design efforts will inevitably wind up being useless in the final design. Learn to live with the disappointment. Kids' laws, baby. It's so funny how that was written as a joke, Rocket Guy, but they're so freaking pertinent. Like, dudes, hey, Cajun, 54-month resub. 66-month total. Hey, my guy. What did I miss? You don't want to know, dude. Also appropriate. When in doubt, estimate. In an emergency, guess, but be sure to go back and clean up the mess when the real numbers come along. It sucks, Regbach. Didn't have to be this way. That's what gets me the most. Like, it did not have to be this way. NASA could still be doing awesome Apollo-style stuff, but no, we get to this. Yeah, Emon Demon, 61-month resub. Twitch absolutely ruined their app. Okay. All the Vanguard, all the L's reminded me how the U.S. Navy handled their Mark 14 torpedo in World War II. Yeah, what a piece of junk that thing was. They did one test fire, then sent them to war due to cost, and it was a disaster, much like this situation. Yeah, yes, that's correct. We almost didn't get their aircraft carriers because the torpedoes were terrible. We almost lost an aircraft carrier in not Guadalcanal, in the Solomon Islands in early 42. And yeah, if our dive bombers didn't work, if the dive bombers didn't work as advertised, yeah, we probably would have lost Yorktown, Hornet, Saratoga at Midway as well. They would have found them eventually. As you said a few months ago, there also must be institutional experience. Imagine if SpaceX had tried Starship from the get-go instead of Falcon 1. That's right, Floating. Yeah, that's correct. NASA basically brain drained themselves when they canceled Constellation and the shuttle at the same time. And once again, it's what I say. All this reeks of inexperience. NASA has a big problem, dude. They got a big problem. Big problem is kids don't want to work for NASA anymore. Kids want to work for SpaceX. NASA has a very bad brain drain problem. Yeah, Regbach. Well, all I can do is, I guess, offer some solutions. Can SLS recover? Ironically, Jack, I think SLS is one of the few parts of this program that is actually working correctly. But its contract structure is butthole. It's working correctly, but once again, the stipulations in its contract structure only really support one launch a year. The rocket's great. Seriously, the engineering is fantastic. I think SLS is a great launch vehicle. But all the contract structure is so bad that any change in the contract structure is going to basically put a pause on operations, and you lose all your momentum. 1B is great. I think 1B... SLS Block 1B shouldn't have a 1B next to it. It should have just been Block 1. That they should have just designed it that way from the start. Average age of the workforce is like 50 or 60 something, isn't it? That's correct. Kaiser, 94-month resub. Here you go. Time to apply. I don't know what help I would do. They opened it on the 20th. There's an opening for the associate administrator. I'd do it. I'd do it to the best of my ability. They'll never take me though. I have no spaceflight experience on paper, guys. What am I gonna put? 15,000 hours of KSP? Do you think SpaceX might pivot to go to the moon themselves first instead of Mars? Well, considering they're building NASA's lander, Grim, and you're building architecture that's designed for long duration stays on Mars, the moon would be a great place to test this. Why do you think Elon is insistent on building HLS? Okay, so two things. I'm not moving to DC. Telework is okay, but no remote. I'm not moving to DC. Not doing that. Second part of it, I wouldn't want to be under Bill. Seriously. With what I've seen here, you're even if I applied it, even I got accepted, I'm playing with one hand tied behind my back. I'm not doing that. Oh yeah, I'm getting rid of that emote, to be honest. All systems. Getting rid of it. I'll replace it with the Titan emote. Yeah, I'll do that after the stream is over. Anyway, here's an updated picture of what's going on with Starship. They're drilling more of those pilings for a flame trench for the second pad, which is super cool. And I do believe that they stacked another tower segment. Oh, no, they haven't stacked it yet. We're still... Oh, no, they did. 4 tall? Check. Yeah, they did. They stacked it. 5 tall now. There's the 6th ready to go. One more thing. I already shared that to you. They did stack earlier today. Good. I had a lot of hopes for Bill at the beginning, S-Master, and I was skeptical because Jim was just so freaking good, dude. I was skeptical, but I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's flown in space and he's very familiar with this, being on the oversight committees for NASA in the past, being a senator, right? He kind of did okay at the beginning. He kind of actually did pretty good. He said a lot of good things, but he ain't delivering on your promise. All that good stuff that he promised at the beginning, you know, he said reorganizing the Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate in into two separate things and having exploration ground systems, EGS, reorganized under exploration systems development, right? And HEOMD being its own thing and commercial crew being a subset of that, he reorganized the entire HEOMD. And I thought that was a good idea at the time, but maybe it is. Maybe him shifting all that stuff around is the reason why they found all these problems with Orion. What a crappy day. Why does nobody realize that the program has these huge errors? Because sticking your mouth out, sticking your head out and saying something about it, RJ, is going against the status quo. You're pissing too many people off. There's too much infighting at NASA. Everybody's at each other's throats. You say one thing about threatening somebody's program, saying your program's useless, they're going to be like, no, your program's useless. We're too worried about speaking the truth because we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. Now, I know people throw that thing around a lot, but it seems like it's not about hurting people's feelings. It's about hurting people's wallet when it comes to NASA funding. All your NASA centers are infighting. They're fighting against each other. They're fighting for funding. Doing that makes missions easily cancelable because there's no need for them. Like, look at, they just pulled the plug on Viper. Now, ironically, Viper was actually one of those missions that Artemis actually depends on. You know, it's going to find where you want to put your moon base. At the risk of sounding cold, if we only consider NASA's post-Apollo track record, what are we left with? I don't know, man. Once Pad B is operational, how long do you think it's going to take for Pad A to get the upgrades it needs? I don't think SpaceX is going to upgrade it, T-Man. I think as long as it works, because HLS is something that SpaceX needs to get done really fast, SpaceX wouldn't take an operational pad out of commission. Not until HLS gets to where it needs to go. They might upgrade the pad sometime in the future, probably in the late 2020s if I had to guess, but you don't want to take an operational pad for Starship right now offline because there's not a lot of Starship pads and you need to launch a lot of Starships. Needs to be a lot of tests to get HLS to the surface of the moon in the next 2 years. Clock is ticking. Why do you think Elon's like, we got to get this done, we got to get this done, we got to get this done? I visited NASA Glenn and I can tell you it did not receive enough funding. My dad worked at the wind tunnel there under a contractor because they didn't have enough money to hire actual NASA employees and they were just never doing much, I don't think. Yeah, I know. That sucks. I spoke a bit fast. Their unmanned programs are very solid and the ISS isn't too bad overall. Yeah, floating, once again, there's still a lot of stuff to be really happy about. Perseverance and Curiosity are pretty damn good examples. Oh yeah. Amazing missions. We need to do more stuff like that. I've always said, you know, launch Curiosity in 2011 and launch, you know, Perseverance in 2020. That's inadequate. That is inadequate for understanding Mars on any reasonable timeline. Curiosity ran over some rocks the other day. They cracked open and they found pure sulfur inside of them. That's not something we didn't know. We knew there was sulfur on Mars. We didn't know there was 100% pure sulfur inside of a rock. You know what kind of geological activity you need to do something like that? At this point, because of our small bandwidth for science, what I'm trying to say is that there should have been a rover like that launching in every transfer window. A Perseverance rover launching in every transfer window. If we're really serious about learning everything about Mars, you want to try to learn as much as you can before you send people. 2 rovers over a decade. Mars transfer window comes every 26 months. At this point, our scientific bandwidth is so small that any discoveries that we make are just going to raise further questions that warrant more exploration. Is more exploration coming? Well, it doesn't look like it at this point. Does anyone know how I can get the Twitch app to go back to the way it was? Yeah, Snicker, they're really trying hard to get people to not come to this platform. They're really doing their best. At this point, we release an HLS landing in 2 years. Rem, actually, that's one of the few things that I think that will actually happen on a reasonable time scale. HLS might not be ready in 2 years, but it free. Dude, look at the frequency of Starship flights. Seriously. We've had 4 flights in, what, 14 months? When did the Starship program start? 2019, for the most part, when they really started getting in and started souping up Boca Chica? So just 5 years, we're already at 4 flights a year. Right? Where Starship is right now is where the SLS program needs to be. To get the SLS program to launch once, it took a decade. Now, don't get me wrong, I understand the reasons why, and Elon lets SpaceX do its thing. You know, with Elon sets the stakeholder expectations as the guy that runs the thing. But he lets them go and do their thing, right? NASA didn't do that with SLS. SLS could have been flying this quick. It could be flying on the rate of Starship. I don't see why it wouldn't. Why it couldn't. There's no real crazy production bottlenecks. It's just going to cost a lot to retool your industrial base to build more of that, but that's another story. Starship's already at 4 flights, almost basically 4 flights a year. Like I said, 4 flights a year is where you need to be. It was where SLS needs to be, like, right now. Imagine what it's going to be like in the next 12 months. Even if it's just 4 flights a year, that's 2 years of development. That's 8 Starship flights between now and when the rovers going to need to be finished. With the amount of systems engineering that SpaceX needs to do to get an HLS out in lunar orbit, I think 8 flights is adequate to do that. Sure. That's not even taking into account the fact that SpaceX is trying to ramp up their launch cadence of Starships. So it's not going to be 8 flights over the next 2 years. It's most likely going to be 12, 13, 14, maybe 20. That's more than enough time to figure that out. I've always said that HLS is going to get done on time. It's one of the few components of the entire Artemis program that's actually going to be delivered on a semi-reasonable schedule. Once again, I love SpaceX, but I try to look at everything kind of unbiased, right? It's getting really, really, really hard to do that lately, but space in general's on pace. It's crazy, and I love it. It's like we're living in science fiction that I grew up with. That's what NASA needs to be doing, Olmam. That's what NASA needs to be doing. Same thing. NASA needs to achieve parity with SpaceX. The Government Accountability Office thinks that a way to reduce costs on SLS would be to have it compete with Starship on cost, which is
SLS once before this decade is out.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It is easy, but because it is hard.
You're setting SLS up to fail at that point. Just here, take this L. Hey, James, what's going on? China's gonna beat us. China ain't gonna beat us. China ain't gonna beat us. No, but they might beat NASA. They won't beat SpaceX. No way. Not a chance. Because I think when push comes to shove, Elon's going to send it. I'm pretty sure. Judging by what... I mean, dude, guys, like I said, I follow him. I read what he has to say. Do I agree with everything? Yes and no about things. He very much also seems fed up with this. I don't know if he specifically said anything about being fed up with NASA. I don't think so. I think he won't, because NASA pays its bills. You know what I mean? SpaceX is easily NASA's biggest contractor at this point. So will you be on Flame Trench tomorrow? I will be there, James, and it's going to get spicy. During the space news, dude, I was reading a government accountability report, and I'm fighting as hard as I possibly can to just not explode because of incompetence. The most impressive part about the Apollo program is that we had a competent government. No, that's rose-tinted glasses, S. I disagree. Look, James Webb was a hell of a statesman. People were just as divisive and stupid about things in the 60s as they are now. But somehow we were able to get it working. You know, I personally don't like the divisiveness. It's starting to really piss me off, because I think people are defaulting right to divisiveness instead of solving things, which is not good. But whatever. I understand why people are divisive about issues. It makes sense. With that being said, to sit here and think that, oh, we were super competent in the 60s. No, it's the same problems, dude. It's the same problems. Look at the political turmoil of the late 60s, and somehow we still did the Apollo program despite that. Look, if we can go to the moon during one of the most tumultuous political times of the 20th century, we can get there. There's no excuse that we can't do that now. I'm sorry. There's not. Sorry. It's just not. RJ, it's 52 months. Love you. Thanks, buddy. I think that's saying that, you know, we had competent politicians in the 60s. Well, maybe. I don't think so. I don't think human nature changes over 50 years. I really don't. I really don't. What I do think is that the Apollo program did something that we've seemingly lost the art of doing. You know, everybody says that SLS is a jobs program. Well, no crap. What the hell is the Apollo program? The Apollo program, what is that? What's the Manhattan Project? What's the Tennessee Valley Authority? Those are jobs programs. What's the difference between that and SLS? Those programs got stuff done, because there was always a need for them. There was a need or a deadline to get these things finished. The deadline with the Manhattan Project was getting it before the Germans, being the first one to do it. So there was a need for expediency. The Apollo program served to organize and measure the best of our skills, to show that our way of life is superior and is the true bastion for pushing the boundaries of human exploration. Beat the Russians. Get to the moon by 1970. Right? The point that I'm trying to make is that people were always as dumb as, not as dumb, politicians were always as much snake oil salesmen then as they were now. But there is clearly a way to leverage jobs programs to do what you need them to accomplish. There's a way to not work against the grain. There's a way to not have infighting, but have everybody work together to get what you want. And that starts at the top, to be quite honest with you. That starts at the top. And that starts with making the first and foremost, that starts with the executive branch making spaceflight a national priority, which I think right now would be a really good thing, just like it was during the 60s. Everybody likes the Apollo program. Everybody thought that was a great idea, a great decision, great move. Why has SLS gotten this far if it's similar to Constellation? SLS has gotten this far because it is by far the most sustainable program. Seriously. It's the most sustainable spaceflight program NASA's ever devised. So what's the difference between what something like SLS and something like the Apollo program? Deadlines and accountability. Clearly, there's a way to get these jobs programs to, you know, everybody's worried about if we do another thing, what's stopping somebody from just canceling it? Well, clearly there's a way to do that because SLS, case in point, it hasn't even launched anything. Arguably failure in every metric, and it still exists. So there's clearly a way to leverage the system to make stuff work like this. I just don't understand why we just can't go make it do things. Like the Apollo program. Like I said, it's a lost art. Really don't think, you know, I think that looking back at the Apollo program and saying we knew what we were doing, no. No, there was as much political turmoil then as there is now, if not more in the 60s. Dude, there were gunfights in the streets in the late 60s in Detroit, everywhere. Like, and I'm not talking like, you know, riots now where people, you know, go and destroy buildings. They were like gunfights, like call in the National Guard. You need to clear this area of insurgents, Iraq war style. Okay? If we were able to get the Apollo program done during that, with that type of tumultuous political environment, there's no excuse that we can't do it now. What if the Apollo program failed? If the Apollo program failed, do you think everybody would love it? Element, I'm not 100% sure how that's pertinent, if not just a thought-provoking exercise. Failed in what regard? Are we talking about, like, what happens in For All Mankind? Or are we talking about, like, what happened to the Soviet space program where we just can't get we have like 4 failures in a row, where they had 4 failures in a row? Weather guy, it's imperative. It needs to change. I've always thought this. I've just had more candid ways to figure it out. Additional tiles have been added to the leeward bottom forward flap. Yeah, T-Man, probably a good reason. We never made it to the moon, and what if Russia didn't either? I think we would have kept going until one of us did it. I think we would have kept going. Even if we didn't make the 1970 deadline, I think we still would have kept going. Boy, this space news sucked. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to be such a downer about this. I just don't like being on this seemingly sinking ship and freaking I can't do anything about it. It's really frustrating. Do you think the N1 could have succeeded, though? I think the N1 would have been just fine had Sergei Korolev not die. Sergei Korolev, the chief designer of the N1, died before it even got near the launch pad. He died in 1966 from a routine surgery, believe it or not. Yeah, weather guy, like, that's the flip side of this. I don't like coming on here and being such a big stick in the mud when it comes to this stuff, but I think I have a burden on telling you guys the truth. I don't want to sit here and pretend it's all sunshine and rainbows with them when it's not. I think I'd be doing a great disservice to viewers lying to them. I take that kind of stuff super seriously. I'd rather sit here and be annoyed by this than just pretend everything is fine. Are you going to play any games tonight? I have a meeting that starts now, actually. I have a meeting that starts now. There is a Falcon 9 launch. It pushed to 1 o'clock. All right. Appreciate that about you. XJ, and here's the thing, dude. I know that being a stick in the mud is not going to get you viewers. Nobody wants to come in here and be upset. You don't come to Twitch streams to get annoyed. People come here to be entertained. So it's like arguably not good for the stream, but I think the truth about spaceflight is too important. Long story short, I basically take a monetary hit for telling the truth. Kind of sucks, but the truth about the, you know, at least not the truth. I'm not going truth about the truth. No, being impartial and saying what's going on is very important to me. It's very important to maintain your integrity, especially in these crazy times. I won't back down. You'll keep, if there's more bad news, I'm going to report it. Sorry. Sorry. I come here for the negative energy. If we set a goal for going back to the moon, could Artemis fulfill its goal? See, James, that's funny to me because you don't even know that Artemis's goal is to return back to the moon. Artemis's goal is to return back to the moon. We need to say when and where. And until we do that, it's just going to be more of this boondoggle nonsense. What was the bad news? Snicker, I don't even know where to start. It's just glaring issues with SLS contract structure, gateway program development, just, it's bad. Not good. And then whatever the heck Starliner's doing at this point. There was supposed to be a return flight readiness review today. That got postponed. I guarantee you if we don't see that in the next like 3 to 4 days, something's wrong. Yeah. You don't be confident about posting a flight readiness review and then move it. In 50 years, if we make it to the moon and Mars, everyone will say they love the entire program. We are in the middle with no goal line in sight. Yep. Yep. All right, guys, I'm late for my meeting. I gotta go. I'll see you guys, I don't know. It's a Starlink mission going out of 39A, which is kind of cool. If I'm still awake at 1, I'll pop the stream back on, and we'll watch that launch, okay? Have a good night, everybody. Sorry to be such a downer. I know you didn't come here to get pissed off. Sorry. Sorry, man. This is important. I gotta say it. Like I force my hand with all this ridiculousness. You know? All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I might be a little bit late because Brimo's coming home tomorrow. So I would say plan for a 1 o'clock start time. I don't know what we'll do. Probably do that dart test, I'd say. And we'll yeah, we'll test out dart, and then we got flame trench tomorrow, and then Friday night racing. So that should be good. And yeah, I'll see you guys then. Let's see who we can raid. I want to keep watching Ettel's Hearts of Iron playthrough, I'm not going to lie to you. So, let's go raid Italics. And watch him play Hearts of Iron. He's fighting the USS China right now. And that looks... oh, that looks bad. All right, let's go see what he's up to. I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Once again, we got some KSP to start off, then Flame Trench, and then racing. So that should be fun. Yeah, I'll see you guys all then. Once again, sorry for all that. I feel bad. I'll see you guys then. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night. Oh, Titan's awake now. Gotta go. See ya.